And what the political revolution means is what I am seeing here today. Seeing large numbers of people, often young people and working people, who are prepared now to get involved in the political process to create a government which works for all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. Let me tell you what I saw over just the last weekend and yesterday. We saw in Kansas the largest voter turnout in their caucus in history. People crowding into rooms, overflowed crowds. We won Kansas by a landslide victory. On Saturday in Nebraska, again, huge turnouts. They were long. See, this is what Saturday Night Live does for you. I can't use that word. All right. Huge turnouts. And yesterday, we won a landslide, good, very strong victory in Nebraska. I think we won by 14 points there. Yesterday, I mean, it's really amazing, and it really is so gratifying. In Maine, they had lines a half a mile long. And you know, Maine is like Vermont. It gets a little bit cold there. But people were willing to stand online for hours, literally. Turns out it is the largest turnout in the history of the Maine caucus. We won Maine. We won Maine by 25, 30 points is what we won Maine. And it is incredible, and it is beautiful. It is so beautiful to see working people and young people coming out trying to reclaim their government. And that is what, if that happens tomorrow, if there is a large turnout, we are going to win here in Michigan. Let me tell you more about a rigged economy and where Secretary Clinton and I have a strong disagreement. In the early 1990s, corporate America, big money interests, decided they want a series of trade policies. Now, trade is not a sexy issue. It is virtually not discussed on media at all, on the television, very few articles about it. But you all know what disastrous trade agreements mean? This is what they mean. They are written by corporate America. And what they say is, why do we in corporate America, in the automobile industry or electronics or any industry, why do we want to pay workers in Michigan or in Vermont or any place in America 25, 30 bucks an hour? Why do we want to give them middle-class wages, benefits, protect environmental laws when we can shut down in Michigan, move to China, move to Mexico, pay people pennies an hour there, and bring our products back into this country? That's it. That's what trade policy has been. That's what NAFTA has been. That is what permanent normal trade relations with China has been. One of the differences between Secretary Clinton and me is she has supported virtually every one of these disastrous trade agreements. These trade agreements have wreaked havoc all over this country. They have resulted in tens of thousands of factories being shut down here, moved abroad. They have been particularly devastating to Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and the Midwest. If elected president, we are going to fundamentally change our trade policies. Now, when you get defensive and you have to defend your record of supporting virtually every horrific trade agreement, you say things that are just not quite correct. Last night, Secretary Clinton went out of her way to mischaracterize my history as it relates to the 2008 auto industry bailout. So let me be as clear as I can. There was one vote in the United States Senate on whether or not to support the auto bailout and protect jobs in Michigan and around this country. I voted for the auto bailout. That was the one vote. What I did not vote for, and make no apologies, is the bailout of the crooks on Wall Street whose illegal behavior and greed brought this economy into the worst downturn since the 1930s. Now, let me also discuss another difference between Secretary Clinton and myself. This is an enormously important issue. 2002, the debate in Congress centered around the most important foreign policy issue that this country has experienced in many, many years, and that is the war in Iraq. Now, as a member of Congress, I listened very carefully to what President Bush, Vice President Cheney had to say about Iraq, and I concluded they were not telling the truth. And I voted against that war. And a lot of what I feared would happen, in fact, did happen. Secretary Clinton, then a member of the Senate, listened to that same debate, the same information. She voted for that war. History will record that my vote was the right vote. Now, this campaign is asking the American people to think big, not small. To think where we can go as a nation. To understand that in the last 30 years in this country, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth, but it's a redistribution that has gone in the wrong direction. Trillions of dollars, because of deliberate public policy, have gone from the middle class and working class of this country, which is shrinking, into the hands of the top 1/10 of 1%, whose percentage of wealth over that period has doubled. People on top becoming much richer, middle class shrinking. That is the overall economic reality of this country in the last 30 years. Yes, thank you, President Obama. We are in much better shape economically today than we were when George Bush left office and we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. We have made progress, but we have a long, long way to go to rebuild the American middle class. That's what this campaign is about. What this campaign is about is doing our best to listen to you, to listen to the pain and the struggles of ordinary Americans rather than just the greed of billionaire campaign contributors. So as we go around the country, this is what we hear. We hear from a woman in Nevada who tells me, Bernie, I have a daughter, 6 years of age. I am making $10.45 an hour, and I'm paying off student debt. And with tears coming down her eyes, she's saying, I do not know how I am going to make it. We are listening to millions of people who are earning $8, $9, $10 an hour and are not making it. And that is why, together, we're going to fight to make the minimum wage in this country a living wage. It is not a radical idea to say that if you work 40 or 50 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And together we are going to raise that minimum wage from the starvation wage of $7.25 to $15 an hour over the next few years. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. Now, one of the things that I want to say, and this is important, is when we discuss real issues, you can't look to the television and you can't look to the corporate media to tell you what the real issues are. They will tell you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, everything in the world except those issues that are most important to the American people. One issue that is not discussed at all, virtually not at all, and we listen to, is the fact that there are millions of seniors in Michigan, in Vermont, all over this country, seniors and disabled veterans who are trying to get by on $11,000 or $12,000 a year. Do you know that? 11. Now, I want you to put yourself into the minds of somebody 85 years of age, having to buy medicine, having to buy health care, having to buy food, having to keep their homes warm in the winter. Try doing it on $12,000 a year. And you know what? You can't. A great nation, brothers and sisters, a great nation is not determined by the number of millionaires and billionaires we have. A great nation is determined by how we treat the weakest and most vulnerable among us. That's what being a human being is about. Now, unbelievably, and I really do say unbelievably, many of my Republican colleagues in the Senate, they think we should cut benefits for disabled vets and elderly people who are on Social Security. I got some bad news for them. And that is, not only are we not going to cut benefits, we are going to expand benefits. This campaign is listening to the women of America. And here's what women are saying. They're saying, you know, Bernie, how does it happen that I go to work in an office and I'm doing the same work as some guy in the other part of the room and I'm making 79 cents on the dollar compared to that guy? And if I'm an African-American woman, that gap is even wider. I know that every man in this room will stand with the women and make sure we have pay equity for This campaign, and again, we have got what this campaign is about, is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. Don't accept what TV gives you or what politicians give you in terms of your options. Every psychologist who has studied the issue understands the most important years of human development are 0 through 4, right? That is when how we develop intellectually and how we develop emotionally. Despite that reality, millions of working class families in America today, mom goes to work, dad goes to work, and they are desperately trying to find quality, affordable child care for their young children. Is that right? And sadly and tragically, what ends up happening because of the absurd system that we have, many child care workers are underpaid, undertrained. That is why I believe that if we're really concerned about the little kids, we need to revitalize completely and transform our child care system, hire hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-paid child care workers. This campaign is listening to our African American brothers and sisters. And they are saying, and all of us are saying, we are tired of looking at the TV and seeing unarmed African Americans killed while in police custody. What this campaign is about is fighting to end institutional racism and a broken criminal justice system. Now, I am a former mayor, Burlington, Vermont, and I have worked with police officers throughout my life. And the vast, vast majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and are asked to do a very, very difficult job. But like any other public official, when a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. Some police departments literally look like occupying armies. That is not what should be going on in America. Police departments must be part of the community, working to protect the people in the community, not seen as an oppressor force. We need to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve, look like their communities. We need to understand that this is a very, very serious problem in my state, in New England. We have a major, major crisis in heroin addiction and opiate addiction. It is a growing problem that has to be addressed. And what we have got to understand is that substance abuse and heroin addiction should be seen as a mental health issue, not a criminal issue. Which means that we need a revolution in how we do mental health in this country. We need to do away with minimal sentencing and give judges more discretion. Let me tell you another issue that we have got to grapple with. Tough issue. To a very significant degree, the so-called war on drugs has failed. Now, everybody here knows, I know, that heroin is a killer drug, and we got to stay away from heroin, and we got to do everything that we can to make sure our kids do not get addicted to heroin. But we also know, and people can argue with us till the cows come home and scientists dispute it, marijuana is not heroin. Now, I'm not here advocating for marijuana. I've done marijuana twice in my life when I was very young. And what it did for me is it made me cough a lot. That was my response. But I gather other people have had different experiences. I don't know. All right, but here is the point. Here is the point, because it's not about marijuana. It's about criminal justice. I didn't know this, until a number of months ago. Over the last 30 years, it turns out that millions of people in this country have criminal records because of possession of marijuana. It turns out that this becomes also a racial issue because studies show black community, white community does marijuana at about equal levels, but blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana than whites. Now, right now, under a provision called the Federal Controlled Substance Act, which lists so-called dangerous drugs, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug alongside of heroin. I agree. And that is why I believe we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, in our federalist-type society, the decision as to whether marijuana becomes legal or not is up to the states. 4 states have legalized marijuana. But it should not be a federal crime. And that's why we're going to take it out. Now, this campaign is also listening to our Latino brothers and sisters. And again, I want you to put yourself in the position of some undocumented people in this country, because I've met with many wonderful people who came to this country for a better life, to try to earn a living, to raise their kids away from violence and crime. What the Latino community is telling me is that they are tired of living in the shadows, of living in fear. They want comprehensive immigration reform, I agree, and a path toward citizenship. I am a member of the United States Senate Committee on the Environment and on Energy. Here is a very simple truth, and it is a scary truth, but you cannot run away from it. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already, today, doing devastating harm to our country and around the world. And this is what the scientists, people who know this issue best, tell us. If we do not get our act together and boldly, and I mean boldly, transform our energy system, by the end of this century, not such a long time, this planet, Earth, our only planet, will be between 5 and 10 degrees warmer. And that means more drought, more flooding, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean. Do you know what we are doing to the oceans today? We're destroying them. It means more rising sea levels and the flooding of coastal regions all over the world. It means more international conflict, because when people don't have water and they don't have land to grow their crops, they're going to be fighting with each other, more war. We have got to summon the courage. We have got to summon the courage to take on the fossil fuel industry and to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of the planet that we're leaving future generations. Now, a lot of Republicans go around the country and they talk about family values. Ever hear Republicans talk about family values? They love families. But I want you all to know what they mean by family values. What they mean by family values is that no woman in this room, in this state, in this country should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they mean by family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to be married. I disagree. But when we think big, it's important that we believe in family values and we address an international embarrassment. There is one major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are it. And you know what that means? It means that a woman today in Michigan or Vermont is giving birth, and that is an extraordinary day for that woman, for that family, pretty big day for the baby as well. But here's what is also happening, and I want you to think about it for a second. If that woman in Michigan or Vermont is a working class woman and she doesn't have a whole lot of money, she gives birth today, what happens 2 weeks from now? That's right, she is forced, think about this, forced to separate herself from this new baby because she needs to go back to work, earn enough income to take care of her growing family. That is unconscionable. We are one of the few countries in the entire world that allows that to happen. And that is why together we are going to pass paid family and medical leave. Now, I've been to Flint, Michigan a couple of times in the last month, and what I heard and saw in Flint, Michigan is almost impossible to describe when you hear people talking. And the one thought and one feeling that you have is, how could, in the United States of America, in this great country in the year 2016, children be poisoned by a completely broken water system, which is poisoning the children? How could that happen in America? And that is why, among many other things that has got to happen, months ago, I asked for the resignation of Governor Snyder. Now, every elected official in the world makes mistakes. I've made my share of mistakes. But here, the dereliction of duty has been so extraordinary that I think, in good conscience, in order to give the people of Flint and the people of Michigan the ability now to go forward, I think the right thing is for the governor to resign. But what I also want to say to you, while Flint may be the worst example in America, the most severe case, if you think that Flint is the only city in America struggling with a collapsing infrastructure, you would not be right. And that's why I have proposed, and this is thinking big, to rebuild our water systems in Flint and all over this country. In my state of Vermont, we have water problems, but we have bridge problems. Many of our bridges need massive repair. Our rail system nationally needs repair. Our levees, our dams, our airports. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. Let's do it. Now, and here gets to another point about thinking big and having courage. People say, well, Bernie, you're right. What's going on in Flint is a disaster. What's going on all over this country is beyond belief. Yes, we have to rebuild infrastructure, but $1 trillion, oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. Where are you going to get the money? I'll tell you where we get the money. And this requires courage, but it's what we have to do. Right now in America, you have major corporations, General Electric and many others, making billions of dollars a year in profit. Do you know what they do with their profits? They stash that money in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. In a given year, some of these corporations, after making billions in profit, they do not pay one nickel in federal income tax. If we do away with that loophole, it's $100 billion a year coming in. We can rebuild our infrastructure. It is more important to rebuild the Flint water system, the Detroit school system, than to give tax breaks to profitable corporations. And when we think big and when we ask ourselves simple questions. This is what thinking big is about. How does it happen that at a time when we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth? That makes sense to anybody? How does it happen that all over this world, in the United Kingdom, in France, in Germany, in Holland, in Italy, in all of the Scandinavian countries, just north of us, in Canada, do you know what they are able to do? They provide health care to all of their people as a right. So here is a simple question. Why? Why are we the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people? Why and I should say this, I'm on the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things. A lot of good things, and I'm proud of it. But despite the successes of the Affordable Care Act, here's where we are. 29 million people have zero health insurance. Many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and copayments. Is that right? All right, raise your hand if you have a high deductible. Okay. So you have, technically, you are counted as being insured, except if you have a $5,000 or a $10,000 deductible, guess what? When you get sick, you may not go to the doctor, right? Okay. In America, we are being ripped off big time by the drug companies. Today, you can walk into the pharmacy, your local pharmacy, and say, I want to get my medicine, and you find that the medicine you've been using for years, price has doubled or tripled. And there is no law to prevent that. If you can believe, you want to hear crazy, this is crazy. Today in America, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford to purchase the prescriptions that their doctors prescribe. Is that crazy? Today in America, elderly people divide their medicine up in half, cut it in half, because they can't afford medicine. And now, let me repeat what I have said time and time again. People criticize me for it, but let me say it. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And that is why I believe that the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world, pass a Medicare for all health care program. Everybody here knows a simple fact, and that is that if this country is to succeed now and in the future, we need the best educated workforce in the world. Is that right? We all know that learning and education is part of what being a human being is about. That we all know we want to keep learning until the day we die. That's what being human is about. But here is the sad and tragic reality of America today, and that is that hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people in Michigan and in Vermont and all over this country who have the ability and the qualifications, they are not going to college for one reason, and that reason is they cannot afford to go. And that is unfair, not only to those young people, it is dumb for the future of our country. How many brilliant scientists and doctors and engineers and educators are not going to get the education that they need in order to do that work? All right, so what I believe, here's the other thing. Public education today, free public education in Vermont and Michigan, 1st grade through 12th grade, right? Everybody goes to public schools, it's free. Great. That was a great idea developed by smart people 50 or 100 years ago. But you know what? Today, in many respects, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. Right? 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You're in pretty good shape. You can go out and you got a damn good job. Today, by and large, that is not the case. Because the world has changed, technology has changed, and people need more education. That is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, we've got to be talking about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, once again, people say, Bernie, that's a radical idea, my God. It is not a radical idea. It is a very commonsensical idea. Anybody here know how much does college cost in Germany? How much does college cost in Scandinavia? What those countries, let me even go further. Many of you don't know this. Public colleges and universities 50, 60 years ago in this country used to be almost tuition free. Now, if we could do it 50 years ago, why in God's name can't we do it today? And second, related issue, huge issue. Oh, God. Huge issue. Okay. Millions of people in this country today are really being burdened and crushed by very high student debt. How many people in this room have student debt? Oh, well, look around, look around. All right. What kind of student debt are we talking about? How much are we talking about? I can't know. What, 50? 40,000? 70,000? How much? 80,000? $88,000. 100,000. This is like a Vermont auction. I don't know, 100,000? All right, here's what I've seen all over this country. And here is thinking big and outside of the box. This is what the system does not want you to do. Okay, number one, in my view, and I think in many of your views, in the year 2016, with the changing world, every kid in this country, regardless of the income in his family, I grew up in a low-income family. My parents didn't go to college, so I know something about this. Every kid in this country who does well in school should have the right to get a higher education. Second point. All right. Second point, think outside of the box. Why is it that people in this room, young woman back there, is now having to pay off a debt of $100,000, which I suspect she will be having to pay off for decades? And that means you're not going to be able to have, and I've talked to people paying 20, 25% of their limited incomes paying off the student debt for decades. Now, it means you're not going to be able to buy a home, buy a car, maybe not get married, maybe not have kids. Pretty crazy stuff. Think about it for a second. What crime did that young woman commit that she's going to have to pay a substantial part of her income off for the next many decades? She wanted to get the best education she could. Not a crime. She did, and many of you did, exactly what we tell you to do. Go out and get the best education. We need you to have all of the intellectual capabilities you can acquire. You can grow so you could do the cutting-edge work that our society demands. We should not punish people for getting a higher education. We should reward them. And that is why I believe we should substantially lower student debt by allowing people who have that debt to refinance their loans at the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, once again, people say, well, Bernie, you're Santa Claus, you're giving away free stuff. Nice guy. You want everybody to be able to go to college. You want to lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it, Bernie? All right, let me tell you how we're going to pay for it. And this came up in the debate last night. I want you to think about this. When Wall Street, 8 years ago, when their recklessness and greed and illegal behavior helped to destroy our economy, okay? They went to the Congress and they said, bail us out. Yes, we're crooks. Yes, we're irresponsible. Yes, we have destroyed the lives of millions of people. Bail us out. And because they are the most powerful institution in America, and they always get what they want, Congress bailed them out. Well, I believe that right now we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And when we do that, we raise more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and lower student debt. In my view, if the American people could bail out Wall Street, now is the time for Wall Street to help the middle class of this country. You see, all of these issues come down to one fundamental point, and this is a real difference between Secretary Clinton and myself. Nothing that I have said to you today, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, creating millions of jobs, rebuilding Flint and our infrastructure all over this country, making public colleges and universities tuition-free, reducing student debt, leading the world in combating climate change, protecting our senior citizens and our veterans. None of these ideas are radical. But what they do require, and this is the difference between Secretary Clinton and myself, it does require us having the courage to take on the pharmaceutical industry and the insurance companies and Wall Street and the fossil fuel industry. You know, they now have it all. And when you come forward, as Secretary Clinton does, with a half-a-loaf proposals, you know what you end up getting? You get crumbs. Well, I think we need the full loaf right now. Now, one of the other charges being made against me is people say, well, Bernie, you're a nice guy, you got good ideas. You cannot defeat a Republican candidate for president. Let me dissuade you of that. Poll just came out the other day, here in Michigan. This is what it said. It said, good news, that Secretary Clinton here in Michigan would defeat Donald Trump by 16 points. That's really good. It said Bernie Sanders would defeat Trump by 22 points. And this is true not just in Michigan, it is true in poll after poll, nationally and in different states around this country. Let me also tell you why we are going to defeat Mr. Trump if he is the nominee. And we will defeat him because the American people understand that we are a great country when we come together. Mr. Trump thinks it is acceptable to insult Mexicans and Muslims. He thinks it is acceptable to insult women and veterans. In fact, he thinks it is acceptable to insult anybody who is not just like him. Thank God there are not a whole lot of people in this country who are just like him. We will defeat Mr. Trump because we understand that as human beings, we are here to help and support each other. that if one of my 7 grandchildren has a problem, I want you to be there for my grandchildren. When your families have a problem, I will be there for you. And when we stand together and support each other, we are whole and we are strong. Mr. Trump, I believe that community will trump, you got it, community will trump selfishness. Every religion in the world, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, whatever the religion is, always ends up coming down to the same thing. And what every religion in the world says, and what is about this campaign is about, that at the end of the day, love trumps hatred. As I mentioned earlier, when we began this campaign, we were 3% in the national polls, 60, 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. Every state that we have been in. Went to Iowa, we started off 50 points down, virtual tie, 30 points down in New Hampshire, we won. Way down in other states, we ended up winning or making it close. I believe that here in Michigan, where we started pretty far behind, we are closing that gap. If there is a large voter turnout tomorrow in Michigan, we win. Please come out and vote. Please have the great state of Michigan lead this country forward toward a political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, everyone, that is a wrap on this Bernie Sanders event. Thank you guys for joining us. We have a lot of news now ahead throughout the morning. It is a very exciting day. We have the Arizona Cardinals' Patrick Peterson joining me live here in studio in just a couple minutes. I know he's wrapping up on the morning show, and he'll be joining us here on News Now in about 5 minutes. So if you haven't done so already, make sure to tweet me your question. Stop me at Fox10, and hashtag Fox News Now, and I will be checking out those tweets that are coming in. And while we wait for Mr. Peterson's arrival, let's just look at some video of him reading to some kids as part of his foundation.
With Flint, please.
The toughest part is he's coming in if the buses are getting they want. Papa John, it's the book.
Oh, it's real easy.
Yeah. Gotta knock me out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Appreciate that. Of those 1,000 kids that I come out and see and shake their hands, they have the same mentality as run the ball, boot. You know, those guys are very good at, grinding meat, as Coach Harbaugh would say. They run the ball very good. Found a running back that has a knack for the end zone that can get those tough yardage.
Patrick Peterson with Patrick's Corner at Nevitt Elementary School. Talk about your foundation and this new venture they're on.
Well, like you said, obviously my foundation, Patrick Peterson for Success. We're here at Nevitt Elementary. We just opened up our first Patrick's Corner. It's going to be available for kids without any teachers, which is going to be very, very interesting. And like I said, just going to be a Patrick's Corner with a bunch of books so kids can come in here and just try to pick up on their literacy.
Playoffs going on. I'm sure it's kind of hard to watch games thinking, oh, what could have been.
I don't even watch games, so.
You're not even watching.
The only thing I do is I'll just watch the final score. Yeah, I definitely love doing it all.
All right, guys, I see a lot of you tweeting me your questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate the viewer interaction. So what we're going to do is when Patrick comes over, I'm going to talk to him about his upcoming celebrity golf tournament. Then we will turn to Twitter and ask him a few of your questions. It's very exciting. Really excited to have Patrick Peterson here. And it should be fun, guys. Stay tuned.
This is something different and cool, so I never actually had the opportunity to break a Guinness World Record, so this should be a blast.
All right, guys, I've been hyping up his appearance all morning. Joining me now is the one and only Patrick Peterson. Welcome.
How you doing?
I'm good. We were just watching some of the video that we have shot here from News Now, and you were laughing about the video of you doing all those selfies.
Yeah.
Like, let's pull that up again. It's so great right here.
Yeah, he asked me a trivia question. What was the number? And I have no idea.
But you did set the record.
I did set the record, but I believe the record has now been broken, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not even going to have an opportunity to have my name in the Guinness World Record book.
Because they beat it so soon.
Exactly.
That's not cool. You know what? Like every record is set to be broken eventually. You know,
Right.
look at the Chicago Bulls.
Right.
You know.
It's very close to being broken.
Right. But I wish that you made it into the Guinness.
Yeah, I wish I had to put it on my coffee table in my office somewhere.
Well, hopefully, maybe you'll make it for football.
Yeah, that's a goal. So keep my fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. So, obviously, we know you as the football player, but are you a golfer?
I'm a huge golfer. Love golf.
That's probably why you're having this celebrity golf tournament.
Exactly. It's definitely why I'm having the celebrity golf tournament at Camelback in March 20th, cocktail hour, March 19th over at Peninsky Museum, 6010. I'm going to have a couple of my teammates, Larry, going to have Carson's going to come by.
Wow.
Coach said he's going to come out and golf with me. Got Ozzie Newsome. He's going to be out there, old timer.
Have you always been a big golf fan, or is that something that you became a fan of having moved to Arizona? Because golf is huge here.
Yeah, golf. This is definitely the golf mecca for sure. But I became a golfer once I got drafted, and I was drafted due to the lockout. So I had to find something to do to waste some of my time, and golfing appealed very appealing to me, and just start playing it from there.
That's exciting. So the golf tournament, this is the first annual. You plan on doing this every year, and it's to benefit your foundation. We do have some video as well of some of the kids
Nice.
that benefit from your foundation. I came prepared with lots of video for you.
I see.
I wanted to, there we go.
There it is. Yeah, it's going to be benefiting the Patrick Peterson Foundation for Success. It's actually able to do things like this, putting Patrick's Corners in kids elementary schools. It's a library built for kids to go out and read fiction, nonfiction, books of their kind, books of their likings, and of their favorite books, and just go out and just have a good time without any supervision of any adults just hounding them. Have bing bags, headphones,
Right.
Just a cool spot within school where they can just go and I guess just let their hair hang.
How did you come up with the idea for the Patrick's Corner?
Being around similar, situations, growing up in Pompano Beach, Florida, being around kids that couldn't read on a 5th and 4th grade level, and that at the end of the day, that's what hindered some kids, success.
Right.
Yeah,
Totally.
Reading is definitely something that you need to be confident in, and if you don't have confidence in it, there's no way you're going to get better. And and I believe that's the most important key to success. So I thought coming here in Arizona, and Arizona had one of the worst reading scores in
Fortunately, that is true.
in the United States. So I thought it would just be huge for me by me being on the platform that I am on today. Kids listen.
Right.
So I want to make sure that I send a positive message and help those kids that need a push.
Right, and that's so admirable because, being an athlete, you are in the public spotlight, and you are a role model, and I think there are some athletes there that maybe forget they are a role model,
Right.
but it's so important to always keep that in mind, that kids do look up to you.
Right.
Right. So I do want to check in with the chat room because we've been tweeting, asking them to submit questions. I'm going to rewind to some questions I got about an hour ago. Rachel asking, let's just scroll down here. Why do you like to give back to the community? How important to you is it to be a role model? How interesting! I just asked that.
Like I said, being on a platform that I am on today, Rachel, kids listen. And I always want to make sure that I want to send across a great message, a positive message, and words that kids can hold on forever.
Right.
And coming from a football background, football mecca in Florida, I had a lot of athletes come through my high school that played in the NFL that was on the same platform that I am on today that gave back as well. So I thought it was important to me to continue to carry that torch that those guys left for me.
Do you have any memorable stories from one of those moments when, like, an NFL player
Oh,
came
yeah,
to
I
school?
can remember. I mean, we have so many of them. We have Corey Simon, Al Harris, Zach Crockett, Henry Crockett, Jerome McDougal.
They would just come by the
Yeah,
school?
just come out of school and just hang out, come by the weight room, just throw a surprise.
Lift weights?
Yeah, just lift weights. And sometimes Al Harris, he'll come and bring subs to the workout. After workouts, we'll have lunch with Al Harris, a guy that been to,
like turkey sandwiches.
Yeah, a guy that been to numerous of NFC championships.
Right.
So he was definitely an icon in the community as well.
Right. Well, one of the other questions, I'm going to scroll back because I saw this one earlier. Hopefully I can find it. One of the viewers had asked which NFL player you looked up to growing up.
Deion Sanders. By far, Deion Sanders was, I believe, he was a trendsetter for the defensive back position. He was a guy that, that can intercept a ball and take it 99 yards. He was a guy that you had to worry about on punt return, kick returns. He was a guy also good enough that can play offense. That's kind of how I patterned my game around. I had the opportunity to do some of those things as well, have punt returns for touchdowns, set records. My first year in the NFL, numerous interceptions for touchdown. Completed a pass, So I'm doing some of the things that he did in his prime as well. So Deion Sanders by far is my favorite player that I watch growing up.
Have you gotten a chance to meet him?
I know Deion Sanders personally.
Oh.
So me and Deion, we have a personal friendship and connection. I mean, we text at least once a month, just on and off.
Right.
Especially when he have an opportunity to broadcast our games. We chat, on and off camera. So
Right.
we have a really, really unique friendship.
Nice. That question, by the way, the one about your favorite player growing up, want to acknowledge him. Chris Johnson had submitted that question.
Thanks, Chris. That was a good one.
We do have a question from Ale. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. But he's like, Mr. Peterson, what is your go-to craft beer, if any, after a nice win for the squad?
Ooh, that's a good one. Actually, what was his name?
Ale.
Ale.
Like beer.
Ale, I just started drinking beer, and Dos Equis right now is my go-to. I know it probably sounds a little weak, but Dos Equis is the drink of choice as of right now.
Well, I mean, they have the cool commercials.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And Robert Cisneros ask Patrick if he can come play for the Niners now.
Not happening.
No, we need to keep him here. We are not giving him up. That's not how it works, guys. By the way, I'm putting the hashtag on the screen right now. If you guys want to ask any questions, you can just hashtag Fox News now. I want to get back to the golf tournament, though, for a minute. So you've always been a big fan of golf. Now you've invited your celebrity friends to join the cause. What about the people at home that want to, help out and be a part of this? What can they do?
I mean, you can go to patrickpeterson.org to find out more information. But if you want to be, a volunteer, information is there. If you want to come out and just watch me and my friends hack the ball around the golf course.
Is it open invitation?
It is open invitation. Like I said, it's going to be at Camelback Inn. So we'll be there March 20th. If you want to come out and watch us play, be my guest.
Oh, well, I guess I'm going to go show up and watch because this would just be so fun and interesting to watch.
Oh, yeah.
If anything, for social media.
It should be great for social media. Also, too, if you guys don't like golf, I have my car show. I just saw you stroll up. If you keep going up here.
Up?
Yeah. Just pass up something. Go down there. Anyway, if you don't like golf, we have, if I can get her to get to it. There we go. Have my car show. I have a car show every year, Easter weekend. So March 26th, I am having a car show in Mesa. Where's my phone? I can get you some information on that.
Yeah. My natural question is, have you always been into cars now?
I have always been into cars because my dad's close friend built a 72 Nova, and I had the opportunity to watch him build that car from scratch.
Like growing up?
Yeah, growing up since I was 7 years old. And I actually had the opportunity to buy that car, but I passed on it. But to watch him build that car from the ground up and saw the passion and the love that he had for it, I thought it would definitely be a cool idea for me once I had the funds, because building cars is definitely expensive. Have the funds, I thought it would be pretty cool for me to build my cars of my likings as well.
Building since?
Yeah, I have.
What have you built?
I have. I've built a 73 Camaro. I built a 68 Camaro, and I built a 73 C10. No, 71 C10.
How? I mean, it's just because you grew up watching, you kind of figured it out, or is this something you just
No,
like a Google search?
I didn't do it personally. Obviously I hired a guy to do it for me, but I gave him like all
your vision.
Yeah, exactly. Gave him my vision. Gave him all of my ideas on how I wanted this car to look and how I wanted, down to every fine touch, even down to the chrome, to the bottom of the door trimming. Just the fine details, because that is what makes the car unique. For it to be different, because a lot of guys just like to rush and put things together, so you have to put love and care into it.
So do you have all of these? Do you drive them around?
I do drive them.
Some people love their car so much they don't want to drive it.
See, me, I definitely drive my cars. There's no use of me putting all this money into it and just letting it sit there and collect cobwebs. So, me, I do drive my cars. Where's the flyer? I can't find it.
Could we find it on the internet, you think?
Let's see. Let's go Candy Shop. P2 Candy Shop car show. Let's see if that comes up. Google search. Yep, is that it?
That's last year's, it looks like.
But is that the same spot?
That's.
All we just need is the address.
555 West 2nd Avenue in Mesa.
There you go. March 26th. If you don't like golf, come out and watch some very, very cool cars, and have my collection out there.
This is their website?
Yeah, we're gonna have I'm gonna have my collection out there. The guy who builds my cars, he's gonna have a sit collection out there. It's just gonna have food, gonna have music, have drinks.
Here.
Just a week. Hey, there you go. At 10 a.m. Start at 10 a.m. until have cool burnouts.
Wow.
And that's all also benefiting Patrick Peterson Foundation for Success as well. And this is every year. This is our 3rd annual show and tell car show.
Nice. I want to go in the chat room. I know I passed a couple questions. Chris wants to know who the hardest receiver to cover was.
This year or just overall? Well, he didn't say
this year.
We'll say this year. Probably have to go the guy who had the best stats this year, Antonio Brown. I just thought he, as an athletic standpoint, because this year was my first time going up against him. So just the way he attacked me each and every quarter, it was something different each and every time I went up against him. So although he didn't have a very, very successful game that game, but just those little things, because I am a press corner, is the way he was able to attack my leverage at times. I thought that was very, very unique, and he had something different every single time. So I thought he was definitely the tougher guard this year, because he's so little and he's so small and so fast. He's very, very slithery. It's tough to get your hands on him. So he definitely presented some problems, but I thought I got the better of that matchup. We didn't win the game, but I thought that matchup I definitely won.
Got it. So you a few minutes ago you touched upon how you have this friendship now with Deion Sanders. Since becoming an NFL player, what has been the most surreal moment for you? That moment is just like, whoa, this is happening.
So many of them, man. Had so many great moments throughout my young career. Probably have to say the one that I visioned ever since I was 7 years old. My 3rd punt return for a touchdown against the Rams, November 7th, for 99 yards in overtime. That was just a very, very surreal moment, because ever since I was little, I always dreamt of that moment. Me being in that position to do something great and be remembered. I was the first to take a punt return, 99 yards in overtime. The longest play in Cardinals history in overtime. I saw that growing up, and for that to happen in 2011, it was definitely a blessing.
Wow. Well, so if you don't make it, for the selfie record, you have a much more personal and exciting record that you've already set.
Yep.
We're getting a question. What is Patrick Peterson's dream car project?
Dream car project. I built my 73. That was a dream car, project car, which is beautiful. I don't think you can see it on there. Nah, you can't see it on there. But as of right now, my dream car build, I would probably have to say 71 Challenger.
Do you have any photos of these cars online that I could pull up?
Probably not. Probably not. But a 71 Challenger, LSU purple, will be killer. That'll be down the line. I think I'm probably going to build that car for my daughter, for her to be her first car. She probably won't want it, But I'm gonna build it for her anyway, so she can have it.
Are you gonna raise her to be really into cars?
I don't want her to be like tomboyish, but I'm not gonna force it upon her. But if she wants to be around it, be my guest. But I'm not gonna, force it upon her to like anything that I like. So just want her to have her own mind and want her to make her own decision on what she wants to enjoy.
Maybe she'll be influenced the way you were influenced watching.
Yeah, she'll
cars
probably
being
give me some
built
great
growing
ideas.
up.
So hopefully she can. She loves to talk, and she's been cooling ever since she came out of her mom. And I can only imagine what it's going to be like once words is actually coming out of her mouth.
That is so funny. I want to go back again once more to the golf tournament, because I know that's why you came in here, to promote this huge event. This is the first of its kind. You're having your celebrity friends joining you to play golf. Are any of your friends just okay at golf, or are all of these guys decent golf players?
No, the guys who I name are some very, very good golfers, especially Carson, Ozzie Newsome. I had an opportunity to play Ozzie Newsome in Lake Tahoe last year. He's a very, very good golfer. And guys who don't know Ozzie Newsome, Google him. He's a Hall of Famer, MLB shortstop, probably one of the greatest shortstops to ever play the game. He was Derek Jeter before Derek Jeter. But Larry's just getting into golf, but Larry's definitely a qualifying golfer.
Do you guys all go golfing together?
Of course, we definitely all go golfing together. We all battle it out on the greens. It's fun when we're out there, because now we're stepping out of our element versus being on the football field and going out there on the golf course, hacking the ball away and just talking trash to one another, trying to get one another out of each other's game, because golf requires focus for 60, well, not 60 minutes, so stuck on football, but it requires focus for 18 holes, and it's going to be something different each and every shot.
Wow. So it's interesting, because these guys are your teammates, so you're so used to, working with them, and now you finally have like not a platform, but like an area where you guys can compete against each other.
It's fun.
That's so fun. So if you could rank them from best, I don't know, actually you might get in trouble if you rank them. Let's avoid that.
Yeah, let's avoid that.
Let's just assume that everyone's pretty good. That's all you need to say.
Exactly.
That's what matters, is that you're the best. Are there, here in Arizona, there's so many different golf courses here. Any favorites?
Oh, well, I have to say my club that I'm a member to, Superstitious Mountain. That's definitely a great course here in Arizona. But my favorite of all in Arizona, I'm waiting to become a member here, but I'll probably have to say Whisper Rock in Estancia.
Got it.
Yep.
Anthony, name 3 of the loudest stadiums in the NFL.
Baltimore Ravens was pretty loud. The Saints is loud. Just not quite convinced about the Seahawks noise in their stadium, but that place gets pretty loud as well.
It was really loud when the Cardinals played the Green Bay Packers. It was crazy loud in our stadium.
Our stadium is by far, to me, is the best stadium in all of football. To have grass in a dome and have the best fans right now in the NFL is definitely a great atmosphere, and we definitely want to continue bringing the noise when opponents think they're going to come in here and get a W.
All right, well, one last question. This one from Eddie. I don't know if you're a big wrestling fan. Eddie's asking, who's your pick for the upcoming Hell in a Cell match between Shane McMahon and Undertaker at WrestleMania?
Is Shane McMahon really, really fighting the Undertaker? First of all,
Eddie says so.
Undertaker is, 30-1 at WrestleMania? I'm definitely taking Undertaker, but my favorite wrestler of all time was The Rock. That was my favorite wrestler.
It's so funny now because sometimes I feel like people forget that he was once a wrestler.
Yeah,
You're so used to seeing him on the big screen now.
People's Elbow. What was the? I can't think of his other move he used to do. People's Elbow. Let's look it up.
That's what the internet's for. Like
Google.
The Rock moves.
Finishing moves. It was the People's Elbow.
The People's Elbow.
Yeah, I remember that. It was the other one he used to slam him. Yeah,
the Rock Bottom.
Rock Bottom.
Let's just pull this up because we can.
Rock Bottom. I used to talk to him and run to the ropes. Let's go look at the People's Elbow and the Rock Bottom. That's a Rock Bottom.
The Rock Bottom.
People's Elbow. There you go. He jump over. Woo! Yeah.
Oh my God.
And when he got that tattoo, man, that changed the game for Dwayne Johnson.
Oh my God.
That changed the game. And I have a picture of The Rock when I was I have a picture with The Rock when I was 7 years old when they came down to the Panthers, the NHL team down there in Florida. They came and did a wrestling match, and I got a picture with The Rock when I was young. So
very cool.
Rock is my favorite wrestler. But for Eddie, I'm gonna take Undertaker.
Rachel's saying thank you so much for answering questions. Y'all, Arizona Cardinals are amazing and wonderful people. And I want to echo that. Thank you so much for taking the time out to sit with us, talk about the upcoming charity golf tournament, answer viewer questions. Any final thoughts regarding the, Patrick Peterson Foundation, the upcoming tournament? You've pretty much covered it.
Yeah, we pretty much covered it all.
The golf tournament on the 19th and 20th.
Yep.
We have the car show on the 26th.
Yep.
You can go to patrickpeterson.org.
Yep.
You can get details there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who his favorite wrestler is now.
Yep.
I think we've pretty much covered it. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some video once more of Patrick with some of the kids. And I'm going to go ahead and walk him out. And I'll be back with you guys in just a couple minutes.
See you.
Of those 1,000 kids that I come out and see and shake their hands, they have the same mentality as run the ball, run the ball, run the ball, boot. You know, those guys are very good at, grinding meat, as Coach Harbaugh would say. They run the ball very good. Found a running back that has a knack for the end zone that can get those tough yardage.
Patrick Peterson with Patrick's Corner at Nevitt Elementary School. Talk about your foundation and this new venture they're on.
Corner. It's going to be available for kids without any teachers, which is going to be very, very interesting. And like I said, just going to be Patrick's Corner with a bunch of books, so kids can come in here and just try to pick up.
All right, guys. Well, Patrick Peterson has left the building. We're going to switch things up, go from sports and charities to a Donald Trump event. That's right. Here is the stage at that Donald Trump event. It was scheduled to start at 10, but looks like Mr. Trump is running a few minutes late, so we are just going to keep this up and bring you this live event right here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, we are still waiting for this Trump rally to kick off. So while I wait, I have created a question that you guys at home can answer. All you need to do is tweet me your thoughts right here. Favorite or least favorite thing about Trump? I assume that the people who love Trump will tell me their favorite things, and the people who are not Trump fans will tell me their least favorite things about Trump. So let me know. Tweet me at SamiaFox10. You can hashtag Fox News Now. And suddenly it switched from Donald Trump to Obama, which is very awkward. Not sure why that happened, guys. I'm going to figure it out. Looks like the Trump event is running a few minutes late, so what we're going to do instead is go to this Hillary Clinton event happening right now.
Plan for paid parental leave. And how would you respond to those who might argue that it's too expensive for small businesses?
Right. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here, and I'm delighted that Ann Arbor is also part of the conversation. And I really appreciated the opportunity to learn about two of the projects that you're working on when I was downstairs talking to two different teams. I came here in part because I really want to hear from all of you and your ideas about what we need to do to create the good jobs, the good opportunities of the future. And I agree completely with Mary that among what we have to do is making it possible for employees to balance their work responsibilities with their essential family responsibilities. And I am a very strong supporter of paid family leave, and I congratulate you on having a policy here at Atomic Objects. I believe that we have to have a paid family leave program of 12 weeks plus 7 days of earned sick leave, because so many people working in the businesses of all sizes in our country don't have even the most basic benefits. Now, we did make a step forward for the United States back in '93. The very first bill my husband signed was the Family and Medical Leave Act. And it's been used over 200 million times. But it is unpaid, and it only applies to businesses of 50 or more employees. But what we learned from that is, number one, people really, really needed it. And number two, that it was not disruptive. There have been a lot of studies which show that businesses were able to accommodate. So the next step is providing paid leave, but doing it in a way that supports businesses of all sizes, because otherwise we're going to leave out a majority of the workforce, which doesn't work in companies of 50 or more. So what I have been arguing is that we can look at a couple of examples about how it's being done. California has had a paid leave program for a number of years. It is administered through the disability program of the state, and it is a tiny percentage paid by employers. I'm also looking at a plan that is somewhat different, where we create a funding stream primarily from general tax revenue that will then be used to subsidize and pay back costs to employers on a sliding scale, so that people who want to join the program but are worried about the consequences can get at least some financial support, and it would go, to the business to defray their expenses. Because what small businesses have said to me is, I have to hire somebody else because we're so small that I can't have other employees pick up the slack. Well, that's an additional cost because you're paying the person who is on leave, and you have to pay for the person to do the work on a temporary basis. So I'm trying to make this as attractive as I can to small businesses, because I think, how many employees do you have here now?
35 in Grand Rapids, 15 in Ann Arbor.
So you're right at 50. And I think that, just looking at the teams downstairs, you have a lot of obviously very smart, accomplished people, and you can fill in so that everybody believes that, they can manage while somebody is taking leave. But in other places, that's not possible. So I'm looking to solve what I think will be the legitimate concern from small businesses. And, there's different ways to define small businesses. Most people set it at 50, some go higher, but let's say under 50, because that is going to be, I think, where the biggest concerns are. And I also think if we could do a better job with educating businesses about what a recruitment advantage this provides. Every study we've done, even with unpaid leave, but also looking at California, if you have this benefit in particular, employees are more likely to feel loyal, more likely to return, particularly after a new baby, where a lot of, frankly, educated women find it impossible to balance both. So there are economic benefits for a lot of businesses, but we haven't done enough work to explain that and to try to educate a lot of businesses about it. Do you agree with that, Mary?
I'm going to open this up to questions here in the audience. Julia.
Hello, Secretary Clinton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Building on this topic of paid leave, as a former First Lady, Senator, and the Secretary of State, what do you have to say to other women who are serious about their careers and are also serious about their marriages and being mothers?
I have a lot to say. I don't think we probably have enough time, so let me give you the streamlined version. Look, I'm asked this a lot by young women like yourself, and a lot of it is, there are personal aspects to this, and then, of course, there are economic aspects. Just for a minute on the personal aspects. This is an issue that you have to raise with your future partner, your husband, because it can't be left to chance or be raised when, especially if we're talking about becoming a mom, when you're bringing the child home from the hospital and all of a sudden you say, well, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? But what I have found is that it's often not a topic of conversation the way it needs to be early and often, because you really do have to hope that you have a very supportive relationship, in that if you want to go back to work, that's going to take adjustments from everybody, not just you. And so have that conversation and begin to think through, how are you going to afford it? How are you going to balance time and responsibility? And the good news is it's a much more common choice than it was when I was your age. There weren't that many people who were trying to balance family and work, and there were, you really did have a great group of friends who basically, said, well, I've got to give up my work. I've got to give up my career. And for some women, that still is the right choice. But if you are trying to do that balance, then you've got to get support, from your family, not just your spouse, but I would argue your larger family. I think economically, you really have to take a hard look about how you are going to be successful at work, but fulfill your responsibilities at home. Now, for some people, it's easier. I mean, when I was pregnant with my daughter, I was a lawyer in a law firm. I was their first woman partner. There had never even been a single discussion about parental leave. It was just not even raised. And I thought, I kept trying to raise it with my partners, like, well, I'm having a baby, which was pretty obvious. And I'm going to want time to really bond with the baby, get her, it turned out to be her, I didn't know at the time, get her off to a good start and all of that. And there was just no conversation. So we had no policy. And so there I was, having given birth to my daughter, and one of my partners called the next day, literally, and said, so when do you think you'll be coming back to work? I said, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months. I thought, why not, right? So he goes, oh, okay. I mean, that was the level of, like, don't talk about it. Don't say a word about it. So now there are policies, people have these conversations, you have a much better sense of what to expect. But you still have to know yourself, and you have to know what you feel right doing. And you probably can't know that until you are actually a mom. And, you know, sometimes you have kids who have more needs than other kids. And so I just really urge young women, particularly, this goes for young men too, but it's still primarily a young woman's decision, to think hard about what really works for you and what works for your family, and then to ask for what you need from your employer. And for professional women like yourself, you're more likely to be able to work out an accommodation. The people I worry about are literally women who have no leave, no help, don't have enough money for good quality child care. I mean, I've done factory gates, and I've seen, you know, pickups pull up with an infant in the car seat, and, you know, the mom, you know, or the grandmother driving and the mom getting out, like, you know, I say, oh, how old's your baby? A week. I mean, so, you know, there still are so many women, minimum wage workers and others, who don't have any choices, which is why we've got to do family leave, paid family leave for everybody. But for professional women, drive a hard bargain. You know, really, Sheryl Sandberg advises that, and lean in. And I really echo that, because, you know, you do have to know yourself, know your needs, and tell your employers, look, I can get this done in the time that I can give you for work. And the final thing I would say about this is, you know, I always felt that I had to be really efficient when I was, you know, practicing law after I became a mother. And so, yeah, I felt like I was being really efficient. That meant I was no longer going to lunch with people. I was no longer having a lot of conversations, you know, during the day. But I could get my work done, and then I could go home. And so you just have to really be prepared to say, here's what I need, and here's what I can do. So you're not gonna lose a valuable employee, but we're gonna have to do it more on terms that make sense for me now.
Thanks for that. A lot of familiarity with those topics in the room, for sure. Brittany?
Thank you for coming to see us today. My question is, working in the technology industry, and here at Atomic Object, we work on a lot of Internet of Things devices where data is being collected and used in various ways to give us insights about ourselves and the world around us. And that data is also super important to keep secure, you know.
All right, guys, we are going to take you back to Concord, North Carolina. That's where we were earlier, preparing you for the Donald Trump event. Looks like Donald Trump has already taken the stage. Let's go there live.
Great people, beautiful units outside, great people, great stuff. I'm not buying it anymore. I'm not buying Carrier anymore. So they go to Mexico. And by the way, some countries that have pride, they don't buy like products if they're made in America. They want them built in their country, made. Remember, we used to have made in the USA, right? When was the last time you've seen it? You don't see that anymore. You don't see that anymore. So with Carrier, they're going to leave and they're going to take their 1,400 jobs and go on unemployment. They weren't even nice to the people. Actually, I didn't think. So they're going to build a big plant. And I will tell you what, the politicians will never do this because there's always a lobbyist to take care of a politician. They have lobbyists where they virtually advertise, I'll take care of Rubio. They have guys that specialize in Rubio. They have guys that specialize in lying Ted Cruz. Okay? No, they specialize. You know, Ted Cruz, he comes in Bible high, puts the Bible down, then lies to you. He tells you, I mean, it's unbelievable. I never met, you know, I thought real estate people were tough and real estate people in Manhattan were tough. And in many ways they are tough. They're tougher. But nope, I've never seen lying like goes on in politics. So here's what happens. We call up Carrier. I want to do it myself. You know, they always say you have to act presidential. Somehow it's not presidential for the President of the United States to call up some guy a Carrier. This is the President of the United States. Who cares if it's presidential in the sense? Look, I or one of my people, you know, we have the best business people in the world in the United States. We don't use them for trade deals. We don't use them. We use political hacks. We use people that couldn't care less. We use people that just contributed to get the job. And all of these people, they make the worst deals. We don't have good deals with it. We don't have good anything. When was the last time we won anything in this country? We don't win anymore. Do we win in this country? Seriously, think about it. When was the last time we had a victory? We lose with ISIS. We lose with war. We lose with trade. We have lousy health care where it's going up 35, 45, 50%. This stupid Obamacare, which we're going to repeal and replace. You look at education, they want to educate your kids in Washington. They want them to come Washington. I want the kids educated from North Carolina. That's where you want them educated. You know, you have Common Core. We're going to repeal and we're going to get rid of Common Core. A total waste. You know, in 30 countries, we're number 30th in the world. 30. So out of 30 countries, we're number 30 in the world, and we're number 1 in cost per pupil by far. Now, in a campaign, Mark would like this because he's a very frugal person, I hear. He doesn't spend anything. So he'd like this. In a campaign, I've spent the least money, and I'm by far number 1. Isn't that nice? Seriously. Wouldn't that be nice? So I've spent the least. You know, in New Hampshire, I won. I love the people of New Hampshire. They have a tremendous problem with heroin. And I said, I'm going to solve that problem because we're going to build that wall, and that wall's going to happen, and we're going to stop. But, we're going to do so many things, folks. We're going to do. How about when Mark gets up and he takes my best line? He says, we're going to build that wall. I love that, right? But in New Hampshire, they have a tremendous drug problem, and you wouldn't see it. And we have so many problems. And I told the people of New Hampshire, they gave me a resounding victory, tremendous victory. And I told them, I said, we're going to solve your problem. They have a tremendous heroin problem, and it comes across the border like candy. And I said, I'm going to solve that. Then we're going to try and help your people because there's so many people that are so severely addicted, young people mostly, but people, a lot of people. And we're going to help to get rid of this curse because this is a curse that's pouring into the United States, coming mostly from the southern border. And you know, if you never start it, you never get addicted. It's when you start it, it's very, very addictive, highly addictive, people dying all the time. And it's strange because you go to New Hampshire, it's so beautiful. It's like this. It's so beautiful. And you drive down these gorgeous roads with the beautiful trees and everything's so beautiful. And then you meet with a group of people, and I say, so what's your biggest problem? They go, heroin. I say, heroin? You know, it just doesn't seem to make sense. But it is. It's a big problem. And it's a big problem in the country. The drug problem is a big problem in the country. We're going to get rid of that problem, a large part of that problem. We're going to get rid of a large part of that problem, and we're going to bring you back to good lives again, because this is crazy. This is crazy, you know? But think about it. Where does our country win? So here's the story. We're going to go, and I'm going to finish up with what I'm telling you because it's so easy. We're going to start with trade. When I came down that escalator with my wife, Melania, and I came down, and I said, you know, it takes guts to do this. I mean, we're running for president. It takes guts. I'm not a politician. And about almost 8 months ago, we came down the escalator, and I took a deep breath, and I talked about illegal immigration. And I talked about trade. So I started with trade. That's where the Carrier comes in, and the Ford comes in, and then the Bisco comes in. And by the way, what I would do with Carrier is I would say the following. Folks, enjoy your stay in Mexico. Build yourself a really nice plant. They're gone. But I say build yourself a really nice plant. But let me just give you a little clue. Every single air conditioning unit that you make, forget about free trade. There is no free trade with this group. There is no free trade because these other countries, look, you know, the eggheads, and we're all smarter than most of these eggheads. These people say free trade. I love the concept of free trade. The problem is to have free trade, you need smart leadership. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And we have very, very dumb leadership. We have dumb leaders. And I'll get the approval for this, because in theory we need the approval, in theory. But I'll get the approval. I'm going to say, look, here's the story. Every single air conditioning unit that you make, every single unit that comes across the border, and it'll be hard to get things across the border by the time I'm... Every single unit that comes across the border, you're going to pay a 35% tax on that unit, okay? 35%. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll tell you what's going to happen. We're going to get a call, and they'll go and see a lobbyist, but I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money. So the lobbyists haven't done anything for me. And then they're going to have special interest guys call me up. I have no interest. I'm working for you folks. And they'll have everybody, but it doesn't matter. Look, I'm not doing this because I need it. I'm doing it to make America great again. We are going so down. We are going, and the politicians will never do it because they'll say, oh, it's wrong, we're going to do it, and within 10 minutes, somebody will have called them that contributed to their campaign. You see the money they spend? See the millions in negative ads about me that are mostly phony ads? I turned on at Doral. I had the Doral World Championship. You saw that the other day, Cadillac. And Adam Scott won. Great tournament. A lot of you watched it. And every time I turn, I see a commercial about Trump. And so much of it is false. It's so false. And by the time you get them to admit it's false, the election's over. Then they'll say, oh, I'm sorry, it was false. It's like Ted Cruz, a good guy, was Ben Carson, like he did to Ben Carson. What he did was unbelievable in Iowa. He says, oh, Ben Carson quit the race. Vote for us. Ben Carson quit the race. Ben Carson never quit the race. He wouldn't have done that. I know him. He doesn't quit. But they said Ben Carson left the race, he went home, he's not here, vote for us. And they convinced many people, probably thousands of people, to vote for Lion Ted Cruz, okay? And Rubio's worse, I mean, this guy is such a scoundrel. You look at his past with his credit cards, you look at the driveway that he built out of funds that don't belong to him, you look at the things that Cruz did, I mean, I'll tell you what he's done, I cannot believe he got away with it, but we'll expose it and see what happens. I mean, we'll see what happens. But this guy is a disaster, on top of which he's a choker, because when Chris Christie, who endorsed me, by the way, when he went after him, it's true, I thought he was going to melt. I was all set to grab him, by the way, with this very powerful hand. He made it up. He made that up. You know, I call him a lightweight. So he said, oh, let's see, how do I attack Trump? Let's see. Oh, he's got, everything's nice. I'm pretty good, you know, 6'3". He even called me 6'2", but that's okay. But he said, how do I, oh, yeah, small hands. I do? I looked, I said, I do? I shook hands. You know, it's very funny. Get him out of here. Get him out. You know, you really say, where do these people come from? Where do they come? So here's the story. Look, here's the story. We're dealing with dirty, rotten liars. These politicians are liars. They're dishonest people. They do commercials. They're only good at one thing, and that's getting elected. That's the only thing they're good at. I know them all my lives. I know more about politicians than anybody. They're really, I'll tell you, they're not taking us where we have to be taken. So I came down, I talked about trade. Trade, don't worry, but we got endorsed by Carl Icahn. That's like getting endorsed by Brian France. That's like, you know, great business people. In fact, Brian would be very good. Hey, we could have Brian take over one. Maybe, how about Japan? Brian, you negotiate with Japan. We're going to be just fine. But, you know, I have the best business leaders in the world. They want to do it. They don't want money. They don't want to get paid. They want to do it. They love the country, even though some of them are not nice people. Who cares? But they love the country. They want to do it. And they don't want anything. They want to do it. And they know how bad it is. Hey, I like China. I like Mexico. But their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Mexico's killing us at the border. They're killing us with trade. With trade, Mexico is a mini version of China. With China, they send their stuff over here. I have a friend, he's a great manufacturer. He goes out to manufacture things. He is so good, his stuff is so good, he can't get it in China. It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be free, right? Free, flows. When he gets it in China, he has to pay a massive tax. Now, they call it a tariff. It sounds a little bit less onerous. But he pays a big tax. And he comes and tells me. I see him about 2 months ago. He said, boy, dealing with China's murder. You can't get your stuff in. And he's not even saying this as part of a campaign. He said, you can't get your stuff in. And when you do, we have to pay a big tax. I know a guy bought an airplane. He can't bring the airplane back in to China. I mean, I don't want to mention big items, but big items are important because they employ a lot of people. He can't get his airplane into China because they're charging a massive tax. You look at trucks, they have a tax on trucks going into China. We just let everyone come in free. Folks, we've got to have smart trade now. We can't do this. We can't lose $505 billion with trade deficits. And I know what's going on because I'm in North Carolina a lot. In fact, I have a lot of my people that work for me. Where are my people? Where are my people? Where are they? They work for me. Where are they? I love these people. They are doing the best job. Where's Gavin? Gavin! I love Gavin. What a job. I'm paying him too much money. That's my general manager. I just saw him backstage. He says, Mr. Trump. I said, no signing because I have to get on. We got a lot of people. He walks up. Hi, Mr. Trump. Could you sign this for me? That's Gavin, right? But anyway, Gavin's here someplace, so we love Gavin. Where's Gavin? I love you, Gavin. Are we doing well? Do we love North Carolina? Good. Great job. One of the best golf courses in the state. One of the best golf courses in the state, and it's a tremendous success. And the whole project is a tremendous success. Thanks, Gavin. Good to have you. So I came down, I talked about trade. And the trade is going to take care of itself, believe me. And just so you understand, I guarantee you that Carrier will call very quickly. And they're going to say what? They're going to say, Mr. President, we're moving back into the United States. We're not going to make this move. We're moving. I guarantee. I guarantee. I guarantee. The problem is our country has let it get too far out of control. It's out of control. So many people are leaving. You have Pfizer is leaving. They're moving to Ireland. You have so many great companies leaving back Pfizer. It's a massive, pharmaceutical company. They're leaving and they're taking thousands and thousands of jobs and letting the people go. And if you look at the jobs reports, which are totally phony, because if you stop looking for a job, you are essentially considered employed, okay? How many people do you know that stopped looking for a job because they couldn't find it, and then they're just considered employed? So then you hear about 5% unemployment. It's probably 25%. But the one thing even the other side admits is we have all bad jobs now. We have garbage jobs. We don't have good jobs. We have jobs that were not right. The other thing, because of Obamacare and an order having to do with qualification, we have a lot of part-time jobs. Who's working part-time that doesn't want to right now? Yeah. You got a lot of part-time jobs, and these people don't want to work. I know there are some companies where the people were full-time for 25 years. Now they're part-timers, and they go out and get another job. And that has to do solely with Obamacare. So we're going to straighten things out. But what happened is I would talk about trade and I talk about the border. And just to make it official, because we're going to do it even stronger than Mark, and even though he's the strongest, we're going to make this strong, Mark, all right? We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a real wall. We're going to build a wall on our border, and that wall is going to be a very, very effective real wall. About as high as this ceiling. That's a pretty high ceiling. Somebody gets up there, they don't want to come down so quickly. That I can. You ever see now they take cars and they drive right over the top? They drive right over the top. They take the drugs. Bye-bye. So we've had 3 singles so far. I tell you what, where do these people come? You know, I'll tell you what. Oh, we have another one over here, another single. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I didn't think you had people like that in North Carolina. Get out of here. Hey, you know, folks, it's interesting because I see this, and I like demonstrators. We have fun with it because the only way the cameras ever show how big the crowds are is where there's a demonstrator. Otherwise, they're focused on me, and everybody says to me, did you have much of a crowd? Look at this place as an example. They say, they always say, did you have much of a crowd? But if there's and it took me 3 or 4 times before I realized they didn't. I thought it was fixed equipment. They couldn't move it. It would never move. I'd say, show the crowd, and they'd never move. Then one day, 4 times in, my 4th speech, we had a demonstrator. He was screaming and making fists and all the thing. And those things looked like pretzels the way they moved. They moved beautifully. They were moving. You never saw anything like it. And everyone said, wow, what a crowd. So I love demonstration. I love demonstrators. You're my friends, okay? In fact, if we don't have some, every once in a while I'm going to bring my own demonstrator just to create. And we'll put them up into a corner someplace. But it is true. Nobody has the crowds. We have bigger crowds than Bernie by far. Bernie's going down now anyway. You know, Bernie's over. Sadly, Bernie's over, but he did have the second biggest crowds, but we have the biggest. By the way, 4 times on the cover of Time magazine over the last number of months, which is amazing. Talking about the movement. In fact, this week we're on the cover of Time. I think I was on the cover of Time magazine twice in 30 years, and now I've been like almost, I think it's 4 times in the last 3 or 4 months. Is that good? So that means, see, only in America. That means as you get older, you get better, right? That's what that means. But I'll tell you what, the last story, not the one out this week, which was fine, but the one from 3 weeks ago, the cover of Time, you have to get it. It talks about the movement. This is a movement. We go to Dallas. We go to Mobile, Alabama. We go to all different places. We go up in New Hampshire. We have the biggest crowds they've ever seen. They say that they've never seen anything like this. In the history, and this isn't me speaking, in the history of this country, politically speaking, they've never seen anything like it. And by the way, while I'm at it, folks, will you please go out and vote? You know when you're voting, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Not tomorrow, but in a week. You've got to go out. You've got to vote. Otherwise, remember, you all swore to me, most of you, I think almost all of you, but we don't have much of a movement. You know, that's like Muhammad Ali. He was a friend of mine, and Muhammad Ali could, we have another one. Get him out of here. Get out of here. Looks like a nice little guy, actually. Go home to mommy. Go home. Bye. Go home to mommy. Go home to mommy. Tell her to tuck you in bed. He's such a nice guy. Nasty little, I'll tell you, nasty people. Man, are you sure we're in North Carolina? He's a nasty guy. Now, he'll go home to mom now. I love you too, man. I love you too. So it began, and it really began strongly with trade and borders. And then you had Paris. And then you had the attack in California, the 14, where the 2 radicalized people came together. And they killed people that threw baby showers for them. 14, many in the hospital. Paris, 130, many so badly hurt. And speaking of Paris, by the way, the toughest gun laws in the world, Paris and France, okay? The toughest in the world. The bad guys have guns, the good people. Let me just tell you something. If there were guns, if you had a gun, you had a gun, you had a gun, and you were on the other side of that room and the bullets were going in the opposite direction. You know, in Paris, what they did, boom, boom, you get over here, boom. 130 people killed, many gravely injured, not one other gun in the room. We are going to protect, folks, our Second Amendment. 100%. 100%. Not going to be any games. Not going to be any games. We're going to protect it 100%. So what happened is I talked about trade, I talked about the borders, then you had the killing of Kate, you had the killing of Jamil, this great young guy in California, going to be a football star, going to go to college. His father's a friend of mine, he's a great guy. The father was devastated, shot him, shot the son 3 times in the face. A guy just got out of jail, illegal immigrant, and shot him. You had the woman who was 65 years old, a veteran, a wonderful woman, raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. And you know what we're going to say? No more. No more. No more, folks. No more. No more. Those days are gone. We're not going to put up with it. We're not going to put up with it. We're not putting up with it. And let me tell you something. The migration, they're coming across, and Obama wants to bring thousands and thousands of people in. He has no idea who they are. Are you okay? You okay? Are you all right? Go. Oh, boy. They all have a different system. Are Trump rallies fun? Are these fun? Right? They're fun. They're fun. So after Paris, all of a sudden it started changing, and we started getting polls in. And everybody liked Trump from the standpoint of ISIS, from the standpoint of the military. And by the way, our military is very depleted. We are going to build up our military 100%, the cheapest thing we can do. And nobody is going to mess with us. Nobody. Nobody's going to mess with us. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to get rid of that deal. We're going to get rid of that. You know, at one of the debates, I'm sure you heard it, became a big deal. But at one of the debates, they asked Lion Ted Cruz, he was on my left, and they asked him. They said, Lion Ted, what do you think of waterboarding? And he didn't want to answer the question because it's not, I guess, politically correct, right? And he was very weak on the question. And then they looked at me, they said, what do you think? I said, I think we absolutely need it, we should have it, and if we can, we should have worse. Now, there are laws, and we want to obey the laws, the rules, the regulations, even though ISIS doesn't. You know, it's very hard to defeat people when you're playing by different games and different rules. So ISIS cuts off heads like not since the Middle Ages, right? Medieval times. Think of medieval times, you'd read. They cut off heads. They drown people in cages, big steel cages. They drop them in the ocean. They lift them up. They wipe out 40 people at one time, right? Now, we have waterboarding. Can you imagine these people sitting around after chopping off heads all day long and doing what they do, which is violent, talking about, can you imagine the stupid United States of America wants to protect us. They don't like waterboarding. Here, guys, they chop. So we're going to go by the laws, but I want to see if we can expand those laws and make them much more severe. We have to. So we're going to look to expand the laws. But it was very interesting because Ted didn't want to talk about it too much. He was off. But I tell you what, when I said no, we have to do it. We have to do it. We don't have a choice, folks. We have people out there that want to destroy us. They don't have rules. They don't have regulations. Can you imagine telling ISIS and the others out there, because it's beyond ISIS now, it's gotten to be so bad. But could you imagine saying to them, well, you're not allowed to cut off heads because we have a law. You know what? I'll be honest. Honestly, they wouldn't even know what you're talking about. So we're playing by different sets of rules. We have to get the rules fair, but even without that, we are going to find General MacArthur, General George Patton, How long do you think ISIS would be around if General George Patton headed a little group going over to the Middle East? I don't think they'd be around very long, folks. I don't think they'd be around very long. So we're going to toughen up our country. We're going to make our country better. It's going to be a better place. I mean, right now, we have tremendous problems with crime and other things. We're going to strengthen our country. We're going to make it a better place, but we're going to toughen up. And we're going to take care of our vets. Our vets have not been properly taken care of. So it began, and it was very interesting. So it began with the border. It began with trade, because this trade has bothered me for years and years, where China, China has created, in my opinion, it's the single greatest theft in the history of the world. They have taken money and jobs and factories and everything out of our country and by the way, I have a great relationship with China. They buy my apartments. They pay me tens of millions of dollars. They do everything. I mean, I have a great relationship with the people. I build these massive buildings, very, very successful. By the way, they never talk about that, do they? They talk about water. I still have water. They talk about these little things. And I build these big jobs, and they're tremendously successful. What I did is I built so many, and I deal so much with China, and it's been a pleasure. They write you big, fat, beautiful checks. In one of my buildings, I have the biggest bank in the world. They have 400 million customers from China. We deal with China. The problem is our people and our leaders don't know how to do it. So here's the story. We are going to change our trade deals. We are going to make trade fade. We're not going to have. What? Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about him. He's a quiet protester. I can't even hear him. I know he's protesting. I've been watching, but I don't see anything coming out of his mouth. I see his mouth moving. So we're going to have great trade deals. We're going to bring our jobs back to the country. We're going to bring our jobs back to North Carolina, where they've been stripped. They've been stripped. And you're going to be so proud of your country. What happened is, with the trade, great. With the wall, great. Are you okay, honey? Don't fall. Oh, the protester just tripped. Oh, they'll blame us. They're going to blame Trump. She tripped. Nobody was touching her. Okay, only one person. She slipped. You know what she'll do? She'll sue this building now on the basis that the floors were too slippery, right? This is what we are. So it started off with trade, and it started off with the border. And all of a sudden, everybody said, we like Trump best for the military. We like Trump best for ISIS. We like Trump best for health care. And that's what's happened. So here's the story, folks. Our country doesn't win anymore. We're going to start winning. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to take care of our vets, big league. We're going to help our vets, our greatest people. We're going to win with health care. We're going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to replace it with something great. We're getting rid of Common Core. We're going to have great education where you're going to be proud. We're going to have strong, powerful borders. We're going to have borders that you're going to be proud of. If we don't have borders, we don't have a country. We're going to have borders, and we're going to have the wall. And the wall is going to go up, and it's going to go up fast. So I just want to thank everybody. Thank you. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's like an amazing thing. No matter where we go in the country, no matter where, we go to Dallas, we go to all of these different places, we have great people in this country. And one of the things I'm going to do, and I'm going to get it done, and a lot of people talk about it, but they'll never get it done because they're just third-rate politicians. One of the things I'm going to do is Apple and companies like Apple are going to start building their product in the United States. We're going to make it in the United States. So, folks, we're going to start winning again. We're going to win a lot. I love you. Go out and vote. Remember that pledge. Remember that pledge. Go out and vote. I love you all. I love North Carolina. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that is a wrap on this Trump rally. We're going to go live now to White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest, who's speaking now.
And I think all too often on the campaign trail, a number of Republican candidates have, at least in my view, fallen quite short of that.
I wanted to ask you about something that came up in the debate last night. Today, the NRA is saying that Senator Sanders was spot on in his comments about gun manufacturer liability. And I'm wondering what the White House thought of those comments and whether the White House has a position on that proposed law.
Well, I've seen some of this reporting. I did not see the debate itself. So I'll leave it to Senator Sanders to make clear what his position is. The clearest enunciation that I've seen of his position that we've discussed in this briefing room a couple of months ago was his declaration that he supported changes to that 2005 legislation that significantly limited gun manufacturer liability. The president has suggested that those kinds of changes that Senator Sanders previously expressed support for are the kind of common sense changes the president has in mind when he talks about common sense steps that the Congress could take to make our communities safer and to reduce gun violence, or to at least make some incidents of gun violence a little less likely. We can take those kinds of steps, including amending this law, in a way that doesn't undermine the basic constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. So, again, if Senator Sanders has changed his position on this, you should go ask him, and he can explain to you what his position is. But we've certainly been clear about what our position is. Okay, Mary.
Following up on Roberta's question, in an interview today, the Mexican president said that Donald Trump is hurting the United States' relationship with Mexico. Does the president agree? Are Trump's comments hurting that relationship?
Well, I didn't see those specific comments. Obviously, the president of Mexico is allowed to draw his own conclusions. Obviously, President Obama has devoted significant time and energy to working to strengthen our relationship with Mexico. That has included confronting the consequences of our broken immigration system. That has included making an historic investment in border security. Obviously, the United States worked closely with Mexico to try to address a surge in unaccompanied minors at the southwest border. And we obviously have been able to work effectively with the Mexicans on that issue. But there are a range of other issues where we've been able to coordinate effectively too, including on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So the kinds of national security and economic ties between the United States and Mexico are critical to the strength of our economy and our national security. That's why the president has invested so deeply in them, and our country's interests have been advanced as a result. And certainly the next president, whoever that happens to be, will have to do the same thing. But ultimately, I'll let President Peña Nieto offer up his own assessment of the state of Republican politics.
And on Flint, you said rather than assigning blame, you want to focus more on the current response. What's your response then to Senators Lee and Vitter, their effort to hold up this Senate bill to provide funding for Flint? Senator Lee says federal aid is not needed at this time, that they have a large enough rainy day fund to address these issues.
Well, again, I don't see why this needs to be a partisan issue, because I'm not sure that the Republican governor of Michigan would agree with that assessment. I know that there are some Republican members of Congress from Michigan who don't agree with that assessment. But look, the view of the White House is that there is an important role for Congress to play here, and that offering support to the people of Flint as they deal with this difficult situation is important. It certainly is is a priority for the administration. We have devoted significant resources that I've just outlined to try to meet some of their immediate needs. I think what the legislation has in mind is trying to address some of the longer-term challenges that are plaguing the water system in Flint. That certainly is an appropriate role for Congress to play, and it's unfortunate that we've seen some Republicans stand up and try to block that necessary funding. Okay? Tolu.
I wanted to ask you about the meeting that the President had with the financial regulators earlier today. Apparently, he said that if Democrats or Republicans are doing anything to undermine Dodd-Frank, that voters should hold them to account. And I wanted to ask about the DNC chair, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, her position on the payday regulation that the Consumer Protection Agency is about to put out. She is joining with Republicans saying that regulation should be delayed, and any state that has its own regulation should trump whatever the federal agency puts out. So I was hoping to get the White House's position on that, and what you think on whether or not she would be one of the people who's looking to undermine that part of Dodd-Frank.
Well, Tolu, I have to admit I'm not aware of this pending regulation from the CFPB, and I'm not aware of Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz's position on it. I'll just say in general that our expectation is, well, let me say it this way. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was established by the Wall Street Reform Bill because the president believed it was important for middle-class families to have a voice in Washington, D.C., particularly when it comes to basic pocketbook issues. And we know that large financial institutions are able to hire some of the high-powered, high-cost, highly influential lobbyists on K Street to represent them in Congress and to represent them in Washington, D.C. The president felt it was important to have an empowered agency in place to independently represent middle-class families in Washington, D.C. And that's exactly what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau does. It's why the president is proud to have presided over the creation of that independent organization, and he's been strongly supportive of the work that Mr. Cordray and others have done to look out for middle-class families. And so I don't have a comment on any pending regulations they may be considering. You can check with them on that. But the president certainly is enthusiastic about the important work that they have already done to advocate for consumers in Washington, D.C.
The Democratic debate yesterday, trade was a big topic, and there didn't seem to be anyone standing up for the president's trade policy. There actually seemed to be a lot of negativity about trade and how it's taken out the middle class in Flint and other places like that. On the Republican side, you're also seeing candidates basically say that the president's ideas on trade aren't going to help the middle class. So I'm wondering, does the president plan to stand out and talk about his trade policy and advocate for TPP, because on the campaign trail there's no one really actually doing that?
Yeah. Well, Tolu, we had this was the subject of some discussion last summer as Congress was working to pass Trade Promotion Authority legislation that would allow the president to essentially complete the negotiations around the TPP. And there was a lot of discussion at the time about how on the campaign trail that candidates in both parties were critical of Trade Promotion Authority legislation because that essentially was a proxy for a referendum on the wisdom of moving forward with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Despite that opposition on the campaign trail, the president did succeed in working with Republicans in Congress to build a bipartisan majority in both the House and the Senate to get that bill passed. We're looking to build the same kind of coalition to ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And look, the crux of the argument in the mind of the president essentially comes down to this. There's no denying that the broader economic forces of globalization have hit some communities pretty hard. Flint's probably a pretty good example of that. There are other communities across the country that have faced some significant headwinds and seen significant chunks of the economy fade away because of the inexorable forces of globalization. So the president's view is, well, what are we going to do about that? And we certainly hear a lot of criticism and I think legitimate concern about what impact globalization has on middle class families. But the president actually is putting forward a proposal to address it. The president is suggesting that what we should do is we should basically go out and tell other countries, particularly those countries that have economies that are rather dynamic and interested in doing business in the United States, that they can only do business in the United States if they raise their labor standards, if they raise their environmental standards, if they start abiding by commonly viewed or commonly observed standards when it comes to human rights. That by engaging in the world and telling other countries that they want to do business in the United States, they need to start to level the playing field, that actually will be good for American workers. That will be good for American businesses. That will be good for our economy. And the other thing is, we're also going to tell them that if you want to do business in the United States, not only do you have to raise those standards, you also need to allow the United States and our businesses and our employees to do business in your country too. That's significant because, again, many of these countries actually have rather dynamic economies that are growing rapidly. And one of the chief selling points of the Trans-Pacific Partnership is that it would cut 18,000 taxes that are currently imposed by other countries on goods that are stamped made in the USA. So the president actually has a strategy and a proposal for confronting those forces of globalization that have had a negative impact on communities across the country. And that's worthy of some debate. And the president is eager to make that case wherever and whenever he can to try to get Congress to ratify this agreement so we can get to work cutting those taxes and raising those standards and doing the kinds of things that we know will be good for the broader U.S. economy and for middle-class families in this country.
Apparently there's news that the White House is going to be putting out every year an annual report about drone strikes and how many combatants and non-combatants and civilians are killed each year. And those, do you have anything on that? How soon might we see the first report on that? How far back might it go? Any details?
Mm-hmm. Well, the president's top counterterrorism advisor, Lisa Monaco, is giving a speech on this topic right now. And in the context of that speech, she did announce that the administration will, consistent with the president's priority that he's placed on transparency, provide a more regular report for disclosing the results of counterterrorism operations that include specific numbers about extremists and terrorists that were taken off the battlefield, and those individuals who were killed in the operation that were not part of the target. And you'll recall that particularly for throughout the president's second term in office, that he has been working to try to take these kinds of programs that are critical to our national security and, where possible, be more transparent about them. Because the president's view is that the American public and the world can have greater confidence in the success and the effectiveness of these programs to fight terrorism if we're more transparent about them. There are obviously limitations on that, but there's more that we can do, particularly when it comes to assessing the outcomes of these operations. So for a more cogent and detailed explanation of what our plans are, I'd refer you to Ms. Monaco's speech. This is obviously something that she's devoted a significant portion of her White House career to working on. And so, this news that we're announcing, I think, is good news, and it's certainly is a credit to her skill and professionalism that this is a positive step that we're able to take. Okay? Chris.
Josh, last week, House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi panned the DNC superdelegate system, saying that it should vote whoever who should be the Democratic presidential nominee. The president had to endure the system in 2008 when he was first running, and it's the system we have in 2016 for both the current candidates. Does he share the concern about superdelegates?
I haven't heard the president weigh in with an opinion on this. Obviously, these are rules that are determined every 4 years by the Democratic National Committee, and there's a long process in play leading up to the Democratic Convention for determining how those delegates to that convention will be selected. But I haven't heard the president express a specific opinion on this plan, so I'd refer you to the DNC.
Do you think it was fair to him? This superdelegate system was fair to him in 2008?
Well, again, those were the rules that everybody understood when they signed up to enter the race back in 2007 and 2008. And everybody knew the rules when they got into the race in 2016 as well. And there is a public mechanism for having an impact on those rules if you want to get engaged in the process. The DNC, at least when I worked there, was committed to the transparent examination of these rules and gave people an opportunity to, at least gave members of the party the opportunity to weigh in on them. So if people have concerns with that process, I'd encourage them to take those concerns to the DNC and try to have them addressed in advance of the 2020 convention.
One more question Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau visiting the White House this week. He has pledged to march in the Toronto LGBT Pride Parade in July, and that would make him the first Canadian Prime Minister to march in an LGBT Pride Parade. In the President's last year in office, would he be open to marching in an LGBT Pride Parade someplace in the country like here in D.C. in June?
I have not heard of a presidential commitment like that. My guess is it would not be the first time that he's marched in a Pride Parade.
Would be as president,
probably as president, but not the first time that he has done that. But I don't have any scheduling updates for you at this point. But if that's something the president chooses to do, we'll definitely let you know. Okay, Ron.
Supreme Court, anything new? Can you characterize anyway where the president is in his thinking? Has he narrowed the field? Is the field still open? Is we're going to have an announcement this afternoon?
Well, stay tuned. I'm just kidding. There will not be an announcement. I do not expect any news on this today. The president did devote a significant portion of his weekend to working on this and reviewing the materials that his team had prepared for him about potential candidates. The president also spent a portion of his time this weekend talking on the phone with members of the United States Senate. He made a number of other calls. I don't have specific names to share with you, but there were multiple individual conversations between the President of the United States and members of the United States Senate. That, I think, should underscore for you the priority that the President places on consulting with the Senate. This kind of consultation is what led the President to invite Leader McConnell and Chairman Grassley and their Democratic counterparts to the Oval Office last week. And the President believes that these kinds of conversations in advance of choosing a nominee are consistent with the expectations of the American people and of the United States Constitution. And
have you seen anything in recent days that gives you more a higher expectation that this is going to move forward? Have you heard anything in these conversations? Has the president heard anything in these conversations? You know, you talked about the polls of the public supports your point of view on this.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything changing out there, do you think?
Well, that's hard to assess. I mean, look, I think there have been a number of polls that have come out in the last couple of weeks. I do think that indicate that a significant portion of the American people agree that the Senate should fulfill their constitutional duty to give the president's nominee a fair hearing and a timely yes or no vote. We certainly take heart in that, but I haven't noticed a significant change in the polls, but I think it's pretty good news that the polls indicate that most people agree with the president on this. So that part is good. I mean, the thing that I did notice, I noticed that former Senate Majority Leader, Senate Republican Leader Trent Lott had some comments on this over the weekend, or maybe they were released today, where he said something that I thought was pretty important. He said, my attitude, particularly on the Supreme Court, was that elections do have consequences, sometimes bad, and I tend to lean toward being supportive of the president's nominees, Democrat or Republican. That's exactly the approach that senators have traditionally taken to considering these kinds of nominations. It's why the Republican refusal to even consider any nominee that the president would put forward is inconsistent with recent precedent. It's inconsistent with their constitutional responsibilities, and something that the American people don't support. I did note, and I don't have this part of the quote here, but I did note that former Senator Lott continued saying that he expected that the Judiciary Committee would probably have a hearing for the president's nominee. So maybe he senses that something's changing out there. We'll have to see whether or not that materializes.
Just one more. You mentioned that the funding request for Zika 2 weeks ago went nowhere in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
We know Gitmo seems to be going nowhere in Congress. We know the budget seemed to be going nowhere. Is there anywhere where you think you're going to see some progress in terms of trying to move your agenda forward in the short term? What can we look for? What's going to happen that you're optimistic about? Because I guess there's a feeling out there about whether or not the administration is really just kind of stuck and not moving forward. You mentioned, I think, about 6 or 7 issue areas some time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've seen much there, or have we?
Yeah.
I missed something.
Well, look, I think the case that you have heard from me regularly has been that we've seen a Republican majority in the United States Senate refuse to embrace their responsibility to govern the country. That they've been employing obstructionist tactics so consistently over the first 6 years of President Obama's tenure in the White House that they have not shifted gears to actually trying to lead the country. And, you know, some people have, I think, made an appropriate link to what's happening in the Republican presidential primary. That at the same time that you see Republicans in Congress refuse to do anything, even things that are pretty nonpartisan, like ensuring that the government has resources necessary to protect the country from Zika, they're also bemoaning that a candidate who doesn't really stand for anything, and certainly doesn't stand for many principles that are important to the Republican Party, is building a lot of support among Republican voters. And it's sort of consistent with this thing that I said before, that look, if you don't stand for something, your voters are going to fall for anything. And that's exactly what's happened on the Republican side. And it's not just these more recent issues, I think all of which are relevant that you've raised, but this goes back to health care reform, where Republicans have voted 60 times to repeal the to repeal Obamacare without offering up their own Republican alternative. The same thing relates to immigration reform, where you have bipartisan legislation that was blocked from even coming up for a vote in the House of Representatives, but no Republican alternative was proposed. So, and the same could be said for gun safety legislation. So
you're arguing that all of that is responsible in part for the rise of Donald Trump?
I think I'm not the only person arguing that. I think a lot of people are. And a lot of Republicans are. And you know, ultimately this is a choice that they have to make. Are they going to embrace their responsibility to lead the country? Here's the thing. This is not a new or unexpected responsibility. Leader McConnell wrote an op-ed that appeared in the Wall Street Journal the day after the midterm election saying now we can get Congress moving again. We haven't seen much evidence of that, at least this year. Instead, what we have seen is not just opposition to the president's proposals, but a refusal to even engage on them, a refusal to even engage on Gitmo, a refusal to engage on the budget. They canceled the budget hearings before the president even rolled out his budget proposal. I'll note, pardon me, I'll note that Senate Republicans announced today that they're going to have to put off for another month their efforts to draft a budget. So it's not clear exactly what it is that they're doing. I think but the result of that is that you have a Democratic president who's not on the ballot in 2016, who's not focused on politics, but actually trying to govern the country, try to do the right thing, including filling a vacancy on the Supreme Court. And what you see from Republicans in the Senate who vowed to use their majority to get Congress moving again, to actually not do anything and not use the gears of government to even obstruct the president, because that would be problematic enough. They're actually not even doing anything. And I think that is... I think that would explain both Donald Trump's standing in the polls, but also the Republican leaders in Congress and their standing in the polls. Congress is held in fairly low regard these days, and I think there's a reason for that. Okay, Rich.
Thanks, Josh. The president just said in this Wall Street meeting that it is popular to suggest that nothing has happened in regards to fixing the financial regulatory system. He calls that political rhetoric. Last evening we watched a Democratic debate in which it was a relentless demonizing of Wall Street, perhaps even rein in Wall Street. Is that the type of rhetoric?
Well, I growth in 6 years, economy, million jobs. At the same time, we have actions that make our system more stable. The taxpayers aren't going to be on the hook for bailing out financial institutions whose risky bets go bad. So
why then do we hear so much in Democratic debates, the president's party, about Wall Street and the need to rein it in and address it?
Well, I think part of it is that there are people who are frustrated about the fact that, in the aftermath of the economic downturn, that many financial institutions have benefited from that recovery quite well. And there are a variety of ways to measure that. You see, large financial institutions reporting record profits on a regular basis. We've seen remarkable growth in the value of the stock market. There are a variety of ways to measure it, and I think a lot of people across the country want to make sure that middle-class families are benefiting too. And the president certainly focused on that, and that's why so much of the Recovery Act, for example, was focused on making sure that middle-class families would benefit from tax cuts and other things. So, look, the president's focused on making sure that middle-class families get access to expanded economic opportunity in this country. That's been a priority when it comes to domestic policy making. And there certainly is more that we can and should do. And that's why he's looking forward to advocating for the Democratic nominee for president who understands that we need to build on the progress that we've made over the last 7 years.
March 17th is a deadline for whether or not the administration would label ISIS as perpetrators of genocide. Any update on that?
I don't have any update on that. Obviously, this is something that lawyers at the State Department are taking a close look at. This designation is something that requires a rather precise interpretation of the law. But that certainly does not undermine how seriously we take the atrocities that have been committed by ISIL in Iraq and in Syria. We have seen people be targeted because they are a minority, either a religious and ethnic or racial minority. And this administration has taken aggressive steps to protect religious minorities in Iraq and in Syria. We've expressed our concern on a number of occasions about Christians being targeted by ISIL because of their religious views. The president has described that as effectively an assault on all people of faith. So the president takes that very seriously, and there's even military action that the president has ordered to try to protect religious minorities. So this is something the president takes quite seriously. But as it relates to the genocide designation, that's something that State Department attorneys will have to take a close look at. And I don't want to get ahead or interfere in their process.
Will it meet the deadline, do you believe?
You'll have to check with the State Department about that. Okay.
And finally, with the Supreme Court vacancy, does the vacancy specifically, and I'm saying, this is for Justice Scalia's vacancy, but if it were another Supreme Court justice who left the court for some reason, does the nominee, does the vacancy change the nominee at all? If another justice were to leave, would that influence who the president would select?
Mm-hmm. The president is conducting his search for a nominee to fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court, based on his view of who the best person is to do that job. When we're talking about a lifetime appointment on the highest court in the land, we can't get distracted by partisan politics. The president's very focused on choosing someone who understands that it's their job to try to interpret the law, not advance a political agenda. And that's the criteria that the president will use. And the president's going to put forward somebody that has extraordinary legal credentials and that he is confident could serve with honor and distinction on the Supreme Court. And that's the criteria that the president will use, and that's the criteria the president would use regardless of how this vacancy came about. Okay? Suzanne.
I want to go back to U.S. drone strikes. There's a report out of the Pentagon today that a U.S. drone strike killed 150 in Somalia al-Shabaab fighters. First of all, can you confirm that? Can you expand on that? And were there any innocent civilians that were also killed as well?
Mm-hmm. Susanna, what I can tell you is that on Saturday, March 5th, the United States military conducted airstrikes in Somalia against Raso Camp, a training facility of al-Shabaab. As you know, al-Shabaab is an al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorist organization. The fighters who were at that camp were scheduled to depart the camp. Apparently somebody's knocking on the door there. So, you guys want to see if you can ask the new quiet down? Thank you. Maybe it's just a reminder of what my home life is like a little bit in these days. So, if I seem particularly skilled at being able to block that out and answer your questions, it's because I get a lot of practice of that at home. But back to your original question. The fighters who were scheduled to depart the camp pose an imminent threat to U.S. and African Union mission forces in Somalia. Their removal, the removal of those terrorist fighters, degrades al-Shabaab's ability to meet the group's objectives in Somalia, including recruiting new members, establishing bases, and planning attacks on U.S. and AMISOM forces. This is a good example of how the United States military can use our resources and capabilities in partnership with forces on the ground, in this case, African Union forces, to counter extremism and protect the United States and our interests. And so this is exactly the kind of counterterrorism strategy that the President has laid out. The last part of this is the Department of Defense is continuing to assess the results of the operation, so I can't confirm for you at this point the number of fighters who were killed in the operation, or whether this had any impact on any civilians who may have been in the area. I can tell you that the Department of Defense applies the highest possible standard in avoiding civilian casualties before even deciding to move forward on an operation like this. So avoiding civilian casualties is a very, very high priority, both for moral reasons, but also because extremist organizations like al-Shabaab would just use the death of innocent civilians to try to recruit additional members and whip up additional anti-U.S. sentiment. So that's why the Department of Defense goes to great lengths to avoid that.
Can I just ask a quick clarification on that?
Sure.
Are you confirming that it's a drone strike? Because I thought the Pentagon had put out a correction that said it was not.
I'm confirming that it was an airstrike in Somalia. I don't have additional information. For operational details like that, you should check with DOD. But yes, what I'm told is an airstrike. Okay.
On another matter, has the President submitted his absentee vote ballot for the Democratic presidential primary in Illinois? I think the deadline is March 15th.
It's coming up. I don't know whether or not he's filled out his ballot, but I'll work on that and see if I can get back to you on it.
Okay. And then finally, on Nancy Reagan, the President and the First Lady, Michelle Obama, said that she had changed and redefined the role as First Lady. Can you expound on that a bit?
Mm-hmm. Well, Mrs. Reagan obviously was a very important partner for her husband, and the President alluded to this in his comments in the Roosevelt Room as well. It was clear, even at the time, that President Reagan relied on her support, on her companionship, but also on her judgment, even on some important issues that he was dealing with. And I think that certainly is why so many people respected Mrs. Reagan while she lived here in the White House. But I think as historians have gone back to learn more about what transpired in the Reagan White House, they've understood that the role that she played was significant. I think her influence and her effectiveness and the moral clarity of her voice, I think, is something that we all saw publicly as she advocated for research when it came to fighting Alzheimer's. Understanding what her family had been through, she lent her credibility and her visibility and her moral clarity to being heard on that issue, and understanding that if she could advocate for greater research into this field, that she could spare many other families in this country the kind of pain that her family went through, and that she even herself personally experienced. And I think, in some ways, her speaking out on this issue, I think, was an illustration of the way that she was able to conduct herself, even in private. And I think that won her the admiration of a lot of Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike.
Is it a model that the Obamas, the first couple, emulate in some ways?
Well, obviously these kinds of interpersonal relationships, I think, are different for everybody. And I think it would be a gross oversimplification to say that that the relationship between one president and first lady is just like another. But I think what the President alluded to this, again, in his comments in the Roosevelt Room, where he noted that Mrs. Reagan was a supportive and unfailingly loyal companion to her husband. And President Obama admitted and acknowledged that he benefited from that kind of, and he continues to benefit from that kind of loyalty and support from the First Lady in his life. That was true before he was president. It certainly has been true and particularly important as he's assumed the weighty responsibilities of the presidency. But that's something that the president, I'm confident, will appreciate even further in his post-presidency life. Okay. Margaret.
Josh, you mentioned that the president spent time on the phone this weekend with a number of senators.
Mm-hmm.
Can you characterize what that conversation was like? I mean, were there Republicans that the president was calling? Was he explaining his thinking on specific nominees, or what was the gist of the conversation?
I don't have any names to share with you. I can just tell you that there were multiple calls that the president placed. And the calls were consistent with the kinds of calls the president's been making over the last couple of weeks, which is having a conversation about the president's view of his constitutional responsibility to move forward with appointing someone to fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court. The president did express an openness to suggestions from the senators about people that could be good candidates for this role. And the president laid out the criteria that he will eventually employ in choosing the best person for this job. And this is the criteria that we've talked about quite a bit. This focusing on interpreting the law, not advancing a political agenda, and choosing somebody that has extraordinary and unquestioned legal credentials that they can bring to this very important job.
So no names, but can you say whether there were Republicans on this call sheet?
I can't say anything further than I have, which is to say that there are multiple senators that the president contacted.
Was the president, I would assume, though, that the president was trying to move the conversation forward, which would mean he's not just talking to his own party.
Well, I think you can assume that the president wanted to demonstrate his commitment to the notion of consulting with the United States Senate about this nomination. I think the president was eager to make the case in private for what he said publicly on many occasions, which is that there's no exception in the United States Constitution for election years. Every year that the president serves in office, the president is charged with the responsibility of appointing someone to fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court. And the Constitution is also clear that there's no exception for the United States Senate in election years either. And that the Senate has a responsibility, even in election years, to give that person a fair hearing and a timely yes or no vote. And the president explained that thinking as well.
I take it openness to suggestions means that the list of nominees is still a work in progress.
Well, it's fair to say that the president is continuing to solicit people for their opinions, and that means if he hears one that he likes, then he's willing to, or if he hears somebody that hasn't already been considered, that he's open to adding them to the list.
And should we expect any news this week? You ruled out today. You want to go farther than that?
I'm not going to go farther than that.
On the question of the drone report that Lisa Monaco was laying out,
Mm-hmm.
can you explain why the battlegrounds of Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan are excluded in terms of explaining the head count of both casualties and terrorists killed?
I think I know the answer to that question, but let me look into it before I hazard a guess. But we'll follow up with you and get you an explanation for that.
Well, can you explain what you think this demonstrates about the president's foreign policy?
Well, look, I think what it demonstrates is a commitment to transparency, that the president believes that being as transparent as possible with the American public, but also with people around the world, about the steps that we're taking to protect the American people and our interests is important. It inspires confidence in our capabilities. It also inspires confidence in our ability to carry out these actions consistent with our values. And the president has spent a lot of time on the campaign trail when he was campaigning for this job, but certainly over the last 7 years, talking about how living up to our values, even as we fight terrorists, is part of what makes America so effective in mobilizing the world to go after terrorist organizations. Demonstrating our ability to live up to our values, even in a time of conflict, is an important weapon that we have in our arsenal. And the more that we can be transparent about how we conduct these operations and what the result of those operations is, only bolsters confidence in our ability to do exactly that. There are obviously going to be limitations to this, and I'm not suggesting that the president's going to be in a position to be fully transparent about every single operation that we've undertaken against terrorists, and I think that's for obvious reasons. But this is an area where the president believed that our fight against terrorists and our ability to mobilize the world to counter terrorism would be more effective if we were more transparent in this area of our policy, and that's exactly what he's proposing to do and what his administration will do.
But does quantifying the body count of this strategy of having a light footprint but hitting from the air without ground forces, are you concerned that this opens up the administration to more criticism? Are you confident that these numbers are going to show that civilian casualties have actually been limited? I mean, what's your expectation about what these numbers are going to show?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's certainly, I think part of this, Margaret, is actually countering some misinformation that's out there. We do see that extremist organizations try to tell a story that's not at all accurate about the impact of our counterterrorism operations. So by publishing the numbers and being more transparent, we can make clear that we're not just paying lip service to the idea that our policy puts in place the highest possible standard for avoiding civilian casualties when carrying out these operations. That's something that we take quite seriously. Again, we do that for moral reasons, but also because we understand the impact that can have on our ability, or I guess I should say the ability of terrorists to try to recruit people to their cause. So in that respect, I think it is important to put out the numbers for that reason, to counter those notions, and for us, and to make clear, to provide evidence that our commitment to preventing civilian casualties is a serious one. I think the last thing I would point out is, for a decent portion of this administration and the previous one, we wouldn't even acknowledge publicly that these things were taking place. So the fact that we're now in a position on a regular, routinized basis to publish the results and to quantify the totals about the impact of these operations, I do think represents substantial progress in the direction of transparency. I will continue to readily acknowledge that there are going to be limits to our ability to be transparent about all this, but there's no denying that we have moved quite a long way in the direction of transparency. And the President has only done that because he believes that it enhances our national security interest to demonstrate that we can carry out these operations consistent with our values. Okay? Mike.
So just following up on that quickly, and then one other.
Okay.
In order for those numbers, for those totals that you just talked about to be valid, to be seen as valid, and to sort of serve the purpose of transparency that you just described, they'd have to be essentially cumulative and complete, because otherwise you could be easily accused of cherry picking, right? Picking the cases that you want to put out there. So is it your understanding that going forward that essentially this will be a complete list? Will it include countries like Pakistan, for example?
Well, I will.
How do you respond to the charge if it's not complete? If you're just doing this country but not that country, or these five and not those five, how do you combat the charge that you're essentially picking the ones that don't have civilian casualties and maybe not showing the other ones, and then it sort of it doesn't serve the purpose that you suggest?
Well, I think that it does in terms of well, let me just state from here that I don't have a detailed sense to give you at this point about exactly what form the presentation of these numbers will take, but we'll have some more information on that soon.
Can we say Pakistan?
At this point, I don't want to say exactly what these reports will look like, but we'll have more information on this soon. There will obviously be some limitations on about where we can be transparent, given a variety of sensitivities, including diplomatic ones. But again, there's no denying that we have moved from even being loath to confirm that these operations take place anywhere, to not just confirming that they take place in a lot of places, but also sort of tallying up the results. I think that is substantial progress, and I do think that it is at least an important data point in demonstrating our commitment to the principle of avoiding civilian casualties. I also think, Mike, there's also a point at which there will be some people who say, well, the numbers that you have published are totally wrong. I acknowledge there also will be some people that we won't ever be able to convince. But the President is serious about looking for ways for us to demonstrate that we can carry out these operations consistent with our values. And I think this data, when it's released, will at least buttress our ability to make that case.
And then second, as one of the public faces of the administration and the master of public relations and all of that here.
That's generous.
How, what's your minimum amount of time that you think you need to schedule a rollout of a Supreme Court nominee the moment that you find out?
Yeah. That's a good question. I would probably not that much time, primarily because we largely know what is entailed in the rollout of a decision, even before the decision has been made about who that person is.
So planning is already underway, and
so I think it's fair for you to say that in general, that kind of planning is underway. But that should not.
And it's not likely to come, say, on a state dinner night or on a day that he's in Austin, Texas, or some of those things that you've thought through, right?
I'll allow you to draw your own conclusions about that. Okay, Tara.
I have a question about the drone strikes.
Okay.
You were talking about transparency and how the administration has become much more transparent and there's been progress. And then there's the strike that we just heard about in Somalia with 150 people being killed. I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about what that means for the counterterrorism strategy. Because a long time ago, the drone strikes were targeted. The whole point was that you knew exactly who was being killed. You knew the names or identifications of the people. And now these drone strikes have gotten quite big.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me just go back to one element of your question, which is I'm not able to confirm the results of the operation that I referred to in Somalia against the al-Shabaab fighters. So the Department of Defense can confirm the outcome here. The reason I'm saying that is just that when I walked out here, I didn't know that they would be in a position to confirm the total numbers. So I don't know if they've done that or not. Maybe they have. And if they have, then you should go based on what they have given you. But I can't confirm that independently. More generally, the president has, unfortunately, had a lot of opportunities to talk about our counterterrorism strategy. And we have seen the nature of the threat evolve from one that was focused in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region, emanating from core al-Qaeda. And because of the operations and sustained commitment that this president made to decimating core al-Qaeda, the threat has changed. That threat is one that the president continues to take seriously, but it also means that we have different kind of terrorist groups operating in different parts of the world. And that's why the president has focused on a counterterrorism strategy that supports local partners. We want local partners on the ground that can combat these extremists in their midst. That's the way that we're going to be most effective. And there are any number of things that the United States and our allies can do to support those local efforts. In some cases, that means carrying out airstrikes. In other cases, that means training and equipping local fighters. In other cases, that means sharing valuable intelligence. In other cases, that means doing important diplomatic work that can help a variety of countries work together to address the terrorist threat that's emanating from their region. In other cases, it may mean providing economic assistance to a country to allow them to enhance and strengthen their economy and potentially remove at least one recruiting tool that extremist organizations may be missing. But all of this is focused on the idea that while the United States has robust capabilities, and the president will not hesitate to order the use of those capabilities to protect the American people, at the same time, we're going to be more effective over the long term if we build capacity in these countries for individuals and security forces in these countries to fight for their own countries. And they can certainly count on the United States to support them as they do that. Okay? Yes, sir.
Thanos Dimatis from Alpha TV channel station of Greece. Thank you, George, for
nice to see you.
This question is about the refugee crisis in Europe. Today, the European leaders are convening in Brussels in order to deal with this crisis. I'm sure that you know that Greece is taking into its shoulders the burden of this crisis. A lot of thousands of refugees are stuck in Greece right now. I would like to know what is the President's view about this reality occurring right now in Greece, whether he is concerned and whether he is encouraging the other European states closing their borders and not sharing the burden of responsibility in a spirit of solidarity, actually, and whether or not is he planning to have like any telephone conversation with the Greek Prime Minister, because I have noticed that he has spoken with other European leaders, but not with the Greek Prime Minister, Mr. Tsipras.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any calls with Prime Minister Tsipras that are coming up. Obviously, the President has had multiple opportunities to talk to Prime Minister Tsipras on a range of issues. A couple of things come to mind here. The first is there's no denying that the flow of migrants from largely from Iraq and in Syria has strained the solidarity of the European Union. This has been a very difficult challenge, not just for Greece, but for other countries in the EU. And one of the things that we, so the unity of that union will be put to the test. And we certainly believe that Europe will be able to better respond to this threat if they continue to work together to confront it. Let me give you one example of how that's being done. There are reports that NATO has has dedicated resources to countering human smuggling and human trafficking in the Aegean. That certainly is a welcome development and is an indication of other countries throughout Europe devoting resources to try to address this big challenge. The other thing that I'll say, and this sort of goes back to something that's been the focus of our efforts for quite some time here, which is that we have long acknowledged that the political failure of the Assad regime inside of Syria has had a variety of negative consequences on the region. We've certainly seen Syria become a war-torn country. We've seen extremists establish a foothold in their country, and they've used that foothold to try to menace other countries, not just Iraq, but even some extremists that are carrying out operations in Europe. We know that there were ties from those who carried out the Paris attacks back in November to extremists in Syria. So that's why this administration has been so focused on, well, to say nothing of the significant numbers of Syrians who have fled their homes and fled their country and sought refuge in Europe. The only way to address this, ultimately and finally, is to try to address the political chaos and turmoil and failures inside of Syria. And that's why the United States has played a leading role in the diplomatic effort to try to bring about the political transition inside of Syria that's long overdue.
But would the President like to see European leaders doing something more, faster and better dealing with this problem?
Well, obviously, this is going to be a big challenge for Europe. The United States will support the European Union and our many close allies in Europe as they confront this threat. But ultimately, this is something that will be their responsibility. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Goyle, I'll give you the last one.
Thanks, sir. Two quick questions. One, as far as U.S. relations are concerned, they are on the move and under President Obama and Prime Minister Modi. And as far as the U.S.-India Business Council and the Indian American community is concerned, they have the same views. But recently, as far as H-1B visa feud is concerned between U.S. and India, and those are affected thousands of jobs in the U.S. and hundreds of Indian companies are doing business here. Now they are saying that this feud may cause some problem as far as trade or business are concerned. Are you President, aware of this? There is a case in WTO as far as H-1B visa for India is concerned against the U.S.?
Well, Goyle, I have to admit that I'm not aware of this specific situation, so why don't I have somebody, one of my colleagues, follow up with you on it.
And second, according to the news reports, recently Pakistan had here, of course, U.S.-Pakistan strategic dialogue, but one report is saying that Pakistan may sell nuclear plant to Saudi Arabia. Is there anything that White House knows about this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Goyle. I haven't seen that report either, but let me see if we can have somebody follow up with you on it. Okay? I'm sorry I didn't have better answers for you today. Okay. Everybody have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on the White House Daily Briefing with White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest. We're going to go live now to Dearborn, Michigan, where Bernie Sanders is holding an event.
We can go as a nation to understand that in the last 30 years in this country, There has been a massive redistribution of wealth, but it's a redistribution that has gone in the wrong direction. Trillions of dollars, because of deliberate public policy, have gone from the middle class and working class of this country, which is shrinking, into the hands of the top 1/10 of 1%, whose percentage of wealth over that period has doubled. People on top becoming much richer, middle class shrinking. That is the overall economic reality of this country in the last 30 years. Yes, thank you, President Obama. We are in much better shape economically today than we were when George Bush left office and we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. We have made progress, but we have a long, long way to go to rebuild the American middle class. That's what this campaign is about. What this campaign is about is doing our best to listen to you, to listen to the pain and the struggles of ordinary Americans rather than just the greed of billionaire campaign contributors. So as we go around the country, this is what we hear. We hear from a woman in Nevada who tells me, Bernie, I have a daughter, 6 years of age. I am making $10.45 an hour, and I'm paying off student debt. And with tears coming down her eyes, she's saying, I do not know how I am going to make it. We are listening to millions of people who are earning $8, $9, $10 an hour and are not making it. And that is why, together, we're going to fight to make the minimum wage in this country a living wage. It is not a radical idea to say that if you work 40 or 50 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And together we are going to raise that minimum wage from the starvation wage of $7.25 to $15 an hour over the next few years. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. Now, one of the things that I want to say, and this is important, is when we discuss real issues, you can't look to the television and you can't look to the corporate media to tell you what the real issues are. They will tell you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, everything in the world except those issues that are most important to the American people. One issue that is not discussed at all, virtually not at all, and we listen to, is the fact that there are millions of seniors in Michigan, in Vermont, all over this country, seniors and disabled veterans who are trying to get by on $11,000 or $12,000 a year. Do you know that? 11. Now, I want you to put yourself into the minds of somebody 85 years of age, having to buy medicine, having to buy health care, having to buy food, having to keep their homes warm in the winter. Try doing it on $12,000 a year. And you know what? You can't. A great nation, brothers and sisters, a great nation is not determined by the number of millionaires and billionaires we have. A great nation is determined by how we treat the weakest and most vulnerable among us. That's what being a human being is about. Now, unbelievably, and I really do say unbelievably, many of my Republican colleagues in the Senate, they think we should cut benefits for disabled vets and elderly people who are on Social Security. I got some bad news for them, and that is not only are we not going to cut benefits, we are going to expand benefits. This campaign is listening to the women of America. And here's what women are saying. They're saying, you know, Bernie, how does it happen that I go to work in an office and I'm doing the same work as some guy in the other part of the room and I'm making 79 cents on the dollar compared to that guy? And if I'm an African-American woman, that gap is even wider. I know that every man in this room will stand with the women and make sure we have pay equity for... This campaign, and again, we have got what this campaign is about, is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. Don't accept what TV gives you or what politicians give you in terms of your options. Every psychologist who has studied the issue understands the most important years of human development are 0 through 4, right? That is when how we develop intellectually and how we develop emotionally. Despite that reality, millions of working class families in America today, mom goes to work, dad goes to work, and they are desperately trying to find quality, affordable child care for their young children. Is that right? And sadly and tragically, what ends up happening because of the absurd system that we have, many child care workers are underpaid, undertrained. That is why I believe that if we're really concerned about the little kids, we need to revitalize completely and transform our child care system, hire hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-paid child care workers. This campaign is listening to our African American brothers and sisters. And they are saying, and all of us are saying, we are tired of looking at the TV and seeing unarmed African Americans killed while in police custody. What this campaign is about is fighting to end institutional racism and a broken criminal justice system. Now, I am a former mayor, Burlington, Vermont, and I have worked with police officers throughout my life, and the vast, vast majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and are asked to do a very, very difficult job. But like any other public official, when a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. Some police departments literally look like occupying armies. That is not what should be going on in America. Police departments must be part of the community, working to protect the people in the community, not seen as an oppressor force. We need to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve, look like their communities. We need to understand that this is a very, very serious problem in my state, in New England. We have a major, major crisis in heroin addiction and opiate addiction. It is a growing problem that has to be addressed. And what we have got to understand is that substance abuse and heroin addiction should be seen as a mental health issue, not a criminal issue. Which means that we need a revolution in how we do mental health in this country. We need to do away with minimal sentencing and give judges more discretion. Let me tell you another issue that we have got to grapple with. Tough issue. To a very significant degree, the so-called war on drugs has failed. Now, everybody here knows, I know, that heroin is a killer drug, and we got to stay away from heroin, and we got to do everything that we can to make sure our kids do not get addicted to heroin. But we also know, and people can argue with us till the cows come home and scientists dispute it, marijuana is not heroin. Now, I'm not here advocating for marijuana. I've done marijuana twice in my life when I was very young. And what it did for me is it made me cough a lot. That was my response. But I gather other people have had different experiences. I don't know. All right, but here is the point. Here is the point, because it's not about marijuana. It's about criminal justice. I didn't know this, until a number of months ago. Over the last 30 years, it turns out that millions of people in this country have criminal records because of possession of marijuana. It turns out that this becomes also a racial issue because studies show black community, white community does marijuana at about equal levels, but blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana than whites. Now, right now, under a provision called the Federal Controlled Substance Act, which lists so-called dangerous drugs, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug alongside of heroin. I agree. And that is why I believe we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, in our federalist-type society, the decision as to whether marijuana becomes legal or not is up to the states. 4 states have legalized marijuana. but it should not be a federal crime. And that's why we're going to take it out. Now, this campaign is also listening to our Latino brothers and sisters. And again, I want you to put yourself in the position of some undocumented people in this country, because I've met with many wonderful people who came to this country for a better life, to try to earn a living, to raise their kids away from violence and crime. What the Latino community is telling me is that they are tired of living in the shadows, of living in fear. They want comprehensive immigration reform, I agree, and a path toward citizenship. I am a member of the United States Senate Committee on the Environment and on Energy. Here is a very simple truth, and it is a scary truth, but you cannot run away from it. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already, today, doing devastating harm to our country and around the world. And this is what the scientists, people who know this issue best, tell us. If we do not get our act together and boldly, and I mean boldly, transform our energy system, by the end of this century, not such a long time, this planet, Earth, our only planet, will be between 5 and 10 degrees warmer. And that means more drought, more flooding, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean. Do you know what we are doing to the oceans today? We're destroying them. It means more rising sea levels and the flooding of coastal regions all over the world. It means more international conflict, because when people don't have water and they don't have land to grow their crops, they're going to be fighting with each other, more war. We have got to summon the courage. We have got to summon the courage to take on the fossil fuel industry and to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of the planet that we're leaving future generations. Now, a lot of Republicans go around the country and they talk about family values. Ever hear Republicans talk about family values? They love families. But I want you all to know what they mean by family values. What they mean by family values is that no woman in this room, in this state, in this country should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they mean by family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to be married. I disagree. But when we think big, it's important that we believe in family values and we address an international embarrassment. There is one major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are it. And you know what that means? It means that a woman today in Michigan or Vermont is giving birth, and that is an extraordinary day for that woman, for that family, pretty big day for the baby as well. But here's what is also happening, and I want you to think about it for a second. If that woman in Michigan or Vermont is a working class woman, and she doesn't have a whole lot of money, she gives birth today, what happens 2 weeks from now? That's right, she is forced, think about this, forced to separate herself from this new baby because she needs to go back to work, earn enough income to take care of her growing family. That is unconscionable. We are one of the few countries in the entire world that allows that to happen. And that is why together we are going to pass paid family and medical leave. Now, I've been to Flint, Michigan a couple of times in the last month, and what I heard and saw in Flint, Michigan is almost impossible to describe when you hear people talking. And the one thought and one feeling that you have is, how could, in the United States of America, in this great country in the year 2016, children be poisoned by a completely broken water system, which is poisoning the children? How could that happen in America? And that is why, among many other things that has got to happen, months ago, I asked for the resignation of Governor Snyder. Now, every elected official in the world makes mistakes. I've made my share of mistakes. But here, the dereliction of duty has been so extraordinary that I think, in good conscience, in order to give the people of Flint and the people of Michigan the ability now to go forward, I think the right thing is for the governor to resign. But what I also want to say to you, while Flint may be the worst example in America, the most severe case, if you think that Flint is the only city in America struggling with a collapsing infrastructure, you would not be right. And that's why I have proposed, and this is thinking big, to rebuild our water systems in Flint and all over this country. In my state of Vermont, we have water problems, but we have bridge problems. Many of our bridges need massive repair. Our rail system nationally needs repair. Our levees, our dams, our airports. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. Let's do it. Now, and here gets to another point about thinking big and having courage. People say, well, Bernie, you're right. What's going on in Flint is a disaster. What's going on all over this country is beyond belief. Yes, we have to rebuild infrastructure, but $1 trillion, oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. Where are you going to get the money? I'll tell you where we get the money. And this requires courage, but it's what we have to do. Right now in America, you have major corporations, General Electric and many others, making billions of dollars a year in profit. Do you know what they do with their profits? They stash that money in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. In a given year, some of these corporations, after making billions in profit, they do not pay 1 nickel in federal income tax. If we do away If we do away with that loophole, it's $100 billion a year coming in. We can rebuild our infrastructure. It is more important to rebuild the Flint water system, the Detroit school system, than to give tax breaks to profitable corporations. And when we think big, and when we ask ourselves simple questions. This is what thinking big is about. How does it happen that at a time when we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth? That makes sense to anybody? How does it happen that all over this world, in the United Kingdom, in France, in Germany, in Holland, in Italy, in all of the Scandinavian countries just north of us, in Canada, do you know what they are able to do? They provide health care to all of their people as a right. So here is a simple question. Why? Why are we the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people? Why? And I should say this, I'm on the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things. A lot of good things, and I'm proud of it. But despite the successes of the Affordable Care Act, here's where we are. 29 million people have zero health insurance. Many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and copayments. Is that right? All right, raise your hand if you have a high deductible. Okay, so you have, technically, you are counted as being insured, except if you have a $5,000 or a $10,000 deductible, guess what? When you get sick, you may not go to the doctor, right? Okay. In America, we are being ripped off big time by the drug companies. Today, you can walk into the pharmacy, your local pharmacy, and say, I want to get my medicine, and you find that the medicine you've been using for years, price has doubled or tripled. And there is no law to prevent that. If you can believe, you want to hear crazy, this is crazy. Today in America, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford to purchase the prescriptions that their doctors prescribe. Is that crazy? Today in America, elderly people divide their medicine up in half, cut it in half, because they can't afford medicine. And now, let me repeat what I have said time and time again. People criticize me for it, but let me say it. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And that is why I believe that the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world, pass a Medicare for all health care program. Now, everybody here knows a simple fact, and that is that if this country is to succeed now and in the future, we need the best educated workforce in the world. Is that right? We all know that learning and education is part of what being a human being is about. That we all know we want to keep learning until the day we die. That's what being human is about. But here is the sad and tragic reality of America today. And that is that hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people in Michigan and in Vermont and all over this country who have the ability and the qualifications, they are not going to college for one reason. And that reason is they cannot afford to go. And that is unfair not only to those young people, it is dumb for the future of our country. How many brilliant scientists and doctors and engineers and educators are not going to get the education that they need in order to do that work? All right, so what I believe, here's the other thing. Public education today, free public education in Vermont and Michigan, first grade through 12th grade, right? Everybody goes to public schools, it's free. Great. That was a great idea developed by smart people 50 or 100 years ago. But you know what? Today, in many respects, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. Right? 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You're in pretty good shape. You can go out and you got a damn good job. Today, by and large, that is not the case. Because the world has changed, technology has changed, and people need more education. That is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, we've got to be talking about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, once again, people say, Bernie, that's a radical idea, my God. It is not a radical idea. It is a very commonsensical idea. Anybody here know how much does college cost in Germany? How much does college cost in Scandinavia? What those countries, let me even go further. Many of you don't know this. Public colleges and universities 50, 60 years ago in this country used to be almost tuition free. Now, if we could do it 50 years ago, why in God's name can't we do it today? And second, related issue, huge issue. Oh, God. Huge issue. Okay. Millions of people in this country today are really being burdened and crushed by very high student debt. How many people in this room have student debt? Oh, well, look around, look around. All right. What kind of student debt are we talking about? How much are we talking about? I can't know. What, 50? 40,000? 70,000? How much? 80,000? $88,000. 100,000. This is like a Vermont auction. I don't know, 100,000? All right, here's what I've seen all over this country. And here is thinking big and outside of the box. This is what the system does not want you to do. Okay, number one, in my view, and I think in many of your views, in the year 2016, with the changing world, every kid in this country, regardless of the income in his family, I grew up in a low-income family. My parents didn't go to college, so I know something about this. Every kid in this country who does well in school should have the right to get a higher education. Second point. All right. Second point, think outside of the box. Why is it that people in this room, young woman back there, is now having to pay off a debt of $100,000, which I suspect she will be having to pay off for decades? And that means you're not going to be able to have, and I've talked to people paying 20, 25% of their limited incomes paying off the student debt for decades. Now, it means you're not going to be able to buy a home, buy a car, maybe not get married, maybe not have kids. Pretty crazy stuff. Think about it for a second. What crime did that young woman commit that she's going to have to pay a substantial part of her income off for the next many decades. She wanted to get the best education she could. Not a crime. She did, and many of you did, exactly what we tell you to do. Go out and get the best education. We need you to have all of the intellectual capabilities you can acquire. You can grow so you could do the cutting-edge work that our society demands. We should not punish people for getting a higher education. We should reward them. And that is why I believe we should substantially lower student debt by allowing people who have that debt to refinance their loans at the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, once again, people say, well, Bernie, you know, you're Santa Claus, you're giving away free stuff. Nice guy. You want everybody to be able to go to college. You want to lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it, Bernie? All right, let me tell you how we're going to pay for it. And this came up in the debate last night. You know, I want you to think about this. When Wall Street, 8 years ago, when their recklessness and greed and illegal behavior helped to destroy our economy, okay? They went to war, they went to the Congress and they said, bail us out. Yes, we're crooks. Yes, we're irresponsible. Yes, we have destroyed the lives of millions of people. Bail us out. And because they are the most powerful institution in America, and they always get what they want, Congress bailed them out. Well, I believe that right now we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And when we do that, we raise more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and lower student debt. In my view, if the American people could bail out Wall Street, now is the time for Wall Street to help the middle class of this country. You see, all of these issues come down to one fundamental point, and this is a real difference between Secretary Clinton and myself. Nothing that I have said to you today, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, creating millions of jobs, rebuilding Flint and our infrastructure all over this country, making public colleges and universities tuition-free, reducing student debt, leading the world in combating climate change, protecting our senior citizens and our veterans. None of these ideas are radical. But what they do require, and this is the difference between Secretary Clinton and myself, it does require us having the courage to take on the pharmaceutical industry and the insurance companies and Wall Street and the fossil fuel industry. You know, they now have it all. And when you come forward, as Secretary Clinton does, with a half a loaf proposals, you know what you end up getting? You get crumbs. Well, I think we need the full loaf right now. Now, one of the other charges being made against me is people say, well, Bernie, you're a nice guy, you got good ideas. You cannot defeat a Republican candidate for president. Let me dissuade you of that. Poll just came out the other day, here in Michigan. This is what it said. It said, good news, that Secretary Clinton here in Michigan would defeat Donald Trump by 16 points. That's really good. It said Bernie Sanders would defeat Trump by 22 points. And this is true not just in Michigan, it is true in poll after poll, nationally and in different states around this country. Let me also tell you why we are going to defeat Mr. Trump if he is the nominee. And we will defeat him because the American people understand that we are a great country when we come together. Mr. Trump thinks it is acceptable to insult Mexicans and Muslims. He thinks it is acceptable to insult women and veterans. In fact, he thinks it is acceptable to insult anybody who is not just like him. Thank God there are not a whole lot of people in this country who are just like him. We will defeat Mr. Trump because we understand that as human beings, we are here to help and support each other. That if one of my 7 grandchildren has a problem, I want you to be there for my grandchildren. When your families have a problem, I will be there for you. And when we stand together and support each other, we are whole and we are strong. Mr. Trump, I believe that community will trump, you got it, community will trump selfishness. Every religion in the world, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, whatever the religion is, always ends up coming down to the same thing. And what every religion in the world says, and what is about this campaign is about, that at the end of the day, love trumps hatred. As I mentioned earlier, when we began this campaign, we were 3% in the national polls, 60, 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. Every state that we have been in. Went to Iowa, we started off 50 points down, virtual tie, 30 points down in New Hampshire, we won. Way down in other states, we ended up winning or making it close. I believe that here in Michigan, where we started pretty far behind, we are closing that gap. If there is a large voter turnout tomorrow in Michigan, we win. Please come out and vote. Please have the great state of Michigan lead this country forward toward a political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, that is Bernie Sanders out of Dearborn. I'm going to take you now to John Kasich. It is currently happening. I know that we were anticipating giving it to you a little later. I can bring it to you in full later, but this John Kasich event is live, so I'm going to take you to Kasich Live right now. I'll get you more details on the venue in just a second, but don't worry, don't fret. I'll bring you Kasich in full at some point as well later today. Wrapped up all in a nice little package. John Kasich live event happening now.
From Medicaid that we can apply to Medicare. I'll give you one good example. For those that are on Medicare, many of the people here buy the supplemental policy. It provides first dollar coverage. First dollar coverage is never a good thing because it encourages overutilization. We need to make sure that the waste, fraud, and abuse is stripped out of that. Now, there's not like a desk there where you walk in and go, excuse me, but could you show me to the waste, fraud, and abuse section? Okay? But we know that with technology, we can begin to get better results out of that program. There are a number of things that we can do to make that program more efficient and more effective. Now, when we talk about Social Security, and the answer there really is if you made a lot of money, if you're wealthy throughout your life, you will get Social Security, but it will be less. For those that totally depend on it, will get their Social Security. That fixes the program forever. Now, you will not be able to get those things done without some support from people in the other party. And that's going to be the critical element. I mean, there'll be arguments over Medicare. There will be some arguments over Medicaid, but I think those can be won. The Social Security will be one where there's going to have to be some degree of bipartisan support. And if we do that, then we can deal with entitlements. We can't look the other way. You know what they said the other day? Well, what do you do about the third rail in politics, entitlements? When did we create a third rail? There's like, do your job. And if you don't win, you're going to have a better life when you're out than you're in. I can promise you that, okay? So don't worry about winning, because you know what? If you're a leader, you'll win. And you can't get hooked and fall in love with being in public office. So can we get it done? Yeah, it takes time. These things don't happen overnight. It takes time. But I believe that once you stabilize things, people will start creating jobs. And then we're going to see, you get to a balanced budget two ways: economic growth and restraint of spending. It's not one or the other. And in terms of spending, you touched something I know a lot about. It's about making things work better than how they were working. It's just like the Medicaid program. Nobody lost, except the lobbyists. Nobody lost in our state. We're doing great with this program, and people are happy. So you can make government work better. Everything in the world is now costing less with better quality, and except government. And that's, enough of that. Okay. Yes, you get the last one.
Hi, my name is Corey here, and as you may be able to tell from my accent, I'm not from around here. I'm actually from New Zealand, and I'm commercially interested to get engaged in the political process. And in many ways, America does things which people around the world are.
Sorry again, because I didn't stay here because nobody told me. Give me that microphone one more time. Thank you, Congressman. Stand up. Well, where's the congressman, Alex? Who are you? Oh, on the Board of Regents of University of Michigan. That was a lousy hire bid for that football coach. Thanks, Alex. Good job. Anyway, okay, I thought you were the congressman, and if I fight them, I'll never get my legislation through. Okay, back to you.
Hey, so my name's Corey here, and actually I'm from around here. I'm actually from New Zealand. I'm just come over to the States to get involved in the process. And in many ways, people around the world look to America and they look up to you for things you do, and you're forward compared to much of the rest of the world. But one of the things I think New Zealand and many other countries do much better is very strict campaign finances. So what would you do to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics? And will you support a constitutional amendment to limit money in politics?
No, I mean, you got a guy from New Zealand trying to tell us what to do in America? You got great accents. Let's face that. Okay. Look, I mean, do I like the idea that billionaires So if we can figure out a way to, guys are smart guys, if we can figure out a way to run campaign finance so that it requires more small givers, what do you guys think? Do you like that? I mean, I do. You know, they say, well, you just have total transparency and if people want to give $1 trillion, they can. I don't really like that idea. Now, the courts have ruled that if you do anything other than that, you are abridging somebody's First Amendment rights. But, I mean, I think it's possible for the Congress to take a look at this. But let me just suggest to you, I mean, our biggest problem is gerrymandering, where we cut off these districts and we don't have competitive districts anymore. We can pass a lot of laws, like, and look, things aren't going that great in New Zealand. You just did topple your prime minister, you got somebody else in. I mean, it's not all that great. Pardon? Well, who's your prime minister now? Who was it before that? You had a woman, and she's now out. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is this. There's no substitute for character. I mean, you can pass all the laws you want. Like, who's a small business person in here? Okay? You can have law, you can't steal, right? You can have all these traps and whistles and people watching, but at the end of the day, it's character, isn't it, sir? It's not like, okay, I got this way in which to check in and all that stuff. What I would tell you is the problem we've had is that we have not had the leaders who have given people an opportunity to rise and give them the inspiration to get them to do their job, remembering why they're there. Because people get very nervous in politics about losing. That's not unusual. Not many people go to work on a Monday wanting to tell the boss off. Okay? And when you're making a decision as an elected official, you don't really get real excited about making all the people angry. But if you have a really significant leader, that leader can get people to perform at a higher level. We were talking about Izzo back here, the coach. I think he could probably take, 15 of us and get us to the NCAA tournament, just my coach knows, right? He gets us to perform at a higher level. And that's what I think we've been missing in Washington. Well, in many places. Now, I would tell you, reasonable changes in the campaign laws and the gerrymandering and what we really need in this country is we need a constitutional amendment to require a federally balanced budget so that Congress can do. This is the last one, folks. I hate to go to an Aussie, but I got to go to more places. I'm sorry. But here's the thing. If you put a constitutional amendment in, you now give the congressman the ability to tell all the people who are barking at him, I'm sorry, but we can't do that. That's going to save the republic more than any other thing. That's what I believe. I think the balanced budget amendment to the Constitution, and we're getting closer to it. So we'll see what happens. And thanks for asking your question, and thanks for your observation. Maybe I can take, okay, so you get the last word since you're, I'll stay all day, but they won't let me.
I actually about trade. This is a big issue with, Sanders, for instance, some others, trading balance.
Trade is always a very tough issue. I'm giving you a couple statistics, for whatever they're worth. 1 out of every 5 jobs in America is connected to trade. 1 out of every 5. 38 million Americans have jobs that are connected to trade. So let's say that we decide we're going to have a trade war with everybody. So can we have a trade war? The price of our products go up. People can't buy it because everything costs more. So then the companies start not producing any products so that we have more unemployment. I don't think that's a good solution. I think the problem with trade is that, well, first of all, you got to make sure you hammer out the best agreement you can get. But secondly, a bigger problem is this. I don't know if it's a bigger problem, but when countries cheat, for example, we had a significant investment in a steel company in Ohio. U.S. Steel in the South Koreans. The South Koreans were dumping steel below the price of producing it in the U.S. We didn't do anything about it for a long time. Part of the reason may have been political. We needed South Korea for something, okay? To me, that's not acceptable. The South Koreans, when they started dumping steel and we knew it, we should have stopped their imports. Period. End of story. Instead, we go to some international commission that studies it, and by the time they say, oh yeah, you're right, all these people lost their jobs. We have to have an expedited process that when people cheat us, we stand up and say enough, and we stop it. And I can't think of any better way to do it than that. And if it ruffles feathers, that's just the way it goes. And by the way, when we hear about how great the Chinese are doing, the Chinese economy is melting to the ground right now. They're really in a free fall. They're trying to figure out how to stabilize their currency, and they're talking about, are you ready for this? The lessons from Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Can you imagine that? I think trade's a tough issue. I don't think it's so cut and dry and easy. There are some big companies, I'm not going to tell you who. I called the CEO who was going to be making an investment in Mexico. And I said, well, we make lots of investment in America. I said, fine. But when you make things out of the country and ship them back in the country, you're beginning to reduce the confidence that Americans have in trade. But it's never simple. It's never easy in this issue. Well, look, in the old days, in regard to Mexico, they had big barriers and our markets were open. So NAFTA brought down their barriers. What is it with NAFTA? Probably a wash. We probably didn't gain much, but we didn't lose anything from it. In fact, the barriers came down. So I think that it's emotional because it's easy to say things. But I got to tell you, if we're taking economic advice from Bernie Sanders, you ever notice Ben & Jerry's has given us free ice cream? They're as big as backers, right? You know that? They're from Vermont. Their Bernie's like very big as cows. Free ice cream for a year. And so what I would say to you is I think that we need to be more vigilant on this. And but I don't think we can put the blinds down and lock the doors and ignore the rest of the world. I don't think we can do that. Folks, look, let me just conclude by telling you this. I try to be as positive as I can to let you know what solutions are, not just here, but the whole campaign. And the media keeps saying, well, I think some of them said, you got to go and call somebody a name to get attention. But we're definitely rising in Michigan. This is a fantastic deal. We're headed to Ohio. News, because I'm in the bus. We're trying to have this bus out here. I watch the Golf Channel, and I would advise you all to watch the Cooking Channel and stuff like that with the news. But the one thing they keep talking about is Michigan. And Michigan is going to probably be very loudly heard on Tuesday night. Please have one say that John Kasich rose in his positive campaigns.
I don't know, what is this? The Red Sox? There's a couple. Chicago Cubs versus the Kansas City Royals, 105. Yeah. Well, basically it's What is your Steve point?
41? The State Department? Yeah. Is it frozen? I bet it's frozen.
We have Bernie out about 5 minutes.
No, it's there he is. He's back. He's not frozen.
You make representations to the Indian government about your, appealing for them to grant the visas or expressing directly your disappointment when they did not do so?
I won't speak to the specifics of private conversations we've had, but I just said it here from the podium, what our views are, and I just very publicly talked about our disappointment in it. So I think just, if nothing else, by virtue of what I've just said here, I've expressed the concern of the United States with respect to this particular decision.
Any comments on another issue on a visa between the U.S. and India as far as H-1B visas are concerned? The feud is going on between the two countries?
I don't have anything on that.
Give me a second. I'm going to have to redo this lower third, but you can see you're watching the State Department briefing.
Freedom of the press is a cornerstone of democracy.
Is this still the feeling of the United States government?
Yeah, that hasn't changed, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's still, wondering where this is going.
I know. Well, you won't. You'll know in a second. It is still a criteria or a requirement that members of NATO are democracies, isn't it?
Not aware of any change to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, given those two positions that have not changed stances, I'm wondering what you make of the seizure of Turkey's largest newspaper, opposition newspaper.
I talked about this.
What you have to say
about this quite a bit on Friday. I'd refer you to the transcript back then rather than have me go through all the same points. I was very clear about our concern about the move to trusteeship over Zaman, which is what I think you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the court case that led to that decision for trusteeship. We were very, very explicit on that. And as I said Friday, and I'll say it again today, Turkey's democracy still matters to us. And we want to see, for the sake of the Turkish people, we want to see the Turkish government continue to live up to the values enshrined in its own constitution, not just ours, about press freedom.
So where I'm also going with this is there was over the weekend a lot of very harsh criticism lobbed at the ambassador.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I saw that criticism, and let me just state unequivocally that well, a couple of things. First of all, the president and the secretary have and have had the utmost faith, trust, and confidence in Ambassador Bass and the work that he's doing out there, and he has the full support of Secretary Kerry as he continues to engage the Turkish government with respect to this particular issue. Well, all issues, but this one in particular that you're asking about. Number two, I would say that the Turkish people have no better friend than the one they have in John Bass. He really cares about Turkey and Turkey's success and their future and the Turkish people. And that's why he speaks out on issues like this when it's important to do so. And again, I would just reiterate, he continues to have the full support and confidence of Secretary Kerry and the President.
So what do you make of this very harsh and vitriolic criticism?
Well, it's unwarranted. It's certainly undeserved, and it is at the very least incredibly unfortunate, given the fact that the ambassador is so dedicated to furthering the U.S.-Turkey relationship.
And I wasn't here on Friday, but did you speak then, when in talking about the seizure of the takeover of the newspaper, about what this tells you about the state of democracy in Turkey? Did you speak to that? You say that it still matters and you still care about it.
Well, as I said,
but do you see this as an erosion?
I'm not ready to say that we've got some sort of trend analysis here, but
really, has the trend
you see,
Friday.
I know. See,
Only
when I say but, that means I have more to say in my sentence, and you just have to let me finish it. But we do continue to be concerned about these ongoing reports. And, I mean, obviously, the trend is not in a positive direction in terms of press freedoms in Turkey. And that is worrisome, and that's why we continue to talk about this.
One of the things you said on Friday was that the administrative takeover shouldn't lead to any newsroom changes. Obviously, an edition of Zaman has come out since then. You're very prominent on the front page. It's an old picture, but you look very young. Obviously, there has been a change in newsroom policy. So, the trend since your Friday, it's been downhill since then.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, we are certainly worried about where things are going with respect to
Are you also worried that
press freedoms
Turkey's
in
not
Turkey.
paying any attention to your worries?
I'm sorry?
Are you also worried that Turkey is not paying attention to your worries?
What I would...
Yeah. That they're rejecting your worries.
Well, clearly, they continue to make decisions, regardless of our pleas and the pleas of others in the international community. They continue to make decisions that are that contradict directly democratic principles that are enshrined in their own constitution. And press freedom is one of them. And they continue to ignore their own obligations, again, under their own constitution. So if you're asking me, does that concern us? Does that worry us? The answer is absolutely yes. And that is why Ambassador Bass has been vocal about it and honest about it and candid about it, as he should be with Turkish leaders. And I think we will continue to be so. As I said, yes, Turkey is a NATO ally, and Turkey is a key partner and a friend on many levels and on many issues, not the least of which is the fight against Daesh in Syria in particular. And we're not going to see eye to eye with them on everything. We clearly don't agree with the decisions that they've been making with respect to press freedoms. And we believe it's important, particularly with one's friends, to be able to state honestly and boldly our concerns.
But with all friends, there's a point where the friendship's over. And an alliance of democracies is only an alliance of democracies.
I don't think that's
if the members of
that's in anybody's interest. Certainly not. It's not in our interest. It's not in Turkey's interest, and that's not what we want to see as an outcome. What we want to see, what Ambassador Bass wants to see, is Turkey succeed and Turkey live up to those democratic principles. I mean, this isn't about picking on them over one issue that we don't like. Yeah, we don't like it when newspapers are shut down, or reporters are muzzled, or trusteeships are established, which change clearly what will be or what could be the editorial content of what should be an independent journalist arm of journalism in Turkey. But that doesn't mean that it has to tear asunder an entire bilateral relationship, nor do we think it will. And though we absolutely don't agree with what's going on there with respect to press freedoms, we still are able and want to be able to continue to have conversations with the Turks, not just about this, but about a whole range of other issues.
And you don't regard the latest in the long series of troubling attacks on the press, I may not have gotten the phrasing exactly right, but steps against the press that took place on Friday in the takeover of Zaman, as constituting an erosion of democracy in Turkey?
Let me put it this way, Ashad. As I said, it is a trend that is going in the wrong direction. No doubt about that. I mean, how many times do I get up here and have to say the same thing about press freedoms in Turkey? So it's certainly not going in the right direction. But what I would say is the trend as it is now, the actions as they are being taken, are doing nothing to contribute to free democratic principles in Turkey. The same free democratic principles that, as I said before, are enshrined in their constitution. None of this is contributing to that goal.
That does not
follow up on same issue. Thank you. First, would you, after a couple of days later, would you condemn this act of the government taking off the paper? And second, would you call on Turkish government to return the newspaper to the journalists?
I said it last week. I'll say it again. We remain deeply troubled by the government's use of appointed trustees to shut down or interfere with the editorial operations of media outlets that are critical of the government. Court-ordered supervision of a media company's finances and operations should not prompt changes to the newsroom or editorial policy. And we call, as we've called on before, the Turkish government to ensure the full respect for due process and equal treatment under the law. In a democratic society, critical opinions should be encouraged, not silenced.
On the media groups to the ground, and ambassador in Ankara recently, last year. So my question again, would you consider taking action, that kind of sanctions against those who involved with the seizure of the media groups?
I won't get ahead of decisions that haven't been made one way or the other with respect to that. I just won't get ahead of it. Yeah.
There are reports that Mrs. Toria Nuland is going to Greece this week. Actually, they say that she's going to northern Greece, where many refugees are. What is the purpose of the visit? If she's
I don't have any travel by Assistant Secretary.
Can you take the question, maybe?
No, I'm not going to take the question because, as you know, when our Assistant Secretaries travel, at the appropriate time, we make an announcement, and a media note will go out, and you'll know with the rest of the world. I just don't have any travel for her to speak to right now. I already got you, Goyle.
Thank you.
I think that's it for today. Thanks, everybody.
All right, that is a wrap on the State Department briefing. Looks like we're not getting any live feeds in, so I'm going to take you to a special video that I want to share with you. We featured this video on our Facebook page on Sunday. A lot of people hate the celebrity endorsement angle. I'm interested in knowing what your thoughts are on the celebrity presidential endorsement angle. Tweet me, Kinsey Fox 10. Take a look at this video. This is who celebrities are endorsing in the 2016 campaign.
Hey guys, Samia Khan and Kinsey Schofield here, and we are your Fox 10 News Now hosts.
Ben Carson's out.
As is Huckabee,
Rand Paul,
Carly Fiorina, and about 8 others.
Absolutely. Celebrities are not shy when it comes to their endorsements for their favorite presidential candidates.
So the question is, do these celebrity endorsements actually matter? Well, here are a list of some of the celebrities who have taken a stand. So when it comes to John Kasich, he's got Tim Allen, yes, the guy from Home Improvement, as well as Montel Williams.
Ted Cruz going strong with Duck Dynasty's Phil Robertson.
Meanwhile, Marco Rubio has Donnie Wahlberg, Jenna Jameson, Pawn Stars star Rick Harrison, and Babyface.
And here are some celebrities that are feeling the burn. Margaret Cho, Anthony Kiedis, Sarah Silverman, Susan Sarandon, Bill Maher, John C. Reilly, and Twilight's Nikki Reed.
No, that's his fake
and
name.
Donald
I don't
Trump's
understand.
Got a lot of supporters. He's got Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, Azalea Banks, Mike Tyson, Dennis Rodman, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, and Aaron Carter, meaning Aaron's party obviously wasn't his political affiliation.
And no one can compete with Hillary Clinton, Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, Kendall Jenner, Demi Lovato, Ariana Grande, Snoop Dogg, Waka Flocka, Lena Dunham, Britney Spears, Katy Perry, and Will Ferrell.
So how influential are celebrity endorsements when it comes to presidential campaigns? Chuck Norris's didn't seem to help Huckabee in 2008 or 2016.
However, Oprah's endorsement of Barack Obama in the 2008 election had a statistically and politically significant effect and was estimated to have netted Obama 1,015,559 votes in the Democratic primary.
Wow. So guys, we want your take. Are you influenced by celebrity endorsements? Make sure to let us know in the comment section below. And if you want more of Kinsey and I, just find us on Fox 10 News Now on fox10phoenix.com.
All right, so let me know, does a celebrity endorsement do anything for you? Do you, I mean, maybe it's not the actual celebrity as much as perhaps it's the amount of celebrities. For instance, Hillary Clinton had so many on that list, and they were big names. Take a look at Hillary Clinton in Grand Rapids earlier today. This is just a few minutes that we caught earlier this morning, right when we got in. But again, that's just Hillary Clinton in Grand Rapids, and I'm going to take you there now.
Becoming a mom, you know, when you're bringing the child home from the hospital, and all of a sudden you say, well, what are we going to do, and how are we going to do it? But what I have found is that it's often not a topic of conversation the way it needs to be early and often, because you really do have to hope that you have a very supportive relationship, in that if you want to go back to work, that's going to take adjustments from everybody, not just you. And so have that conversation and begin to think through, how are you going to afford it? How are you going to balance time and responsibility? And the good news is it's a much more common choice than it was when I was your age. You know, there weren't that many people who were trying to balance family and work, and there were, you know, you really did have a great group of, you know, friends who basically, you know, said, well, you know, I've got to give up my work, I've got to give up my career. And for some women, that still is the right choice. But if you are trying to do that balance, then you've got to get support, you know, from your family, not just your spouse, but I would argue your larger family. I think economically, you really have to take a hard look about how you are going to be successful at work, but fulfill your responsibilities at home. Now, for some people, it's easier. I mean, when I was pregnant with my daughter, I was a lawyer in a law firm. I was their first woman partner. There had never even been a single discussion about parental leave. It was just not even raised. And I thought, I kept trying to raise it with my partners, like, well, you know, I'm having a baby, which was pretty obvious. And I'm going to want time to really bond with the baby, get her, it turned out to be her, I didn't know at the time, get her off to a good start and all of that. And there was just no conversation. So we had no policy. And so there I was, having given birth to my daughter, and one of my partners called the next day, literally, and said, so when do you think you'll be coming back to work? I said, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months. I thought, why not, right? So he goes, oh, okay. I mean, that was the level of, like, don't talk about it, don't say a word about it. So now there are policies, people have these conversations, you have a much better sense of what to expect. But you still have to know yourself, and you have to know what you feel right doing. And you probably can't know that until you are actually a mom. And, you know, sometimes you have kids who have more needs than other kids. And so I just really urge young women, particularly, this goes for young men too, but it's still primarily a young woman's decision, to think hard about what really works for you and what works for your family, and then to ask for what you need from your employer. And for professional women like yourself, you're more likely to be able to work out an accommodation. The people I worry about are literally women who have no leave, no help, don't have enough money for good quality child care. I mean, I've done factory gates, and I've seen, you know, pickups pull up with an infant in the car seat, and, you know, the mom, you know, or the grandmother driving and the mom getting out, like, you know, I say, oh, how old's your baby? A week. I mean, so, you know, there still are so many women, minimum wage workers and others, who don't have any choices, which is why we've got to do family leave, paid family leave for everybody. But for professional women, drive a hard bargain. You know, really, Sheryl Sandberg advises that, and lean in. And I really echo that, because, you know, you do have to know yourself, know your needs, and tell your employers, look, I can get this done in the time that I can give you for work. And final thing I would say about this is, I always felt that I had to be really efficient when I was, practicing law after I became a mother. And so, yeah, I felt like I was being really efficient. That meant I was no longer going to lunch with people. I was no longer having a lot of conversations, during the day. But I could get my work done, and then I could go home. And so you just have to really be prepared to say, here's what I need, and here's what I can do. So you're not gonna lose a valuable employee, but we're gonna have to do it more on terms that make sense for me now.
Thanks for that. A lot of familiarity with those topics in the room, for sure. Brittany?
Thank you for coming to see us today. My question is, working in the technology industry, and here at Atomic Object, we work on a lot of Internet of Things devices where data is being collected and used in various ways to give us insights about ourselves and the world around us. And that data is also super important to keep secure. You saw our health product downstairs. There's health data that's being gathered there. What steps do you think government needs to take to make sure that the companies who create these products, build them, keeps our data secure? And also looking at the controversy between the Apple and the FBI about encryption on devices. Where do you stand on that?
Looks like our feed temporarily froze. That's a very interesting question too, so I hope it catches up here pretty soon. Sometimes we utilize these satellites that have hiccups, and especially when it comes to weather, we struggle to get the entire video when there is a weather issue, so hopefully the video catches up soon. All right, this video isn't working, so I'm going to take you live to the Pentagon. No, I'm not. I just lost my Pentagon point of view from, they just took that away from me. I don't know who this guy is on my screen, so I'm not going to cut to this other video. And I'm going to show you the weather. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch out with Samya. No, I'm not.
No, go to PC2.
Okay. No. Let's see. I'm going to show you Times Square for a few minutes, and I'm going to switch out with Samya. I'm going to run and get lunch. But we are looking, I think we'll probably get a video from the Pentagon here pretty soon. I don't think they'd send it to us without them anticipating something. So we're going to take you live to the Pentagon in just a little bit. And otherwise, we got a lot of good video from Kasich, Sanders, and we'll give you a replay of that Trump event from earlier today a little bit later.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am taking over for part of the afternoon before Kinsey joins you later this afternoon and evening. I want to continue Fox News Now with some 2016 election coverage. Earlier this morning, Bernie Sanders held a rally in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I did show you some of it earlier this morning, but I never showed it to you in full because I did have to cut out of it. So let's go back and watch it. And for some of you, it may be the first time around.
And I need Kalamazoo. I need Michigan. I need the United States of America to become a place where innocent people are not gunned down at random. A place where hardworking Americans are not crushed by student debt. A place where immigrants like myself have a clear path to citizenship. And a place where our veterans are treated with the respect, dignity, and care that they deserve. That's why I am supporting Bernie Sanders! Are you with me? My black, white, brown, no. My fellow Americans, your country needs you right now. And the United States of America needs Bernie Sanders. Take the hands of the people at your side. Take the hands of the people at your side. Take their hands. Everything we need is in the palm of our hand. Now go out there, united as one people, and use it! Man. It is my undeserved honor and privilege to introduce to you a bold American who has consistently fought on the right side of American history and has the track record to prove it. Brothers and sisters, by the prayers of our hearts and the work of our hands, the next president of the United States of America, Bernie Sanders! Thank you very much, Kalamazoo.
Let me thank Paul and Ben and Chris. I know we're in an ice skating rink, but they really warmed us all up, didn't they? And before I go further, let me, for my family, for my hurricane, and for the people of the state of Vermont, send our condolences to the people of Kalamazoo who suffered so recently in this terrible tragedy, and to tell you that if elected president, we will do everything we possibly can to end these horrific mass killings in America. And I applaud, I just met with some of the families, and I applaud those families who have used their shock and their grief, not just to get the press, but to come out and fight to make sure that other families do not have to experience the tragedies that they have experienced. And I thank the whole community here for coming together to support those families in their moment of need. Thank you very much. Our campaign is doing something very different than other campaigns are doing. And that is, we are telling the truth about what's going on in America. And the truth is not always pleasant. You know, sometimes you don't want to really know what's going on because it's confusing and it's painful. But the reality is we cannot go forward unless we have the courage to deal with the reality. You know, it's like going to the doctor. If you're sick, you know, you got to know what's going on so you get a therapy to be better. You don't want to hide it. And that's really true about honest politics. So here's some truths. Truth number one, all of you know that men and women have put their lives on the line and some have died to defend American democracy. And as the former chairman of the Veterans Committee, I've had the honor of meeting so many brave veterans from World War II to today who did just that. Some of them came home without arms and legs. They did everything that they were asked to do to make sure that our way of life, and at the central part of our way of life is democracy. And democracy is a pretty radical idea looked at from a world perspective. You know what I mean by that? 200 years ago, you had kings and czars and queens. They decided if there was a war. Some person up there had the divine right to say, you're going to war, or you're paying taxes. You don't have any power. I make all of the decisions. And great people fought to change that, to create democracy. And what democracy means is that every person in this country has the right to determine the destiny and the future of the United States of America. But that democracy, that idea, is being threatened right now. It's being threatened in a number of ways. Number one, as all of you know, 6 years ago, the United States Supreme Court ruled in the Citizens United case. What they said is that billionaires who already own much of our economy should be allowed to purchase the United States government. And what's happened since is people with unbelievable sums of money are now pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into elections. You turn on the TV and you see these ads. They're paid in many cases by super PACs funded by billionaires who want to elect politicians who represent the wealthy and the powerful. Now, when you have one family, the Koch brothers, you know about the Koch brothers. Smart group of people. And a few other billionaires, they are going to spend in this election some $900 million. Got that? $900 million. That is more money than either the Democratic Party or Republican Party is going to spend nationally. When you have that situation, that is not called democracy, that is called oligarchy. And together, we're going to take... So fight number one is a very fundamental fight. Does this country belong to all of us, or does it belong to a handful of billionaires? Now, in that regard, I want to talk about a difference that Secretary Clinton and I have. Okay? When I began this campaign, we were 3% in the polls. We were considered to be a fringe candidacy. And one of the issues we had to deal with right on is how do you raise the money you need to run a national campaign? As all of you know, unfortunately, it requires hundreds of millions of dollars for us to run a national campaign. And we had a choice. We could do what other candidates do and establish a super PAC, go to Wall Street, go to the drug companies, go to the billionaires. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't represent their interests. Secretary Clinton made a different decision. She established several super PACs. Last reporting period had one of her super PACs receiving $15 million from Wall Street alone. And also she has received very large speakers' fees from Wall Street companies. She gave speeches before Goldman Sachs, $225,000 a speech. Gave a few speeches. Now, I think, I said this last night, if you give a speech for $225,000 for an hour's work, it must be a brilliant speech. Must be one of the great speeches in the history of the world. Share that speech with the American people. Secretary Clinton says she will do it if other people will do it. Let me proclaim, I will do it. I will release all of the transcripts. I will release all of the transcripts of the speeches I gave behind closed doors or open doors to Wall Street. Here they are. Okay, you got it, every word that I gave behind closed doors to Wall Street, you got it. Okay, but here's the point. Here's the point. We have chosen, and this is revolutionary for American politics, we have chosen to raise funds in a very different way. And I am amazed and proud to tell you, and this is revolutionary, that at this point in the campaign, we have received over 5 million individual contributions. And that is more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of this country up at this point in an election. Do you know what the average contribution is? That's right, $27. So if we didn't get $15 million from Wall Street, we got $27 million through 5 million individual contributions. So to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Number two, when we talk about what's going on in American society today and when we have to face up to it, it's not only that we have a corrupt campaign finance system in which billionaires are buying elections, it is that we have a rigged economy. You don't know what I mean by a rigged economy? Here's what a rigged economy means. Today, very few people know this. Today in America, we are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Most working people don't know that that's true. You know why? Because they're busy working longer hours for lower wages, and almost all of the new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. Now, I want you to listen to this, because you're not going to see this on TV or hear it in the radio too often. They don't report these type of things. Today in America, the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Do you all understand what I'm saying? 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That's the American economy. Today in America, the wealthiest 20 people now own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. I want to tell you about what a rigged economy means. Today in America, one family, the Walton family, the wealthiest family in our country, owns more wealth alone, this is one family, than the bottom 40% of our people. Now here's what a rigged economy is about. Walton family makes a lot of money from Walmart. Walmart is the largest private sector employer in America, but they pay wages to their workers that are so low that many of their employees are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing, okay? In other words, their wages are so low that people can't sustain their families on those wages. Who is paying for those food stamps, Medicaid, and subsidized housing? You are. So what a rigged economy is about is the wealthiest family in America getting billions of dollars in welfare from working families. You are subsidizing the wealthiest family in America. I think that's pretty stupid. That's a rigged economy. So I say, a lot of Republican governors, they talk about welfare abuse. Poor people are abusing welfare. The major, largest welfare abuser in America is the wealthiest family in America. And I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. Campaign finance system, we have a rigged economy, and we have a broken criminal justice system. Now, what a broken criminal justice system is about is that, and again, these are hard truths. Nobody is happy to hear that. But if we don't hear this, we don't go forward. In America today, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. China, communist authoritarian country, 4 times our population, we have more people in jail than China. Mostly African American, Latino, and Native American. Today, and I want you to hear this for a moment, because this is kind of unbelievable, but it is true. An African-American male baby born in Michigan today born in America today, stands a 1 in 4 chance of ending up in prison during his lifetime. Meanwhile, youth unemployment in this country is off the charts. Did you all know that? We don't talk about it much. Kids who graduate high school, if they're white, 33% unemployed or underemployed. Latino, 36%. African American, 51%. You want a radical idea? All right, we are going to invest in education and jobs for our young people. going to invest in education and jobs, not in more jails or more incarceration. Well, let me just mention to you, because the people of Michigan will be coming out and voting tomorrow. All of you going to be out voting tomorrow? You know, we're kind of on a roll over the weekend, and this is kind of what the political revolution is about. You hear me talking about the political revolution. And what the political revolution means is what I am seeing here today. Seeing large numbers of people, often young people and working people, who are prepared now to get involved in the political process to create a government which works for all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. Let me tell you what I saw over just the last weekend and yesterday. We saw in Kansas the largest voter turnout in their caucus in history. People crowding into rooms, overflow crowds. We won Kansas by a landslide victory. On Saturday in Nebraska, again, huge turnouts. They were long. See, this is what Saturday Night Live does to you. I can't use that word. Huge turnouts. And yesterday, we won a landslide, good, very strong victory in Nebraska that we won by 14 points there. Yesterday, and it's really amazing, and it really is so gratifying. In Maine, they had lines a half a mile long. And you know, Maine is like Vermont. It gets a little bit cold now. But people were willing to stand online for hours, literally. Turns out it is the largest turnout in the history of the Maine caucus. We won Maine. We won Maine by like 25, 30 points is what we won Maine. And it is incredible, and it is beautiful. It is so beautiful to see working people and young people coming out trying to reclaim their government. And that is what, if that happens tomorrow, if there is a large turnout, we are going to win here in Michigan. Tell you more about a rigged economy and where Secretary Clinton and I have a strong disagreement. In the early 1990s, corporate America, big money interests decided they want a series of trade policies. Now, trade is not a sexy issue. It is virtually not discussed on media at all, on television, very few articles about it. But you all know what disastrous trade agreements mean? This is what they mean. They are written by corporate America. And what they say is, why do we in corporate America, in the automobile industry or electronics or any industry, why do we want to pay workers in Michigan or in Vermont or any place in America 25, 30 bucks an hour? Why do we want to give them middle-class wages, benefits, protect environmental laws when we can shut down in Michigan, move to China, move to Mexico, pay people pennies an hour there, and bring our products back into this country? That's it. That's what trade policy has been. That's what NAFTA has been. That is what permanent normal trade relations with China has been. One of the differences between Secretary Clinton and me is she has supported virtually every one of these disastrous trade agreements. These trade agreements have wreaked havoc all over this country. They have resulted in tens of thousands of factories being shut down here, moved abroad. They have been particularly devastating to Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and the Midwest. If elected president, we are going to fundamentally change our trade policies. Now, when you get defensive and you have to defend your record of supporting virtually every horrific trade agreement, you say things that are just not quite correct. Last night, Secretary Clinton went out of her way to mischaracterize my history as it relates to the 2008 auto industry bailout. So let me be as clear as I can. There was one vote in the United States Senate on whether or not to support the auto bailout and protect jobs in Michigan and around this country. I voted for the auto bailout. That was the one vote. What I did not vote for, and make no apologies, is the bailout of the crooks on Wall Street. Whose illegal behavior and greed brought this economy into the worst downturn since the 1930s. Now, let me also discuss another difference between Secretary Clinton and myself. This is an enormously important issue. 2002, the debate in Congress centered around the most important foreign policy issue that this country has experienced in many, many years, and that is the war in Iraq. Now, as a member of Congress, I listened very carefully to what President Bush, Vice President Cheney had to say about Iraq, and I concluded they were not telling the truth. And I voted against that war. And a lot of what I feel would happen, in fact, did happen. Secretary Clinton, and a member of the Senate, listened to that same debate, the same information. She voted for that war. History will record that my vote was the right vote. Now, this campaign is asking the American people to think big, not small. To think where we can go as a nation. To understand that in the last 30 years in this country, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth, but it's a redistribution that has gone in the wrong direction. Trillions of dollars, because of deliberate public policy, have gone from the middle class and working class of this country, which is shrinking, into the hands of the top 0.1%, whose percentage of wealth over that period has doubled. People on top becoming much richer, middle class shrinking. That is the overall economic reality of this country in the last 30 years. Yes, Thank you, President Obama. We are in much better shape economically today than we were when George Bush left office and we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. We have made progress, but we have a long, long way to go to rebuild the American middle class. That's what this campaign is about. What this campaign is about is doing our best to listen to you, to listen to the pain and the struggles of ordinary Americans rather than just the greed of billionaire campaign contributors. So as we go around the country, this is what we hear. We hear from a woman in Nevada who tells me, Bernie, I have a daughter, 6 years of age. I am making $10.45 an hour, and I'm paying off student debt. And with tears coming down her eyes, she's saying, I do not know how I am going to make it. We are listening to millions of people who are earning $8, $9, $10 an hour and are not making it. And that is why, together, we're going to fight to make the minimum wage in this country a living wage. It is not a radical idea to say that if you work 40 or 50 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And together we are going to raise that minimum wage from the starvation wage of $7.25 to $15 an hour over the next few years. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. Now, one of the things that I want to say, and this is important, is when we discuss real issues, you can't look to the television and you can't look to the corporate media to tell you what the real issues are. They will tell you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, everything in the world except those issues that are most important to the American people. One issue that is not discussed at all, virtually not at all, and we listen to, is the fact that there are millions of seniors in Michigan, in Vermont, all over this country, seniors and disabled veterans who are trying to get by on $11,000 or $12,000 a year. Do you know that? 11. Now, I want you to put yourself into the minds of somebody 85 years of age, having to buy medicine, having to buy health care, having to buy food, having to keep their homes warm in the winter. Try doing it on $12,000 a year. You know what? You can't. A great nation, brothers and sisters, a great nation is not determined by the number of millionaires and billionaires we have. A great nation is determined by how we treat the weakest and most vulnerable among us. That's what being a human being is about. Now, unbelievably, and I really do say unbelievably, many of my Republican colleagues in the Senate, they think we should cut benefits for disabled vets and elderly people who are on Social Security. I got some bad news for them. And that is, not only are we not going to cut benefits, we are going to expand benefits. This campaign is listening to the women of America. And here's what women are saying. They're saying, you know, Bernie, how does it happen that I go to work in an office and I'm doing the same work as some guy in the other part of the room and I'm making 79 cents on the dollar compared to that guy? And if I'm an African-American woman, that gap is even wider. I know that every man in this room will stand with the women and make sure we have pay equity for this campaign. And again, we have got what this campaign is about, is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. Don't accept what TV gives you or what politicians give you in terms of your options. Every psychologist who has studied the issue understands the most important years of human development are 0 through 4, right? That is how we develop intellectually and how we develop emotionally. Despite that reality, millions of working class families in America today, mom goes to work, dad goes to work, and they are desperately trying to find quality, affordable child care for their young children. Is that right? And sadly and tragically, what ends up happening because of the absurd system that we have, many child care workers are underpaid, undertrained. That is why I believe that if we're really concerned about the little kids, we need to revitalize completely and transform our child care system, hire hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-paid child care workers. This campaign is listening to our African-American brothers and sisters. And they are saying, and all of us are saying, we are tired of looking at the TV and seeing unarmed African-Americans killed while in police custody. What this campaign is about is fighting to end institutional racism and a broken criminal justice system. Now, I am a former mayor, Burlington, Vermont, and I have worked with police officers throughout my life. And the vast majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and are asked to do a very, very difficult job. But like any other public official, when a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. Some police departments literally look like occupying armies. That is not what should be going on in America. Police departments must be part of the community, working to protect the people in the community, not seen as an oppressor force. We need to make police police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve, look like their communities. We need to understand this is a very, very serious problem in my state, in New England. We have a major, major crisis in heroin addiction and opiate addiction. It is a growing problem that has to be addressed. And what we have got to understand is that substance abuse and heroin addiction should be seen as a mental health issue, not a criminal issue. Which means that we need a revolution in how we do mental health in this country. We need to do away with minimal sentencing and give judges more discretion. Let me tell you another issue that we have got to grapple with. Tough issue. To a very significant degree, the so-called war on drugs has failed. Now, everybody here knows, I know, that heroin is a killer drug, and we got to stay away from heroin, and we got to do everything that we can to make sure our kids do not get addicted to heroin. But we also know, and people can argue with us till the cows come home and scientists dispute it, marijuana is not heroin. Now, I'm not here advocating for marijuana. I've done marijuana twice in my life when I was very young. And what it did for me is it made me cough a lot. That was my response. But I gather other people have had different experiences. I don't know. Right, but here is the point. Here is the point, because it's not about marijuana. It's about criminal justice. I didn't know this, until a number of months ago. Over the last 30 years, it turns out that millions of people in this country have criminal records because of possession of marijuana. It turns out that this becomes also a racial issue because studies show black community, white community does marijuana at about equal levels, but blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana than whites. Now, right now, under a provision called the Federal Controlled Substance Act, which lists so-called dangerous drugs, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug alongside of heroin. I agree. And that is why I believe we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, in our federalist-type society, the decision as to whether marijuana becomes legal or not is up to the states. 4 states have legalized marijuana. But it should not be a federal crime. And that's why we're going to take it out. Now, this campaign is also listening to our Latino brothers and sisters. And again, I want you to put yourself in the position of some undocumented people in this country, because I've met with many wonderful people. People who came to this country for a better life, to try to earn a living, to raise their kids away from violence and crime. What the Latino community is telling me is that they are tired of living in the shadows, of living in fear. They want comprehensive immigration reform, I agree, and a path toward citizenship. I am a member of the United States Senate Committee on the Environment and on Energy. Here is a very simple truth, and it is a scary truth, but you cannot run away from it. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already, today, doing devastating harm to our country and around the world. And this is what the scientists, people who know this issue best, tell us. If we do not get our act together and boldly, and I mean boldly, transform our energy system, by the end of this century, not such a long time, this planet, Earth, our only planet, will be between 5 and 10 degrees warmer. And that means more drought, more flooding, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean. Do you know what we are doing to the oceans today? We're destroying them. It means more rising sea levels and the flooding of coastal regions all over the world. It means more international conflict, because when people don't have water and they don't have land to grow their crops, they're going to be fighting with each other, more war. We have got to summon the courage. We have got to summon the courage to take on the fossil fuel industry and to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of the planet that we're leaving future generations. Now, a lot of Republicans go around the country and they talk about family values. Have you heard Republicans talk about family values? They love families. But I want you all to know what they mean by family values. What they mean by family values is that no woman in this room, in this state, in this country should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they mean by family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to be married. I disagree. But when we think big, it's important that we believe in family values and we address an international embarrassment. There is one major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are it. And you know what that means? It means that a woman today in Michigan or Vermont is giving birth, and that is an extraordinary day for that woman, for that family, pretty big day for the baby as well. But here's what is also happening, and I want you to think about it for a second. If that woman in Michigan or Vermont is a working class woman and she doesn't have a whole lot of money, she gives birth today, what happens 2 weeks from now? That's right, she is forced, think about this, forced to separate herself from this new baby because she needs to go back to work, earn enough income to take care of her growing family. That is unconscionable. We are one of the few countries in the entire world that allows that to happen. And that is why together we are going to pass paid family and medical leave. Now, I've been to Flint, Michigan a couple of times in the last month. And what I heard and saw in Flint, Michigan is almost impossible to describe when you hear people talking. And the one thought and one feeling that you have is, how could, in the United States of America, in this great country in the year 2016, children be poisoned by a completely broken water system, which is poisoning the children? How could that happen in America? And that is why, among many other things that has got to happen, months ago, I asked for the resignation of Governor Snyder. Official in the world makes mistakes. I've made my share of mistakes. But here, the dereliction of duty has been so extraordinary that I think, in good conscience, in order to give the people of Flint and the people of Michigan the ability now to go forward, I think the right thing is for the governor to resign. But what I also want to say to you, while Flint may be the worst example in America, the most severe case, if you think that Flint is the only city in America struggling with a collapsing infrastructure, you would not be right. And that's why I have proposed, and this is thinking big, to rebuild our water systems in Flint and all over this country. In my state of Vermont, we have water problems, but we have bridge problems. Many of our bridges need massive repair. Our rail system nationally needs repair. Our levees, our dams, our airports. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. Let's do it. And here gets to another point about thinking big and having courage. People say, well, Bernie, you're right. What's going on in Flint is a disaster. What's going on all over this country is beyond belief. Yes, we have to rebuild infrastructure, but $1 trillion, oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. Where are you going to get the money? I'll tell you where we get the money. And this requires courage, but it's what we have to do. Right now in America, you have major corporations, General Electric, and many others, making billions of dollars a year in profit. Do you know what they do with their profits? They stash that money in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. In a given year, some of these corporations, after making billions in profit, they do not pay 1 nickel in federal income tax. If we do away with that loophole, it's $100 billion a year coming in. We can rebuild our infrastructure. It is more important to rebuild the Flint water system, the Detroit school system, than to give tax breaks to profitable corporations. And when we think big, and when we ask ourselves simple questions. This is what thinking big is about. How does it happen that at a time when we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth? That makes sense to anybody? How does it happen that all over this world, in the United Kingdom, in France, in Germany, in Holland, in Italy, in all of the Scandinavian countries, just north of us, in Canada, do you know what they are able to do? They provide health care to all of their people as a right. So here is a simple question. Why? Why are we the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people? Why? And I should say this, I'm on the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things. A lot of good things, and I'm proud of it. But despite the successes of the Affordable Care Act, here's where we are. 29 million people have zero health insurance. Many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and co-payments. Is that right? Raise your hand if you have a high deductible. Okay. So you have, technically, you are counted as being insured, except if you have a $5,000 or $10,000 deductible, guess what? When you get sick, you may not go to the doctor, right? Okay. In America, we are being ripped off big time by the drug companies. Today, you can walk into the pharmacy, your local pharmacy, and say, I want to get my medicine, and you find that the medicine you've been using for years, price has doubled or tripled. And there is no law to prevent that. If you can't believe, you want to hear crazy, this is crazy. Today in America, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford to purchase the prescriptions that their doctors prescribe. Is that crazy? Today in America, elderly people divide their medicine up in half, cut it in half, because they can't afford medicine. And now, let me repeat what I have said time and time again. People criticize me for it, but let me say it. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And that is why I believe that the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world, pass a Medicare for all health care program. Everybody here knows a simple fact, and that is that if this country is to succeed, we need the best educated workforce in the world. Is that right? We all know that learning and education is part of what being a human being is about. That we all know we want to keep learning until the day we die. That's what being human is about. But here is the sad and tragic reality of America today. And that is that hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people in Michigan and in Vermont and all over this country who have the ability and the qualifications, they are not going to college for one reason. And that reason is they cannot afford to go. And that is unfair, not only to those young people, it is dumb for the future of our country. How many brilliant scientists and doctors and engineers and educators are not going to get the education that they need in order to do that work? All right, so what I believe, here's the other thing. Public education today, free public education in Vermont and Michigan, 1st grade through 12th grade, right? Everybody goes to public schools, it's free. Great. That was a great, great idea developed by smart people 50 or 100 years ago. But you know what? Today, in many respects, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. Right? 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You're in pretty good shape. You can go out and you got a damn good job. Today, by and large, that is not the case. Because the world has changed, technology has changed, and people need more education. That is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, we've got to be talking about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, once again, people say, Bernie, that's a radical idea, my God. It is not a radical idea. It is a very commonsensical idea. Anybody here know how much does college cost in Germany? How much does college cost in Scandinavia? What those countries are, let me give you go further. Many of you don't know this. Public colleges and universities 50, 60 years ago in this country used to be almost tuition free. Now, if we could do it 50 years ago, why in God's name can't we do it today? And second, related issue, huge issue. Oh, God. Huge issue. Okay. Millions of people in this country today are really being burdened and crushed by very high student debt. How many people in this room have student debt? Oh, well, look around. All right. What kind of student debt are we talking about? How much are we talking about? I can't know. What, 50? 40,000? 70,000? How much? 80,000? $88,000. 100,000. This is like a Vermont auction. I don't know, 100,000? All right, here's what I've seen all over this country. And here is thinking big and outside of the box. This is what the system does not want you to do. Okay, number one, in my view, and I think in many of your views, in the year 2016, with the changing world, every kid in this country, regardless of the income in his family, I grew up in a low-income family. My parents didn't go to college, so I know something about this. Every kid in this country who does well in school should have the right to get a higher education. Second point. Second point, think outside of the box. Why is it that people in this room, young woman back there, is now having to pay off a debt of $100,000, which I suspect she will be having to pay off for decades? And that means you're not going to be able to have, and I've talked to people paying 20-25% of their limited incomes paying off the student debt for decades. Now, it means you're not going to be able to buy a home, buy a car, maybe not get married, maybe not have kids. Pretty crazy stuff. Think about it for a second. What crime did that young woman commit that she's going to have to pay a substantial part of her income off for the next many decades? She wanted to get the best education she could. Not a crime. She did, and many of you did, exactly what we tell you to do. Go out and get the best education. We need you to have all of the intellectual capabilities you can acquire. You can grow so you can do the cutting-edge work that our society demands. We should not punish people for getting a higher education. We should reward them. And that is why I believe we should substantially lower student debt by allowing people who have that debt to refinance their loans at the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, once again, people say, well, Bernie, you're Santa Claus, you're giving away free stuff. Nice guy. You want everybody to be able to go to college? You want to lower student debt? How are you going to pay for it, Bernie? All right, let me tell you how we're going to pay for it. And this came up in the debate last night. I want you to think about this. When Wall Street, 8 years ago, when their recklessness and greed and illegal behavior helped to destroy our economy, okay? They went to war, they went to the Congress and they said, bail us out. Yes, we're crooks. Yes, we're irresponsible. Yes, we have destroyed the lives of millions of people. Bail us out. And because they are the most powerful institution in America, and they always get what they want, Congress bailed them out. Well, I believe that right now we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And when we do that, we raise more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition free and lower student debt. In my view, if the American people could bail out Wall Street, now is the time for Wall Street to help the middle class of this country. You see, all of these issues come down to one fundamental point, and this is a real difference between Secretary Clinton and myself. Nothing that I have said to you today, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, creating millions of jobs, rebuilding Flint and our infrastructure all over this country, making public colleges and universities tuition-free, reducing student debt, leading the world in combating climate change, protecting our senior citizens and our veterans. None of these ideas are radical. But what they do require, and this is the difference between Secretary Clinton and myself, it does require us having the courage to take on the pharmaceutical industry and the insurance companies and Wall Street and the fossil fuel industry. They now have it all. And when you come forward, as Secretary Clinton does, with a half-a-loaf proposals, you know what you end up getting? You get crumbs. Well, I think we need the full loaf right now. Now, one of the other charges being made against me is people say, well, Bernie, you're a nice guy, you got good ideas. You cannot defeat a Republican candidate for president. Let me dissuade you of that. Poll just came out the other day, here in Michigan. This is what it said. It said, good news, it said Secretary Clinton, here in Michigan, would defeat Donald Trump by 16 points. That's really good. It said Bernie Sanders would defeat Trump by 22 points. And this is true not just in Michigan, it is true in poll after poll, nationally and in different states around this country. Let me also tell you why we are going to defeat Mr. Trump if he is the nominee. And we will defeat him because the American people understand that we are a great country when we come together. Mr. Trump thinks it is acceptable to insult Mexicans and Muslims. He thinks it is acceptable to insult women and veterans. In fact, he thinks it is acceptable to insult anybody who is not just like him. Thank God there are not a whole lot of people in this country who are just like him. We will defeat Mr. Trump because we understand that as human beings, we are here to help and support each other. That if one of my 7 grandchildren has a problem, I want you to be there for my grandchildren. When your families have a problem, I will be there for you. And when we stand together and support each other, we are whole and we are strong. Mr. Trump, I believe that community will trump, you got it, community will trump selfishness. Every religion in the world, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, whatever the religion is, always ends up coming down to the same thing. And what every religion in the world says, and what is about this campaign is about, that at the end of the day, love trumps hatred. As I mentioned earlier, when we began this campaign, we were 3% in the national polls, 60, 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. Every state that we have been in. Went to Iowa, we started off 50 points down, virtual tie, 30 points down in New Hampshire, we won. Way down in other states, we ended up winning or making it close. I believe that here in Michigan, where we started pretty far behind, we are closing that gap. If there is a large voter turnout tomorrow in Michigan, we win. Please come out and vote. Please have the great state of Michigan lead this country forward toward a political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on that Rubio or Bernie Sanders rally. Excuse me. Marco Rubio does have a rally that's set to begin any minute now. We're not really getting that feed in, but speaking of presidential candidates, they all want to work and live in this house right here. All right, guys, you're looking at the backdrop of a Marco Rubio event. However, we're going to cut away from this because we have some developing news, some breaking news. I know this is the story that Andrew Hasbin is on. I'll just read some of Andrews' tweets. Attorneys for Colorado City Hilldale arrived at federal court for reading of verdict in FLDS civil rights suit. Jury finds Colorado City Hilldale violated civil rights and Federal Fair Housing Act, violated First, Fourth, and 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Jury has awarded damages to 6 people ranging from $5,000 to $1 million. Again, if you are not aware of the significance of Hilldale in Colorado City, they're known for their polygamous family units. Right now, Andrew's getting a live interview in, so let's go and check in there.
Appropriately at that point in time.
And they've given you guys no heads up or hints as to what they might be asking for?
Don't know at this point in time.
Do you expect the appointment of a monitor?
Don't know. I mean, obviously in the Cook case, what the judge ultimately decided, that they requested, the state of Arizona in that case requested all sorts of relief, and what the judge ultimately cited in that case was a 10-year injunction of no further discrimination, and we could see something similar to that here. We could see something different. We just don't know at this point in time. But we'll deal with it whenever it comes up. And with respect to how the communities will deal with it, we'll advise them, and I believe that they will respect whatever the court decides.
Can we get both your names
again, please?
Jeff Matura. Blake Hamilton.
Thanks, guys.
Can you spell both of your names?
Yeah. Jeff, J-E-F-F.
All right, guys, it looks like we just got the tail end of this live interview. So just to recap, 2 polygamous towns in Arizona and Utah violated the constitutional rights of non-believers by denying them basic services such as police protection, building permits, and water hookups, according to a jury. The civil rights trial marks one of the boldest efforts by the government to confront what critics have long said was a corrupt regime in Colorado City, Arizona, and Hilldale, Utah. The towns were accused of doing the bidding of the fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a radical offshoot of mainstream Mormonism, which disavowed polygamy more than 100 years ago. The judge will now decide which punishments to impose on those towns. Again, this is the story that Andrew Hasman is on, so if you want more details, make sure to tune in to the 5 o'clock news on Fox 10 if you are local, and if you're not, tune in to fox10phoenix.com. You can watch our broadcast live. In the meantime, Marco Rubio has just started talking, so let's go listen in on what this presidential candidate has to say.
I feel good about the directions of things. We're going to have to work really hard. I've been in this role before, my entire life actually. So it's an important role to play, and it's a role I'm comfortable with. We're going to keep working hard, and we feel good about where it's going to lead.
Why so late getting a Florida campaign going?
Hold on, Adam.
Senator, just a couple of weeks ago, Donald Trump held a rally here at USF where there were 15,000 people. You only had a few hundred here tonight. How concerned are you? That shows an enthusiasm gap.
Well, we had a rally with 5,000 people in Tennessee, and we didn't do as well as we wanted to.
But is there an enthusiasm gap?
No, I think he's an interesting show. I mean, and obviously you never know what he's going to say, except it's probably going to be vulgar or profane when he's in one of these events. And a lot of the people that come out come to watch the show, not necessarily to vote for him. If crowd size was indicative of his support, he'd be blowing everyone away everywhere. He's now starting to lose states, as you've seen. So I think the people that come to our events are supporters and voters. And but I wouldn't judge campaigns simply on crowd sizes. I mean, I just wouldn't.
Senator, are you aware of the LACO discharges and the impact that they're having on Fort Myers and Port St. Lucie?
Well, I think the impacts they're having around the state. Again, this is an ongoing problem in Florida with water quality issues that we face, and it continues to be an issue with the Army Corps as well, and trying to get the right approach. We've been working also on another issue up in the northeastern part of the state, in Port St. Lucie, that's equally problematic. So it's just an ongoing issue with the nutrients that are getting into the water and the impact it's having downstream, especially every time that we have unseasonably high rains. The overflows that creates often has damage downstream. It's an issue that I hope we can continue to work with the Army Corps on, but the science is not keeping up with the projects.
Senator, what took so long sort of opening offices, doing the sort of blocking and tackling that takes to win?
Yeah, but that's true of every campaign. I mean, the way presidential campaigns are run, if you look at the number of states that were lined up before you got to Florida, it's just a question of resources. I mean, no campaign has the resources to run full-time campaigns in 15 states at the same time. And we've run a national campaign. I mean, we were heavily involved in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina. You know, we had a very vibrant effort in Virginia, which we came very close to winning. Got just one less delegate to Donald Trump, but had a real chance to win. So it's just a function of the calendar. Usually at this stage in the campaign, it's narrowed down to a couple of people. It's still not the case. So it's just an issue of that and of resources. You can't have Florida's an enormous state, as you well know, and it's expensive to run a full-time campaign for months and months and months. But that really is what it is.
Trump has been calling on you to drop out. Trump has been calling on you to drop out. What's your response to that?
Of course he is. He's running against me. Of course Donald Trump's calling on people to drop out. But, I think Donald suffered some real damage over the last week. People are starting to learn that Donald Trump, the character, and Donald Trump, the person, are not the same thing. And what you get as president is not the character you see on television. It's the person. And so I think as more and more people are learning about him, he's starting to run into some real resistance, and obviously it's starting to impact him a little bit.
He's running an attack against you now. This afternoon he released it, talks about some issues with the charge card, your Senate attendance record and whatnot. Just curious what you make of it.
It's almost identical to the attacks Charlie Crist used against me in 2010. And that doesn't surprise me. So, Donald Trump was a huge supporter of Charlie Crist when I ran against him. So people in Florida are aware of all those things. They've all been looked at up and down, back and forth through 2010 and even very recently, and I don't think they're going to have an impact.
Senator Ted Cruz
Senador, pregunta, Florida, estado grande con hispanos. ¿Cómo usted, cuál es su estrategia aquí en el estado con Florida?
Bueno, mi estrategia es de ganar más votos que cualquier otra persona y ganar. Obviamente hay que trabajarlo duro. Es una área muy diversa, es un estado muy diverso. Diferentes partes del estado tienen diferentes comunidades. Estoy muy entusiasmado con lo que pasó en Puerto Rico anoche. Ganamos de manera abrumadora y creo que eso traslada también a la comunidad hispana. The question about the Hispanic vote, I think Florida is a very diverse state. There are a lot of different pockets throughout the state that you have to campaign in. It literally is like running in 4 or 5 different states in terms of different media markets and so forth. But I'm very optimistic about what we saw what happened last night in Puerto Rico. I think over 70% of the voters voted for me, and we took all of those delegates. I think a lot of that translates over to I-4 as well.
But Senator, Ted Cruz is now getting a lot of momentum. What do you say to the Republicans who are thinking of switching their support from you to Ted Cruz?
Well,
and they
that was
it's
the
a
same
two-man
people
race?
I was hearing from a week ago before Super Tuesday as well. These things have been flowing in the campaign. We knew, Super Tuesday was supposed to be Ted Cruz's biggest week. The last 7 days have been the best period of time in terms of the states that were being contested for Ted Cruz. Caucus states in Kansas that Santorum won. A caucus state in Louisiana that Santorum and Huckabee won. These are the states that were tailor-made to the kind of campaign he was running. So it's not surprising. What's surprising is he didn't do better on Super Tuesday. We beat him in Georgia, we beat him in Virginia. He didn't win in Tennessee or some of the other states. So he's gotten a good run here in the last 7 days, given the states that have been on the map. But if you now look at the states that are coming up over the next few weeks, it gets a lot tougher for him. So we just got to continue to fight through it. We feel good about the long-term prospects. We just got to do it.
But even if you win Florida,
You're committed to staying through Florida.
Oh, I'm going to be on the ballot. We're going to win Florida. This is going to be a very long process. You guys have never covered a campaign like this. This is uncharted territory. No one, not even Donald Trump, is on track right now to have 1,237 delegates. Donald Trump would literally have to win half the delegates remaining between now and the end of this to be the nominee. And he's not on pace to do that. But here in Florida, it's very straightforward. A vote for John Kasich or a vote for Ted Cruz in Florida is a vote for Donald Trump. I'm the only one that has any chance of beating Donald Trump in Florida. So if you don't want Donald Trump to be the Republican nominee, you have to vote for Marco Rubio.
Senator, you changed your tenor after the last debate, being more insulting with Donald Trump on their stump, talking about his spray can and all of that. Do you regret that?
No, I only did that a couple times. Donald Trump is a bully, and he likes to bully people, and bullies have to be stood up to. He's run roughshod over the field, and by the way, every time he says something vulgar, the press gives him extraordinary amount of coverage. So it's unfortunate that that's being rewarded in today's politics. I think we made our point, which is here's a guy who likes to insult people. He too can be insulted, but that's not going to be my campaign, and it hasn't been. That happened 1 or 2 days, and it was important to stand up to him because he was basically has been offending everyone from the disabled to minorities to women for the better part of 12 months. And at least where I come from, when someone goes around doing that to people, eventually someone has to stand up to them, no matter what the consequences might be, and we've done it. Now, that being said, our campaign is going to be about the new American century. It's going to be about an optimistic vision of the future, which happens to be realistic about our challenges as well. That's who I am, that's who I've always been, that's who I'll remain. But do I regret standing up to a bully like Donald Trump? No, someone had to do it.
Are you going to Cleveland? If you don't win, will you stay in? If you don't win, will you stay in?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Time to set up.
Nice job.
I did a little.
I was blessed for 4 years to work with Marco. I was his deputy chief of staff and his staff director. And I could tell you, during that time, Marco crafted a bill that went after gangs and terrorists. And the thing that was the most impressive was he said, Chris, I want to make sure you get law enforcement and prosecutors involved because they're on the front line and they're going to handle it. And that's the thing about Marco. He listens to citizens. He listens to people, and he listens to those who are going to do the job. Now, I got another story. Never heard this. This is a story you've never heard before. This is about Marco, and this is a personal story. And this is a story about a man who will never give up, who will never quit. Marco Rubio was on the House floor one day, and where Dan Marino shows up. So we're like, okay, this is great. Dan Marino's going to throw him a ball because Marco's a Dolphins fan. And I know, so that's a bad thing. Oh, wow, I was going to say, that's not a good thing around here. But the one thing was, Dan Marino sets up, and I'm watching, he throws this ball in his all-pro form, and he throws it as hard as he can. And I'm sitting there going, oh, is Marco going to catch this one? And he throws it over his shoulder, and Marco makes his catch. And it's on YouTube, but YouTube does not give him credit. But it shows the person Marco is. He won't drop the ball. Under a time of crisis, you can count on Marco. And the big thing is, if you want a playmaker, that's Marco Rubio. And I am honored. Please, Tampa Bay, give a huge round of applause for my friend and yours, Marco Rubio. Thank you. Oh, I was wondering what this said. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the sheriff for introducing me. I've known him for a long time. I'm so proud of what he's doing in his county. And I'm just so grateful for what all of our men and women in law enforcement do for us. God bless all of our men and women in law enforcement. So, it always comes down to Florida. It always comes down to Florida, and it should in many ways, because this state symbolizes everything that makes this country so special and unique. This is a state made up of people of big dreams. People that come from other countries, people that come from other parts of the country. They come here in search of a better life. Some have come to get away from socialism in Latin America. Some have come to get away from socialism in Illinois. Although Illinois's got a really good governor now. Illinois's got a really good governor now trying to turn that around. The same in Massachusetts, a really good governor trying to turn it around. Because those states have figured it out. They have seen that big government doesn't work. And so they've hired for themselves governors that understand that it is free enterprise and limited government that shows the way forward for our country. Well, that's the choice we have to make now as a nation. Because one of the leading contenders on the Democratic side is actually an admitted socialist. Bernie Sanders. Nice guy, by the way. I like him. Him and I worked together on a bill. We brought accountability. We passed a bill that allows you to fire someone at the VA that's not doing a good job. So I give him credit for that. But don't worry.
Don't worry, we don't really agree on anything else, but the other, thank you. We love the veterans. If you're a veteran, will you raise your hand? We want to thank you for your service. God bless you. The other Democratic candidate is named Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is under FBI investigation. By the way, Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being the commander-in-chief because she lied to the families of Benghazi. And anyone who lies to the families of Americans who have lost their lives in the service of our country, anyone who does that can never be commander-in-chief of the United States. So we have to win. We cannot lose this election. And by the way, guess what? In November, this election is going to come down to... So we have to nominate someone that can win. Now usually... Well, I know, that's what I'm here to tell you. Now usually when they come to us and say that, they say, listen, we got to settle for someone that's not that conservative, someone that's a lot more like the Democrats. They give us the best chance to win. That's what they told us. Actually, that's what they told me in 2010. In 2010, the leading contender for the Republican nomination for the Senate was an individual who was the Republican governor of the state at the time, and his name was Charlie Crist. And I said, listen, he's not a Republican. I mean, he's registered as one, but he's not a Republican. And he's most certainly not a conservative. And the entire Republican, you remember this well, the entire Republican establishment in Washington was against us. And we were deep underdogs, dozens of points down. And we didn't know how we were going to raise the money. And everyone was saying, you need to get out, you can't beat him, run for something else. And we stayed in, and we beat him. And we won that election because of you. By the way, I was proven correct. Charlie Crist, before that race was even over, switched to independent to run, remember? And then 2 years later, he became a Democrat to run, remember? Now he became a vegetarian. He keeps switching. I don't want to lose the vegetarian vote. I have nothing against vegetarians. I don't get it myself. I don't get it, but I have nothing against it, all right? I love vegetarians. They're great people. All right. And, oh, by the way, one of the biggest contributors to Charlie Crist in 2010 happens to be someone I'm running against president now. You can only guess who that is. Donald Trump, yeah. So we don't have to nominate. We can nominate a conservative that can win. We can nominate a conservative. We don't have to. And I know that if I'm our nominee, I will unite this party. This party is fractured right now. And this party will be even deeply fractured if we nominate someone that 30% of the people in the party don't like or don't want. We've got to nominate someone that can unite our party, but we also have to nominate someone that can grow it, that can take our conservative message. And I know that I can grow this party. As your nominee, I know that I can take our message to people that don't normally vote for us now. And I've proven it. Because last night on the island of Puerto Rico, I took 70% of the vote. And I didn't go to Puerto Rico to campaign as a moderate. I didn't go to Puerto Rico to campaign as a rhino. I didn't go to Puerto Rico and campaign as a liberal. I campaigned on conservatism. And that is what we need in America. We need to take our message, and I will, to people that are living the way that I grew up. I grew up paycheck to paycheck. I've lived paycheck to paycheck. And we can take our message to people living paycheck to paycheck and convince them that what we offer is so much better than the big government agenda of Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton.
We can take our message to young Americans. Many of whom are facing thousands and thousands of dollars in student loan debt. I know all about that because just a few years ago, I still had thousands and thousands of dollars of student loan debt. The only way I was ever going to be able to pay it off is I was able to write a book. It's called An American Son. It's available on paperback if you're interested. I've never met her, but I paid Sally Mae a lot of money. It's crushing people, and that's why I'm the only one running on the Republican side that has a real agenda to deal with student loan debt, to prevent it, and to deal with the people who have it now. I can unite this party, and I can grow it, and I can win. I give us the best chance to beat Hillary Clinton. She knows that. That's why they attack me more than anyone else. That's why so many in the mainstream media are dying for me to go away, because they know that if I'm our nominee, we win this election. But my friends, we're not going away because I know she doesn't want to run against me, but I cannot wait to run against Hillary Clinton. And then we'll have a chance to turn this country around. When I'm President of the United States, do you realize for the first time in 8 years, we will have a president that follows the Constitution of the United States of America? For the first time in 8 years, we'll have a president that protects your First Amendment right to live out the teachings of your faith in every aspect of your life. We'll have a president for the first time in 8 years that defends your Second Amendment right to protect yourself and your family. We'll have a president for the first time in 8 years that understands that if there's going to be a solution, it's not going to come from Washington. It's going to come from the state level. I know that, having served in the Florida legislature for 8 years, 2 of them as Speaker, and we dealt with the school curriculum in the state without Common Core of the federal government. And we brought back vocational training to our schools because we need more welders and plumbers and electricians and pipe fitters. And we cut property taxes, and we balanced our budget, and we shrank government at the state level. For the first time in 8 years, you will have a president that follows the 10th Amendment and returns power to the states and takes power out of Washington. You will know this because on my first day in office, I will prove to everyone I'm going to follow the Constitution. Because after I take the oath of office, I am going straight to the Oval Office, and I am going to repeal every single one of Barack Obama's unconstitutional executive orders. We're going to reinvigorate the free enterprise system. Free enterprise works. And I know that not because my parents were wealthy. They weren't. I know that because my parents weren't. They worked at hotels as a bartender and a maid, and they had a job because free enterprise works. Because it's a system where people create jobs and people can raise their families. And that's why I have a real agenda in a campaign year that's all about outrage and anger and bad words and profanity, in a year where the media only wants to pay attention to that stuff sometimes. We have real ideas at MarcoRubio.com. That's what this is. Look it up. We have a real plan on taxes, a real plan on rolling back regulations, a real plan to save Social Security and Medicare, a real plan to fully utilize all of our energy resources. We are going to use our energy resources. We have a real plan to deal with Obamacare, and it's a lot more than just the lines around the states. It's a real plan to repeal and replace Obamacare once and for all. When I'm President of the United States, for the first time in 8 years, we are going to have a real commander-in-chief, not a weak one like the one we have now. Look how dangerous the world has become. The world has become incredibly dangerous. You have a sociopath lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons. The Chinese are rapidly building up their military and taking over the South China Sea. You have Vladimir Putin sowing instability in the Middle East and in Europe. Iran is going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief because of Obama's deal with Iran. And radical jihadists are spreading all over the world. ISIS has affiliates in over a dozen countries. And in the midst of all this danger, they're gutting our military. You know that here in this region. They're gutting the military. Our Army will soon be the smallest it's been since the end of World War II. The Navy will soon be the smallest it's been in 100 years. Our Air Force is going to be the smallest it has ever been. And this doesn't make any sense. There's actually a Republican running for president that has voted to cut it even more. We're not cutting the military when I'm president. We're going to undertake a Reagan-style rebuilding of the U.S. military. We are going to have a real war on terror when I'm president. This is a fake war on terror right now. By the way, we don't want war. We want peace. But to have peace, you have to defeat the enemies of peace. Radical jihadists are enemies of peace. ISIS is an enemy of peace. When I'm president, our intelligence agencies will find the terrorists, and our rebuilt military will destroy them. And if we capture them alive, they're not coming to Florida, and they don't have the right to remain silent. They're going to Guantanamo. We are going to be good to our allies. We're going to be loyal to our allies. This president has betrayed our allies none more so than the state of Israel. Israel is the only pro-American free enterprise democracy in the Middle East, and Barack Obama treats Benjamin Netanyahu with less respect than what he gives the Ayatollah in Iran. That's going to change. Because on my first day in office, I will cancel Barack Obama's deal with Iran. And when I'm president of the United States, we are going to take care of our veterans again. We have a veterans group here with us today. I want to thank you for all your help and for your support. Thank you. God bless you.
The same thing to the representative. Is there a representative?
Hi, this is Kinsey. Fox National just cut out our feed. Hold on. Oh, it's Erin Andrews.
You're excused, but and so being excused, you can talk to the lawyers.
Looks like they're bringing us to Erin Andrews.
28. Wives or kids. You'll be excused from jury duty now. It's your privilege not to talk.
I do not.
If you wish to go through the back passage,
should I take him back to
Rubio?
Have it. 6.
Does everybody understand all that?
I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll read the verdict then. Erin Andrews versus West End Hotel Partners, doing business as Nashville Marriott at Vanderbilt University.
I'm going to take you back to Rubio, and I'm going to roll on Erin Andrews.
We thank them. But there are people that are not doing a good job at the VA. And if you're a veteran, you know that. The other day, USA Today had a headline that said, calls to the VA suicide hotline went to voicemail. Well, that's bad enough, except that about 3 days ago, the news was that one of the calls that went to voicemail happened to be from a young man who took his life because no one called him back. This is an outrage. People need to be held accountable for that. When I'm president of the United States, we will reward and thank the people that are doing a good job at the VA. But if you are not doing a good job at the VA, when I'm president, you will be fired from your job at the VA.
Go back. It's the verdict.
So, West End, what is the percentage? The total percentage of defendants you find to be at fault must equal to 100%. You find that Windsor Capital was 49% at fault, and that Michael David Barrett was 51% at fault. Correct?
Correct.
What amount of damages, if any, do you award the plaintiff, Erin Andrews? $55 million, correct? Okay, extrapolated, that turns out to be a judgment against Mr. Barrett for $28,500 against Winter Capital, $26,750,000. Dollar, you say that? Correct. Would you like the jury poll defendants?
Yes.
I read your name. If you so find, please say I do. Noble Taylor?
I do.
Terry Applegate?
I do.
Tammy Kump?
I do.
Susan Campbell?
I do.
Chad Doran?
I do.
Carolyn Sadler? Jeffrey Lowe?
I do.
Aletha Glees?
I do.
Jennifer Hoffman?
I do.
Joey Huffines?
I do.
Robert DeVos?
I do.
And Tama Alabesco. I get that right? Okay, again, thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask Ms. Andrews if she wants to leave. Okay, you can come back this way.
No, she'll stay.
Huh?
She'll stay.
Okay, now you can talk to the lawyers here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can talk to Ms. Andrews. The partition here will keep everybody from the news media from coming in that part. Whether you want to go back here later, knock on our door, we'll let you go back later. How about the representatives? Do y'all want to go out this way? Okay. Okay, the court's in recess. You may step down and talk to me if you want to.
All right.
Your Honor, could we ask, now that trial is over, that the cameras be turned off? We certainly don't want the media taking video if we speak with the jurors or if Ms. Andrews speaks with the jurors.
Okay, I will order that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But they're not turned off outside the courtroom. Only in the courtroom. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so when we were tuned into that, I was expecting to get the verdict, but it looks like they took a brief recess. Let me figure out why they're doing that or what's happening there. Give me a moment, I'm going to check Twitter. Let's see here.
Children better off than themselves.
And they took us back to Rubio. They took us back to Rubio, so.
What my parents achieved as a name, it's called the American Dream. And it's not just my story, it's our story. Especially in Florida. Especially here. Where so many people, almost all of us here, are but a generation or two removed from a story not unlike mine. Maybe it was your grandparents. Maybe it was your grandparents who did that for your parents. Maybe it's your parents that did it for you. Maybe it was your father who worked those 2 jobs, or your mother who raised you on her own and gave up on her own dreams so yours could live. Or maybe that's you now. Maybe I'm speaking about you now. Maybe you are the one that's out there working every day. Maybe you're that young father I met who drives a taxi cab at night to go to school during the day because he wants to get a degree so his family can have a better life. Maybe you're that single mother that makes $10 an hour and is struggling because she wants her kids to have the chance to be everything she once wanted to be. This is who we are as a people. The American dream defines us as a nation. It isn't dead, but it's in a lot of trouble. And I'm telling you that if the next 4 years are anything like the last 8, our children may be the first Americans ever to inherit a diminished country. That's what's at stake in this election. That's what's at stake in Florida. That's what's at stake here. You're not just being asked to choose between presidential candidates. You're being asked to choose the very identity of America and, quite frankly, the very identity of the Republican Party and of the conservative movement. I can tell you, Yesterday we got the news that Nancy Reagan had passed away, and we're very saddened by her loss. And one of the great privileges I had was in 2011, she personally invited me to speak at the Reagan Library. And we went out, Jeanette and I, we had dinner with her after the speech. It was an amazing experience. She told this story, by the way, that always kind of put me in a tough spot, because she said, Jeanette asked, how was Mr. President like? And she goes, oh, Ronnie was phenomenal. Ronnie, this is her talking. She said, he, every day on her birthday, on Nancy Reagan's birthday, Ronald Reagan would send her mother flowers thanking her for having Nancy. And of course, as you can imagine, Jeanette immediately turned to me and looked at me like, why don't you do that? He's an amazing man. Ronald Reagan reminded us of when conservatism is at its best. Conservatism is at its best not when it's about fear, not when it's about anger. Conservatism is at its best when it's about principles and about optimism, about the belief that tomorrow is always destined to be better than yesterday for us here in this country. That's when it's at its best. My friends, the easiest thing for someone running for office to do is to walk into a room and take advantage of anything you're feeling, take advantage of your frustrations, take advantage of your misfortunes, take advantage of your fear, take advantage of your anger. But there has not been a single great movement in the history of mankind built on anger or fear. Not one. Instead, here's what I want to offer. A movement that is realistic. We face real challenges. This is not about pretending that everything is great. It isn't. But it's also a movement built on optimism, on what I know we can do as a nation if we do what needs to be done now. If we return to the principles that allowed us to be great. If we remember that the American dream and the greatness of America was not an accident. It didn't happen on its own. America's a special country because the people who were here before us, in each generation, they did what needed to be done. And now the time has come for this generation to do its part. And if you make me president, we will do our part. A movement based on the idea that for Americans, nothing is impossible. I'll never forget the story my grandfather, who was a huge influence on my life, used to tell me. My grandfather was born in 1899. There were no airplanes in the sky. One night, in the summer of 1969, my grandfather sat in front of a television and watched a man step foot on the moon. And I'll never forget what he told me he said that night. He said, Americans can do anything. Americans can do anything. There is no problem before us we cannot solve. There is no challenge before us we cannot meet. But we must choose to do so. And we must choose to do so now in this election. And I'm here to ask you for your vote. And I want you to know, if you vote for me when I'm President of the United States, you will no longer have a president that divides us against each other. You will no longer have a president that asks you to be angry at another group of Americans so I can win an election. If you elect me president, you will have a president that seeks to unite us as a people. We will still disagree about things. I'm not telling you we're going to agree on everything. I am telling you that if you make me president, you will have a president that loves all of the American people, even the ones that don't love me back. And you will have a president that spends every waking moment to keep your family safe and to confront the challenges we face and to embrace the opportunities we have. And as difficult as things may seem, I want you to know what history is going to say of us if we do what needs to be done. History will say that this generation of Americans lived in the early years of this new century in a very difficult time. The world was growing more dangerous. The economy was rapidly changing. The jobs that once sustained us, many of them were being replaced by machines or sent to other countries. Times were difficult. And it will say that after 8 years of Barack Obama and one crazy election, we almost got it wrong. We came this close to getting it wrong. We came this close to being the first Americans who left their children worse off than themselves. But then in 2016, we remembered who we were. In 2016, we remembered what America was. And we confronted our challenges, and we embraced our opportunities. And when our work was done, our children became the freest and the most prosperous Americans that ever lived. When our work was done, the American dream didn't just survive. It reached more people and changed more lives than ever before. When our work was done, the 21st century was better than the 20th century. It became a new American century. This is what we have the chance to do together, but we have to do it now. A turning point is coming. A turning point awaits in this election and for this country, and it begins here in Florida a week from tomorrow. So Florida. I am asking Florida to do what Florida always does. Decide the nomination and decide the presidency so we can win this election and we can leave for our children what Americans always leave their children. The single greatest country in the history of mankind. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was Marco Rubio out of Tampa, Florida. While you were watching Marco, I had tried to take you to the Erin Andrews courtroom, and it looked like we had some technical difficulties. We didn't get there quite early enough, so let's give you an update on the Erin Andrews case. Let me show you this tweet. $55 million the jury has awarded to Erin Andrews in that nude video lawsuit. I'm going to show you this tweet here. I just tweeted it from my Fox 10 account. And let's go back. I know we showed you a lot of Erin Andrews' trial here on Fox 10 News Now. And what I want to do is go back to some of Erin Andrews' testimony. Let's see. I found some here from March the 1st. And I want to show you, this is going to be some of Erin Andrews' testimony on the stand. Again, awarded $55 million for that horrific incident at the Marriott Hotel. And let's be honest, if it's true that that executive was at a restaurant and their friends were watching the video that this was all about, the nude video at the table and laughing with one another, if that was true, I doubt that it helped in this case. Hold on, I'm going to update my lower third here. We're going to go back and watch some of Erin Andrews on the stand. I saw an interesting tweet from somebody after the news broke saying, hey, when it comes to emotions, don't take the chance. If you are an attorney, settle. That is what I saw one of the tweets say, that they should not have tried to fight this. They should have just settled. So I thought that that was interesting, that that is what some of these attorneys are saying. So let me quickly update my lower third, and I am then going to show you some of Erin Andrews' testimony that we brought you here on News Now.
Be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Andrews.
Good morning.
Just to lighten things up for a few minutes this morning, okay? You mentioned at one point yesterday that when you're on the sideline, people will say things. And I asked you, you mean coaches and players, remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So, have you received a lot of emotional support from players and especially from coaches?
I have.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen, when you use a name, tell them what school or something for those who might not know?
Okay. That obviously means a lot to me, to get respect and support from men and women and athletes in the community. And when this first happened, and I had said yesterday I was acting a lot like a hermit, just hiding in my parents' house, athletes and coaches I thought never really cared or even knew who I was were leaving messages and text messages. LSU head football coach Les Miles left me a voicemail and said, please don't quit, please come back, please fight this. We can't lose you in our sport. Roy Williams, North Carolina head basketball coach, called and just said, I need to know you're okay. I need to know you're all right. And what do you need? Just got a call from John Calipari, Kentucky basketball coach, last night, and said, love you, thinking about you, proud of you, girl. Things like that. Means a lot.
All right. Yesterday, I gave you a bunch of words. Remember that?
Yes.
Like embarrassment and humiliation and so forth. Those things, did those issues that you mentioned, did they end at some point in time, or are they still ongoing for you?
They're still ongoing.
So, initially, when this all came to light and you were going through this initially, and you went through the interview with the FBI, you did the Oprah interview, you started up on college football again, you were turning down the invitations from Dancing with the Stars. Initially, did you seek counseling or psychotherapy?
No. I felt like there was just so much attention on it already, and I felt like I walked into a room and I was already different. I told Urban Meyer, who was the head coach of Florida at the time, that I just walked into the coaches' offices to sit down and talk about offense and defense, and I felt like everybody was looking at me like they had seen the video. And I just wanted to do everything I could to be normal again, and I felt like if I could ignore it, maybe everybody else could. And if I could throw myself back into football and basketball and baseball, then maybe everybody else would forget it happened. I knew I needed to go talk to someone. I knew it was the right thing to do, but I just kind of thought if I just kept pressing on and if I did as many football games in 1 week as possible, then it would all be okay.
So, were you repressing things a bit?
Yes.
Okay, so did there come a point in time
Hi, we're switching to Erin Andrews' reaction quickly. Erin Andrews' reaction.
I don't know the answer to that question. Hotels, in this case, Marriott didn't own this. This is a group of private investors, individuals who take their money and invest in it. Not only private investors that may do that, but also people who invest in 401ks and pension plans and put their money there for retirement. So the question is, what is that going to do for people who want to invest their money for the future. I don't know the answer to that question. I would hope not, but we'll have to see over time.
$55 million is a lot of money. Are you surprised by the outcome, the decision of the jury?
We're surprised by the outcome, but again, the jury made their decision based upon many factors. We've not had a chance to speak with the jury and don't know what they considered, but I will say we're surprised by the outcome.
Would that be part of the process speaking to the jury to decide what you want to do?
In Tennessee, in a state court proceeding, the attorneys for the parties are able to speak to the jury. They're not obligated to speak back to us. But we would like to understand, what the factors they considered, what they did look at, what they evaluated. So we hope to have some information so that we can understand that and understand what we need to evaluate to speak further with our clients.
What do you think Mr. Andrews' testimony played in the jury's decision?
I don't know. That's one of the reasons we'd like to speak with the jury.
Did you closing you ask them not to weigh the emotion but to weigh the facts? Tell me more about why you said that.
Well, the facts of this case, again, we have always taken the position, our clients have, that this was a crime and Ms. Andrews was a victim of a crime. That has not been in dispute. The question here was, who did that? We all agreed Mr. Barrett did that. The question was whether the hotel management company and or the owner of the hotel also were involved in that terrible act that Mr. Barrett committed because of an issue in the law called foreseeability. So in this case, we don't think that we believe, and we continue to believe, that this was not foreseeable, that what Mr. Barrett did was unforeseeable to industry, had never occurred prior to that, and again, as I said, has not occurred since then. And that's what we believe was the case.
You said you're disappointed with the outcome. How do you feel about the way your team presented the case?
Well, we think we presented a very good case. You had a chance to observe us. We've not spoken with the jury. I don't know whether there was a question that was not answered for them or whether all the questions were answered and they just disagreed with us. So I don't know how to answer that.
You said this hasn't happened again, but certainly other types of incidents do happen at hotels with clients. Do you think that the security needs to be stepped up at many hotels around?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can speak for this hotel on that date. And, and a very important factor is, in this case, we had a hotel expert come in and say that the measures that were undertaken complied with the standard of care that existed in the industry at that time. What you didn't hear was an expert for Ms. Andrews. He didn't testify. It was their hotel expert who was of the opinion that what happened in this case was not foreseeable. He was withdrawn as a witness about a week or two before trial, and so you did not hear from him. He actually agreed with our expert agreed with him is probably the more correct way to say that. So again, our position was and remains to be that was not foreseeable.
Can you speak at all to any of the changes that have happened since this has occurred at this hotel?
There have been a number of changes that have occurred at this hotel. One is privacy has been redoubled with respect to guests at the hotel. Keep in mind that in this case, Mr. Barrett testified that he never said Ms. Andrews' name to anyone at the hotel. Similarly, the people at the hotel testified that they were never said her name. But that has been redoubled. Secondly, are steps to ensure that something like this wouldn't happen again. For example, behind the peepholes, there's now a little ring that comes down so that couldn't happen, and other steps that they have taken to prevent this from happening again.
Do you think the jury might have been offended or upset that part of your argument was she's done better in her life, this wasn't so bad for her at all?
I'm really glad you asked that question because that was not our argument. Ms. Andrews is a consummate professional. Under the law in Tennessee, and keep in mind, she sued for serious mental injury. And the law in Tennessee requires, in order for there to be a recovery for a serious mental injury, there are certain factors that a jury must consider. For example, in this case, benchmarks that Dr. Brown looked to. One was a personal relationship and whether she was able to maintain them. In this case, she formed a personal relationship, a very serious one, subsequent to this occurrence. Her career skyrocketed. Her income went up. So all the benchmarks that you would look to that would indicate whether someone had a serious mental injury, from our perspective, did not exist. If, in fact, you had a serious mental injury, you wouldn't expect a person to be able to maintain the level of performance that Ms. Andrews did as the consummate professional that she was. And so, again, that is a factor that the expert, Dr. Brown, are factors that the expert, Dr. Brown, considered in her own assessment. So we never said that. We never implied that. I know some people tried to say that we did, but that was not the case at all. Those are legal factors, facts, that a court or a jury would look to make the determination of whether there was a serious mental injury.
But do you think that the jury may have not been astute in every legal nuance, may have been offended by that line of questioning?
I don't know the answer to that question. I've not had a chance to speak with them yet.
If the incident in East Nashville, the restaurant, had been disclosed to the jury, do you think that would have made a difference?
Had not been?
If that had been disclosed to the jury, do you think that would have made a difference?
Well, keep in mind that the premise of that was that the incident as reported is how it happened. In fact, Mr. Peskin released a statement as to what happened and was not doing what was alleged to have happened. Some friends that he was with were commenting on the trial, and he asked them to stop it. Unfortunately, we understand that someone saw what the people at the table, which was a husband and wife, were saying about the trial, and that was reported. He immediately sent out an apology about that, again, which was in the press.
Who were those people?
I don't know.
As someone who's done a number of trials, what do you think hurt you the most here?
Well, again, I don't know. I've not had a chance to speak with the jury. 12 people made this decision, and I've not had a chance to speak with any of them yet.
$46 million is a huge chunk of change. Will this company go bankrupt? West End, Windsor, will they be able to succeed further? I mean, I don't know the capitalization, but $46 million is a huge chunk of change.
I don't know the answers to any of those questions. Do you have any questions for other?
Their reaction to the verdict and that number?
Well, I've not had a chance to speak to the people I need to speak to yet. We've just now speaking with you, so I'll speak in more detail with them. I'm sure they're going to likewise be disappointed, though. Would you like to speak with my co-counsel? Any questions for either one of them? Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for your time.
All right, so to reiterate,
So thank you for being here again.
Any jurors coming down?
No.
2:30.
It's your fault, Hector.
Absolutely.
You scared them away.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Damn, Entertainment Tonight. What's this thing made out of? Granite? Hector, you're in an awful good mood.
All right, so to reiterate, that was a representative, the lawyer for the Marriott, saying that they are disappointed in the outcome of this trial and that they look forward to speaking to the jury and having a better understanding as to why the verdict was what the verdict was. We're going to go back to Erin Andrews on the stand.
Yes.
Okay, so did there come a point in time where you did decide to seek some counseling?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember dates. I just remember that we had found out as a family that Barrett had been released from jail and he had been out for potentially a month and no one told us. And I had always said in the back of my mind, and maybe to my mom and dad and sister, As soon as he gets out, I'm gonna go seek help. I'm gonna go talk to someone. But for right now, like, let's just keep working. Let's keep pushing through. Let's keep doing this, and I'll be okay. I know I can do this. Let's worry about Florida, Georgia this weekend. And we got a call that he was out of jail. And I remember I was living in New York City at the time, and I called my mom and dad, and I just knew things weren't right in my life. I just knew I wasn't myself. I was picking fights with my family. I was just irritable. I was nasty. It wasn't myself. My relationships with my friends weren't the same. And I just called my parents and I said, I need to go talk to someone. Like, I'm still so screwed up. And that's when I decided to do it.
Okay, so that would be like a couple of years after he was sentenced?
Yes.
And were you there at the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And did you speak out against it?
I did.
So over the course of that time, leading up to when you first sought psychotherapy, did you continue to develop your career the best you could?
It was the only way I could push forward. I mean, you see me up here. The second we start talking about this, I start crying. But the second I can talk about sports or Dancing with the Stars, I flip a switch. It's my happiness. It's my escape. And I've been overcompensating in my life, and I admit that. I feel like if I can do the top NFL game, and if I can work the World Series, and I can pass out the trophy, then people will forget. I feel like if I can go and compete on Dancing with the Stars and make it to the finale and host the show and have all these things on my plate, as much as I can do in my life, and people will forget. And hopefully I'll forget.
Have you been able to forget?
No.
Over the course of the last year, since 2009, have you been doing everything you can to continue to develop your career?
It's all I know how to do. It's all I want to do.
During all that time, with all that work, has everybody else forgotten?
No.
You still get those messages and tweets and catcalls?
Yes.
Okay, so at the time that Barrett was released, where were you living?
I was in New York.
And so, who did you go see for the therapy?
I went and saw Lauren Comstock.
And did Lauren Comstock give you psychotherapy?
I'll be really honest with you. I went to her. I first asked for help from someone that I worked with that had referred a therapist to go talk to someone. It was somebody that worked for my publicist, and I just said, I'm living in New York. It's time. I know I need to go talk to someone. Do you know of anyone? I was also really worried. I didn't want to go talk to somebody and then, I don't know. I mean, all I've been subjected to in my life is this exploding all over the internet. I have obviously trust issues. I didn't know who to trust. And my publicist said, we know of this woman that other people have spoken very highly of, and she'd love to have you come sit down with her. So the doctor, the titles, I don't know. I don't know if it's called psychotherapy. I just know that I really liked talking to her. She didn't judge me. I felt like I wasn't having to call my mom and dad and burden them and have them think I wasn't okay. It wasn't my sister where I then knew she'd call my mom and dad and be like, she's not okay. I didn't want to bother my friends about it because I'm the strong one. I'm the one that's working 3 jobs a week. I'm good. And I can't talk to my coworkers about it. We gotta worry about Seattle, San Francisco. I really liked going to talk to her.
Okay, so over what period of time, about how long did you counsel with Lauren Comstock?
I don't remember the actual time, but I know, unfortunately, a lot of it happened during football when I was traveling back and forth. I was living in New York, but I was also working. At this time, I was with Fox Sports already, and I was traveling to New York to do a studio show on Saturday morning, and then right on Saturday afternoon, I'd jump on a plane and go do an NFL game. So I would leave New York on Thursday and come back to New York on Monday. So really, yeah, during football, I struggled getting to see her.
Okay. So did you have some visits in person, some on the telephone? How did that go?
Yes, some on the phone and some in person in her office.
All right. And how did that help you? Why don't you explain that to us from your perspective? None of us have had what happened to you happen to us. You tell us.
It was just a different ear, a different person to talk to. It wasn't like I felt like I was worrying about my mom and dad and their health and them having to listen to me. I was trying to put on a brave face for my family. I don't want them to think I can't do this, live my life. It's not my sister. Love my sister, she's my best friend, but she would tell my mom and dad. It was just somebody that wasn't judging me. Sorry. She's a woman. I loved that. She's kind of into sports. We'd kind of talk about the insecurities and just what I was feeling, and we'd relate it back to sports, and that's what I know and I love. It's just having somebody to talk to about what I was doing. She saw a couple of times that I'd come into her office a little panicked about things that were on the internet because I had just signed with Fox, and I was worried that, like there were in some of the articles, well, of course Fox would want to hire her. She's the one that had the hotel incident. She saw me one day when I walked into her office, just panicked about it. I'm like, here we go again. And I was glad she got to see me, you know, raw and like this, because it was an example of what I was going through and how I would freak out about it. So, yeah, it was just nice to talk to someone that I knew would just listen.
And did she explain to you what the problem was or what it is that you were suffering from? Do you remember that? Did you ever talk that way about it? Did she give you a diagnosis, anything like that?
To be very honest with you, I don't remember much. I obviously watched her testimony. I know she had said I was depressed. I know she said I was very anxious, obsessive, embarrassed, humiliated.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, heard that too.
Yes.
Okay. So, did Dr. Comstock, as she let me withdraw. With regard to medications, did Lauren Comstock ever suggest to you that you might want to take medication?
She had asked if I needed any medication, and she said if I did, then obviously she could help me get some. And that just wasn't something that interested me.
So did you decline medication?
I did.
Did you pay her bills yourself?
I did.
So then did there come a time when you were no longer treating with Lauren Comstock?
Yes.
And why is that? Explain it a little bit.
I moved to California, and we tried to do some phone sessions, and it wasn't working out. Also, I started living in California, and again, I thought I was great. I thought, you know what, we're good. Everybody's great. Let's, got this new job with Fox and working on the NFL. We're good. So I finished going to her.
So backing up to her one more time.
Yes.
Why was it that you declined to start taking medication? Could you explain to them in terms of your own feelings and background?
I felt I could do this without medication. I want to be sharp. I want to be on it. I just didn't want any assistance. I felt like, I can do this. I've got this on my own.
So, after moving to California, did you start doing some therapy again with somebody else?
I did.
And who was that?
Dr. Dupay.
And was that helpful for you?
Again, I just like talking to somebody. It wasn't my parents, wasn't my sister, wasn't my boyfriend, it was just somebody on the couch.
And so about how long were you having the therapy with Dr. Dupay?
I don't remember timelines. I'm so bad at that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Was it sometimes in person and sometimes on the phone?
I never really talked to her on the phone. I would talk to her if I was feeling anxious and I was out of town, but we did our sessions in her office.
All right, so let's move to a new subject a little bit. Okay. You talked about how you competed on Dancing with the Stars and came in ahead of Chad Ochocinco. But there came a point where Dancing with the Stars asked you to become the host along with Tom Bergeron, correct?
Yes.
Or the hostess.
Yes.
About when did that happen?
I think, again, I can give you a sports, it was after my Richard Sherman interview. It was after Seattle beat, it was when the year Seattle won the Super Bowl, when Seattle beat San Francisco in the NFC Championship. So 4 seasons ago, potentially 2 years, we do 2 shows in a year. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I know what the Richard Sherman interview was, and some of the people on the jury do, but some don't. Was this after a game where he had a really good game, and he's a tremendous defensive back, and you were doing the sideline interview, and he kind of was like, boom, and you were like, boom? Is that the interview you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I know that boom doesn't say very much, but it sort of expresses the whole thing, right?
Legion of Boom, but yes.
Okay. All right. So they contact you, and did you become the co-host of Dancing with the Stars?
I did.
And are you doing that still today?
I am.
So now your career, you've been continuing to work the sports side, and you also got to the Dancing with the Stars, right?
Yes.
You know, many of the people on the jury and in the community would have seen you on TV at various events, all dressed up and looking really glamorous and interviewing people on the red carpet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the work that you do in your career to be glamorous and beautiful like that?
I was told not to roll my eyes on the stand, but whenever somebody says I'm glamorous, it's like, come on, really? Sorry, Bruce. But I just, for me, it's part of the job. I mean, let's be honest. We go to promote our show, Dancing with the Stars. You know, we're up against some pretty heavy competition on Monday night, so they want us to go to these events. Sometimes, who doesn't want to come to Nashville and do the CMTs? Absolutely. I love country music. You know, those guys love college football. I want to be around them. Yeah, it's work, and sometimes it's really fun, but it's just, honestly, it's part of the job. That's why when you say glamorous and red carpet, it's funny. It's work to me.
Okay, understood. So the red carpet, that's where you're like interviewing people that are coming through as they go to an event?
I've worked the red carpet for Good Morning America at the Oscars, and then I've done interviews and posed on the red carpet, half the time rolling my eyes and being like, can we just go? But yes, I have.
Okay. And in fact, if we roll back the sands of time again to the week before you became aware of this video in July of 2009, had you actually worked the red carpet that week?
I worked the red carpet the night before I found the video for the ESPYs, yes, which is the sports award show by ESPN.
What do you understand the plan of treatment is going forward now for you? What do you understand in your state of mind what you're going to be doing to do your best to deal with this?
I feel like for me, because I've been someone that, it's twofold. I feel like I can do it. I'm fine. Let's go work 3 football games a week. Let's try to take care of this. I know I'm not fine. And that is something I struggle with because I've always been the independent woman in the male-dominated industry. I'm Teflon. Nothing affects me. I can do this. My understanding for me is I'll always have to go get treatment for this. I'll always go need to talk to somebody about this because this will always be on the internet. This will always be there. There will always be a reminder every single day. And it was really sad because I was remembering yesterday we were talking about the tweets I get of the still images and the nasty comments that people make. It's not even the nasty comments. Remember the first time, you've obviously seen the bond I have with my dad. Remember the first time a dad came up to me and said, I want my daughter to be like you. I want her to like sports. I want my daughter to be able to talk about me like you do with your dad. How do I do that? And I just said, I don't know, introduce her to the sports teams, have her sit on the couch with you. And he's like, you're a mentor, you're a role model to little girls. And I thought, don't say that, I'm not that old. But whenever dads say that to me, that really hits home. And I think the thing that's really hit home for me and hurts me the worst is when girls, high school, college, they tweet me and they say, I want to be Erin Andrews except for the Marriott stalker thing. And I can't control that. And that's every day. That doesn't get better. Please. Yes.
You plan, in the face of getting up every morning, well, let me ask you, when you get up every morning, do you think about the fact that people are looking at you on the internet naked?
I think about it every day. I can't tell you if it's in the morning, but every day. One of the worst thoughts I have is when I walk around a stadium. Obviously, you can tell I am jacked up to be at a stadium. Sometimes officials have to pull me off. Like, I'm on the field, and they're like, back up, back up. This is my comfort zone. I love it there. But then there's a time that, Tony Romo breaks his collarbone, Dallas Cowboys quarterback. I have to run over to the other side and check out, is he okay? What's he saying to the trainer? And there's always that thought as I walk right by the fans, and you're as close to me as they are to me, and I think, my God, everyone in this stadium has seen that video. I'm like, all right, let's think about Tony Romo now. Let's get back to Tony Romo. How's his collarbone?
So in the face of thinking about this every day, and as you said yesterday, having an impairment to your daily life every day from this, are you going to keep working your career as hard as you can?
I have to.
One little piece of information, you mentioned, I think, yesterday, all of the activity on social media about this is ongoing for you, about the Marriott video. For those who don't know, can you explain what social media is and how that works and why you are on it?
So social media obviously is driven, gosh, I don't even know what my definition could be. In my mind, it's all the things Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook. I have an Instagram, I have a Twitter account. I have a public Facebook account. I don't even work that. I wouldn't even understand how to. So I have a Twitter account and I have an Instagram account, and they're public. You could follow me, anyone could follow me. There are also people that have private accounts. It is very encouraged in my line of work and with everybody else that works on Fox and ESPN and anywhere to have an account, to connect to your fans. We want to get viewers to watch our game. We want to remind people. I have a sit down with Cam Newton at 1 o'clock on the pregame show. Check it out. just sat down with Mike McCarthy, and he's telling us what he's going to do against the Detroit Lions. It's a way to reach out with the fans. It's also fun sometimes, you know, if you see a little girl's tweeting you and she has a question, what do I need to worry about? What classes do I need to take in college? Reach back out, you know. Don't take the meat we eat. That's not going to help you. So it's a way to engage with fans. It's also a way to show fans, you know, what you're up to. And in my mind, I guess that's what social media is for me in my life.
And so on social media, there are often comments about the Nashville Marriott video.
There are comments every single day on my Instagram account. I'll be in a, you know, I'll do a flashback Friday of my outfit that I wore on Dancing with the Stars when I competed with Max. And it's like, well, how could you be so sad if you wore this on Dancing with the Stars? I'm not allowed to go have a life and compete on a show and have a good time and forget for 2 seconds that I wasn't called by a hotel for a person to come stay next to me. I'm not allowed to go live my life. And yet I still am not sad and suffering over this because I'm in my samba costume. Yes, every single day there are comments, oh, you really look sad, or hey, I saw you doing this in a hotel room. You should pay the Marriott, you should pay Barrett, every single day.
So then, have you tried to live your life the best you can?
Yes.
Have you gone on vacation?
Yes.
Do you go to get-togethers with friends?
Yes.
Do you try to laugh and enjoy a social life?
Yes.
Do you have a boyfriend?
I do.
Okay. Let's talk about rolling back hands of time again, back to when this happened. Initially, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you felt about dating.
Embarrassed, humiliated, mortified. Lauren Comstock mentioned I always have this baggage. I don't want to put speculation out there, but I feel like a lot of men say they just want an easy girl. They want a girl that they don't have a lot of drama. I have drama. And I don't want to talk about it, you know? I just want to act like I'm fine. Everybody's, you know, everything's good. And I feel bad because I always wonder, before I met my boyfriend, is this something that, go on a first date, God, has he seen the video? Has his friend seen the video? You know, he said, I'm taking Erin Andrews out on the date. Did they say, oh yeah, see what happened to her in the Marriott? It's just all these obsessive thoughts, and that's what I was going through.
Okay, so at some point you met Jared, correct?
Yes.
All right. Summarize that situation for the ladies and gentlemen.
What would you like me to summarize?
Well, let's see. He became your boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
And he's a pretty well-known hockey player, correct?
Speculation. Yes.
Okay. So, how did you meet in, when? You can relate it to some sporting event if you want to. And how did it develop?
Michael Strahan, who is a Hall of Famer, New York Giant, works on Michael and Kelly, and also our Fox pregame show is a family member of mine. I like to say that. He's a big brother to me. And good friend. I look up to Michael Strahan a lot. He has done what he's done in the sports world, and now he's doing what he's doing in the entertainment world, and he's flawless about it. He doesn't have much sleep doing it. And I love talking to, as I call him, Stray. His big brother. And I was working the World Series, Tigers, Giants, and Stray said, I have a guy I'd like to take you out to dinner. What, would you mind? And I looked him up, and I said, nah, I'm not interested. I don't really need that in my life right now. And finally talked me into it, and I met him, and here we are.
So, and do you all live together?
Yes.
Did you initially live together in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And you still live in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
But you spent some time in Minnesota too?
Yes, he was with the Los Angeles Kings for several years, 8 years, and we are now with the Minnesota Wild. He is with the Minnesota Wild. Yes.
All right, explain.
I feel really guilty. He didn't know me before this happened. And to try to explain to someone that has questions about why I have trust issues, why I'm insecure, why I'm humiliated, why I'm embarrassed, why I am obsessive about checking the internet, he doesn't understand. And he's an athlete. He's just like, you got to move on. You got to go to the next game. You got to leave it alone. Who cares what people think? And it's just not that simple. I feel sad because I think he would have loved the girl more that was there before this happened, and I feel very guilty about that. I don't like to talk to him about this. I want to be the easy breezy girl. I want to be the cool sports reporter Dancing with the Stars host that he's so proud of. I don't want him to see this.
Well, let me move to another subject.
Please.
I mean, let's put it this way. The good outweighs the bad in that relationship, right?
Yes.
And y'all are hanging in there together, right?
We are.
And he's very supportive of you?
He is.
And you're happy to have that relationship?
Very happy.
So, if you're 37 now, now the whole world knows it.
Thanks.
How old were you when this happened?
29. Really bad math.
So, do you ever consider the prospect of having children?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns about that?
Oh, I wouldn't be human if I didn't have those concerns.
Would you explain your concerns to the ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, I'm 37. But like everything else, I feel like I can do it. And you know what? I'll tackle this. I'll do it.
And what about talking with those children as they grow up?
I think that was always my problem with starting a new relationship. And I said that to my mom and dad when I knew Jarrett and I were going to start having a serious relationship. What he doesn't think about, but I do, is what happens when my kids come home from school and they're like, Mom, kids are saying you're naked on the internet. That's something that's always in my mind. And I'll always have to tell my kid, Mommy didn't do anything wrong. This is why this happened. This is who let her, this is who is accountable for this, and this is why it happened. And then the worst part is the other day, I think someone mentioned, is this still going to be an issue when you're 60? Who's going to explain it to my grandkids? Yes.
So, I want to lighten things up again a little bit, okay?
Please.
To the extent that this is light, I want to go back to that issue of medication.
Okay.
At the beginning of your career, long before this Marriott video thing happened, at the beginning of your career, was there a point where you took some medication for something?
I did.
Okay, explain it to the ladies and gentlemen.
Lauren Comstock, in her testimony that you saw a couple days ago, said it was with ESPN. I reread my deposition, and I had first stated it was ESPN, and then I came back later. It wasn't when I was with ESPN, and I said that in my deposition. When I went from the Tampa Bay Lightning, my very first job out of college, I then was hired by Turner Sports. They had picked up college football, and they were going to try college football. And I was assigned a couple games, and I was actually assigned to the football package. And I was excited. I was pumped. This was national television. And I would call my parents before the games in the morning. I remember a couple games, stomach was just a little uneasy. And I had said something to my mom about it. And she said, you know, you go see your gynecologist, maybe just mention it to her. And I had mentioned when I went to the gynecologist that I just said my stomach's a little off. And she had mentioned, well, if you don't need something to calm me down, here's Lexapro. I took it for 2 games. I wasn't into it. I got more confident and realized it was just my first time being on national television doing sidelines. I got it. I'm fine.
So that would have been around 2001, 2002, something like that?
Yes.
Probably.
Sure.
Okay. And so how many times did you take that Lexapro?
I think 1 or 2 games.
Okay. Did it help your stomach?
No.
Okay. Another light positive subject was when you moved from ESPN to Fox.
Yes.
Okay, so this happened a few years after this Marriott video came out, correct?
Correct.
And could you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that switch meant and why it made you excited?
I had been at ESPN for 8 years, wonderful years. They groomed me and I really believe made me into the reporter that I turned out to be. But there were other things I wanted to try. I had worked a ton of college national championship games. I had, done the best of the best at ESPN, but I really wanted to try the NFL. I just really wanted to be a part of it, and Fox could offer that. So had a contract negotiations with ESPN and Fox, and then decided after 8 years it was time to move on to Fox.
So now you could do NFL games.
Yes.
And that's why the Richard Sherman interview happened, correct?
Yes.
Have you also been invited to do some of those talk show things that are on television?
I have. I've co-hosted with Michael Strahan when Kelly Ripa is on vacation, and done those. I've also, to promote Dancing with the Stars or to promote our NFL season. I've gone on Jimmy Kimmel. I've gone on shows like that, Seth Meyers.
Okay. You travel a lot.
Yes.
And you have to stay in a lot of hotels.
Yes.
Do you take precautions now?
Yes.
And have you talked with the doctors about the precautions that you're taking so that they can consider that in their diagnosis?
Yes.
Would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the kind of precautions you're taking?
As soon as I get to a hotel, no matter what city or state I'm in, I tell them I want to be moved from the room I was pre-booked in. I want to be moved. I also say if someone is asked to be next to me, they need to call me. I also ask for there not to be any phone calls placed to my room. I also tell them that I have a gentleman traveling with me, and I put a name of a man traveling with me. I then go to my room alone. I will not allow anyone to bring bags up to my room at all. I will not allow them to put them in my room at all. I instantly cover the peephole, and then I do a check of the room. I look everywhere. I look for lights, I look for red lights, I look to see if there's cameras. I check the bed, I check the alarm clock, I check the phone. I booby trap my room. I also will not stay in an adjoining room at all. And if a room is adjoining, I ask to be taken out. I'll walk back down there. Also, if it's very far, I'll walk back down as well. I'm trying to think what else. Do not disturb. Even room service, I do not let them bring it in my room. I grab it. And then when I'm in bed, I just try to I look at the air conditioning grate. I make sure there's no lights. I try to see if there's any cameras. The bathrooms I look over pretty good just to make sure there's nothing, any sort of camera there.
When you say you booby trap the room,
sorry.
That's okay.
I put a piece of paper down by the door, so when I leave, if someone comes into the room, I can tell. Just put something by it, so if somebody walks in, I can just tell.
Did you ever consent to being filmed like this?
No.
Did you ever consent to the hotel's actions that you heard about in this courtroom?
No.
Did you expect the hotel, when you went in there, to protect your privacy?
Yes.
Did you expect the hotel to provide you security?
Yes.
Looks like I'm getting a live event from Donald Trump.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Now, let me give you the really good news. This place is packed, right? Outside, that means you should be all in the real estate because you have a good touch, okay? You know real estate. Because outside they have over 7,000 people on your football field. Did you believe that? 7,000! The entire field is packed with people. We put speakers, but I don't think, would anybody like to switch places? I don't think so. So I walk in, look at this, the key to the city, right? The key to the city. Where is Mary, the mayor? Where's the mayor? Where's Mary? Vote Mary, right? Vote Mary. I will put that very nicely, Mary. Mayor, I will put it very, very nicely on a place of honor in my office in Manhattan. We all have a lot in common. I love this. So that's a great honor, believe me. Thank you very much. I'll put it over here so I don't forget it. I'll put it over here. Now we have Charles Evers here. Where's Charles? I won't say how old he is, right, Charles? But I'll tell you, he is in good shape. It gives us hope. It gives us hope. Charles, thank you very much. What a great family, great name, great man. Everybody loves Charles. You know, I signed the hat for him, and I didn't want to take it off, because usually if a person's wearing a hat, it means you're sort of missing a couple of those hair follicles, right? So I never like to take it off. Sometimes I'll take it off to sign it for somebody, and they'll, oh. But I took his hat off, right, Charles? And he has this beautiful head of hair. I said, Charles, that's great. 92, 93, so, you know. Trey Staples, trooper. Where is he? Trey. Where is Trey? Get him over here. Get him over here, quick. Come on. I have all night. Do we have all night or what? What the heck? Come here. Come on over here, Trey. I'll tell you, how great are the police? How great are the police in this country? And bring your wife over, and Trey, get some of those officers. I want to show you guys that are in good shape. I'm a little angry. Get some of the officers up here. We love our police. They take care of us. They are not appreciated like they should be appreciated. And we love our police. Trey, thank you very much. Hit with a bullet, but he's still the toughest guy on the force. They all told me that. That's pretty good, right? So, Trey, thank you very much. Thank you. Look at these guys. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. What a great place, Mississippi. You know, I have a lot of friends that live in Mississippi. I hate to say, there's a lot of wealth in Mississippi. We know that. Got a lot of wealthy people. You have some people, however, that are not doing so well because their jobs are being taken away. Their jobs are going to foreign lands, and we're not going to let that happen anymore, folks. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. It's going to end. It's going to end. There are so many things going on right now worldwide. And you know, we all like to talk about free trade, wonderful free trade. And, you know, somebody was asking, I just did Sean Hannity's show, who's a really good guy, by the way. And he was talking about conservative. And I'm a conservative, but I like to say conservative with common sense. Free trade is wonderful. I love it. I think it's great. But to have free trade that really works, it's very important and it's very simple. It has to work for two parties. It has to work for the two countries. China, we have a trade imbalance. We are losing so much money, $500 billion a year, okay? That's a trade deficit. That's a trade deficit. Why are we doing this? Mexico, and by the way, we will build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for the wall. Believe me. Believe me. Oh, they'll pay. They'll pay. They'll pay. And by the way, I have great respect for Mexico. I have many friends from Mexico. I have tremendous amounts of people. They work for me. They're phenomenal people. Thousands. Hispanics, thousands. In Nevada, where I won the state. We won a lot of states. I could go through. The list is so long now, I don't want to bore you going through all of them. The one I really want to win, though, is Mississippi. I want to win. Oh, you're going to be happy. You're going to go home. In 2 years, you're going to say, that was one of the great votes I ever cast, believe me. We're going to be the smart country. We're not going to be the dummies anymore, folks. We're going to be the smart. We're going to be the smart country because isn't it embarrassing? You know, like the Iran deal, we give them $150 billion. We get nothing. We give them $150 billion. We should have had our hostages back 4 years ago. They should have never been taken. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong, but we should have had the hostages back years ago. We should have never negotiated until we had our hostages back. And we should have just gone in, and I've said this before, you go in, and you say, we have to have our hostages back. This is 4 years ago. And they'll say no. The Persians are great negotiators. They'll say, no way. You say, bye-bye, goodbye, everybody, enjoy it. And then you go out and you double and triple up in the sanctions, and you'll get a call in 24 hours, you've got your hostages. We should have never, ever given them the $150 billion. And I always say, you know, it is the art of the deal. How many people read The Art of the Deal, like everybody? So then we go in, thank you, man. Oh, he's got it right there. He's all excited. That's good. I'll sign it, I'll sign it, I'll sign it. I'll sign it, promise. So anyway, then we go in, the hostages now land. I'd say, make sure they're landed, make sure the hostages land. Now you go in a second time. We do it twice. And after that, we'll be more reasonable. But you say, listen, and you know, I tell the story. Some people love the story, but I had a father who was a great guy. Really a great negotiator. And he used to say, son, you're too direct, you're too tough. You got to soften up a little bit. And he used to have the expression, right? Take the lumps out. He used to go, son, take the lumps out. So I would have gone without his knowledge. I would have gone in and said, we're not giving you $150 billion. No way you're ever getting it. All right. So the problem with that is there's great, great hostility on the other side. It'll last a long time. They won't recover it from it. I'll be screaming at them about the money. So my father would say, take the lumps out. So I'd go in differently now. I'd say, fellas, don't forget, we already have our hostages. That's done. We paid nothing. We got our hostages. I'd say, fellas, do me a favor. Here's the story. We have a country. It's bust. We owe $19 trillion. We just approved a budget, which is the craziest thing I've ever seen 6 weeks ago, the omnibus budget. It takes care of Obamacare. It takes care of the Syrians coming into our country. It takes care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. It takes care of everything. What are we doing? I said, fellas, we got a country. We don't have the money. We can't pay you the $150 billion. I'm so sorry. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. I would love to do it, but we can't. We don't have any money. Now, they'll be angry, but not as angry as we're not giving you that money, right? See, I learned. That's called taking the lumps out. Same result. But this way, you come back a little quicker. So they're going to get angry and all. You're going to leave, and eventually you'll come back. Now what we've gotten is we've gotten the hostages. We've gotten $150 billion. And now we start to negotiate. Does that make sense to everybody, right? Don't you think? And by the way, that's like 92%, 95%, 98%. No, that's 100%. When I looked over the last week, where Vicente Fox, the former president of Mexico, now, I love Mexico. I love Mexico. I think it's wonderful. Their leaders are too smart for our leaders. It's not even a contest. And he was sitting back, and he was being interviewed, and he threw out the F-bomb. Now, can you imagine if I threw out the F-bomb? I wouldn't even be here. They'd probably be thinking about the electric chair for me. Okay? It's true. They threw out the F-bomb. He did. And he said, and he's come a long way, he said, there is no way we're going to pay for the blank wall. Now, the problem with these people, now watch, they will go blank, they'll go beep, and everybody will say that I said the word. That's how dishonest, because the most dishonest people, other than Lion Ted Cruz, who really is a liar, right? He is really a liar. Man, that guy, and I'm a good Christian, but I'll tell you what, he walks up and he holds up that Bible, and he's there with the Bible, and he puts it down, and then he starts lying. I call him Lion Ted Cruz. He is good. But he's actually not a good liar because you catch him lying all the time. The best liars are the ones that don't get caught. And then we have little Marco Rubio. I thought when we had, you know, Chris Christie endorsed me. Good guy, really good guy. He endorsed me 2 weeks ago. And when Chris was on the stage, Chris was he's the governor of New Jersey, but he was a former prosecutor and a tough cookie. And I thought, honestly, Marco was going to faint. He was choking like a dog. He was pouring down sweat. And Chris hit him once, and it was fine. He said the Obama thing. Remember the phrase? And then he did it again, and he said it again, and again, and again, and again. And after the 5th time, I was getting ready to see that size of that hand. Look at that. I was going to grab him to show him how strong that hand is, because he made that sucker up. I was going to say, Marco, I won't let you fall. I don't want you to get hurt, Marco. So, I mean, this is what we have, folks. Look, we have a big task. We have a country that is in turmoil. We have politicians that are running that are all taken care of by special interests. They're never going to fix the country for you. And I was one of those special interests. I mean, I hired lobbyists. I was really good. I mean, I was really good. I built a tremendous business. I filed my papers with the federal election. They couldn't even believe it. There were so many of those guys back there. I built an unbelievable, some of the greatest assets in the world, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, tremendous. And by the way, you read about these little tiny businesses, and they're doing well too. All of a sudden I heard that business isn't working. I said, that business is working too. Almost all of my businesses work. I make businesses work. Even when I build in the middle of a depression, I make it work. Now, sometimes the banks have to suffer. Some people have to suffer. But it works, and I have to make it work for me, my family, my company. I make it work. And I'll tell you what, when you look at what's going on in this country, you need the kind of mentality. When you see what I did, and when you see the kind of a business, some of the greatest assets, Doral, we saw the big tournament this weekend, where Adam Scott, how good was Adam Scott? The World Golf Championship, and Adam Scott was fantastic, but I own that. I own that. No partners, no nothing, very successful, great place. I own so many different places. And you know, I'm just saying it not in a braggadocious way, and I don't give a damn about my company once this. If this works, the last thing I care about is how are we doing renting on 40 Wall Street. I don't care. My kids will handle it. They'll be fine. Ivanka, do we love Ivanka, right? And Eric and Donna, they do a great job. And my executives, I have great executives. They'll take care. But we have a really monumental thing, much more important than a company. We have to fix our country. We have to get rid of our debt. We have to at a minimum, get the debt way down. We have to balance our budgets. We have to build up our military. We have to make sure that the drug companies who take care of all these senators start bidding for their products. You know, they have no bidding. These people, you pay practically the same thing. If you want to go into a drugstore and buy something, drugs to make you better, the United States, the biggest drug purchaser of the world, pays about the same price as you do. It's ridiculous. It's no bidding. The same thing with the military. All of my life, I've been hearing about they order a plane that nobody wants, and the plane they do want is less expensive, a better plane, better maneuverability, but the company doesn't have the political context. So they end up getting equipment, planes, whatever it might be, that they don't want. Because these guys are all taken care of, folks, okay? They're all taken care of. Do you know the lobbyists in Washington, of which I know many, and I've hired many over the years, but they're really good. And they have a thing, it's stamped on their forehead. It'll say, Rubio, I take care of Rubio. Another one will take care of another senator. Another one will take, and these guys are good. And they raise millions of dollars for them. And if it's bad for the country, as an example, I talk all the time about Ford moving in. Or you saw the recent one with Carrier. Carrier leaving this country, 1,400 jobs, they're moving to Mexico. Now, I will stop it because there's nobody that has any control of me in the sense that I'm going to do what's right for you. You're the only people that have the control. And I don't know that I get enough credit for it, to be honest, because I don't think I do. But I'm already in for close to 30 million cash. And not that it has an impact, but it's still always a lot of money. To me, $2 is a lot of money. You know, my whole life, and I say this, I've had people come up to me recently, a couple of days ago, Donald, you know, when you're number one, I've been number one almost from the beginning. From the beginning, from June 16th, almost number one. When you're number one, it's like I was so successful with The Apprentice show, and they wanted to renew it. They would have done anything to renew it, but I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm running for president. The head of Comcast came up to see me, great guy. And he said, we really want you. I said, no, I'm running for president. I told him. Nobody believed it. You know, nobody believed it. And the pundits didn't believe it. They all said, he's not going to run. He's not running. You know, there was such surety. These people are so stupid. They're so stupid. And they're saying he didn't run. Then they said, well, he maybe won't sign Form A. Form A is basically the form you sign, one page where you sign your life away. You know, you give your everything. And then you have the financials. Then they say, well, he signed Form A. And then I announced. And then they said, well, he'll never put in his financials. And the financials turned out to be almost 100 pages. They say, well, he'll take his time because you have delays and you can delay it forever. They'll say, he'll put them in after the election, then he won't. Because they said maybe he's not as rich as people think. It turned out that I'm much richer than people think. And I'll be honest, if I didn't run, and there was a chance that I might not, but if I didn't run, I would have put him in anyway because I want to brag about what a good job I did. I've done a great job. So true. But when Steve Burke came up from Comcast, and he's the boss, he's an incredible guy, and he said, Donald, we want to renew The Apprentice and all of that. I said, Steve, I really want to do something great. We're going to do this, and we're going to do it great. I've always heard that if you're a very successful person, you can't run for politics, and in particular, you can't run for president. And I see that. If you sneeze, they make a big deal out of it. No matter what you do, they make a big deal. Now, I have to tell you, with all of that being said, and I'm trying to figure out the system because I don't understand one thing. I think I get the worst publicity. I mean, I had this guy, Mitt Romney, who was such a disaster. He may have been the worst presidential candidate in the history of United States politics. Amazing. And he came out and he's nasty. And actually, I backed him, but I don't really know him very well. I don't know. I'd probably, you know what, honestly, if I got to know him, I'd probably get along with him. But he came out with stuff. I feel that I get the worst publicity of any human being in the world, okay? I read such stuff. They make up stories. They write stuff. And it shows how smart the public is, because I'll tell you what. The poll just came out, CNN. I'm at 49. Second is 15. Can you nationwide poll? More importantly, you have a biggie, right? When is your biggie? When is it? When are you voting? Come on. Tomorrow. Raise your right hand, everybody. Do you swear that you're going to vote for Donald Trump tomorrow? Raise that hand. I love you. All right, you can't go back. No, I'm only kidding. If you want to go back, you can, but I don't think you will, because nobody's going to do the job that I'm doing. Nobody's going to do the job that I'm doing. But tomorrow's such a big day. And we haven't seen a poll of Mississippi, but the one that's a couple of weeks old has us like way up there. But let's assume we're tied. I don't want to say it. Assume we're tied, because you got to go out. You got to go out. I always used to tell politicians, pretend you're going to lose because you'll fight harder, even if they had a big lead. But in Mississippi, we've had some amazing polls and way up. And I just want you to just really do it tomorrow. It's so important. Promise you're going to go out? Okay, promise. And we just had a fantastic poll come out, the great state of Michigan. They came out, and we just had 4 polls, I think, come out, just as I was going on the stage. In fact, I came onto the stage, and I said, oh, this is nice, but now I walk up here. Look at the good time I'm having. You know why? I had 4 great polls from the great state of Michigan. That's a biggie tomorrow. You in Michigan, we have Hawaii, and we have the greatest potato group in the world, Idaho. I love Idaho. I love Idaho. I told them, I just tweeted, I said, I love your potatoes. I hope you're going to vote for me. I'll protect you. Nobody's going to take those potatoes away from Idaho. So we have some big ones tomorrow, but the numbers I just got from Michigan are tremendous, tremendous numbers. I mean, they're tremendous. Because Michigan knows, I've been talking about this for years, how other countries are ripping us off. I've had a couple of folks in the back, and one of them came up to me and said, Mr. Trump, I followed you for 10 years, and for 10 years you've been right. How China and how others. China's just the worst example. They're the worst abuser of all. And I'll tell you what, it's the single greatest theft, what they've done to us, in the history of the world. And I love China. I get along great. I sell them apartments. The biggest bank in the world is a tenant of mine in one of my buildings in Manhattan. I mean, I owned the Bank of America building in San Francisco, a big chunk of it, all because of the Chinese, which was a war. 1290 Avenue of the Americas in Manhattan, one of the biggest buildings in Manhattan because of the Chinese. The Chinese are wonderful. And by the way, they're ripping us off horribly. I'm not angry at them. I'm not angry at them. I wish our people had the brains and had the sense. So I'm not angry at China. I'm not angry at Mexico. I don't, if you can get away with it, I say do it. I'm angry at our leaders for being grossly incompetent. They shouldn't be in the position. And when Vicente Fox, this week, when he threw out that horrible word, and he said, we will never pay for the you-know-what wall, and he gave that horrible, horrible wall, and the anger in his face. And he's not the president. He was the president. He was a former president. But it was a big interview, and it was all over the place. And he said, we will not pay for the wall. And I liked it in one way because at least now they accept the wall's going to happen. See, it used to be, we will not let a wall be built, right? No. If you look back a year ago, he and others were saying, we will not let a wall be built. Now it's, we will not pay for the wall. Okay, so we've come 50%. Now we'll do the other. But here's why. This lightweight comes off and he said to me, you can't get Mexico to pay for the wall. They're politicians. Number one, if you're a politician, you can't anyway, because the special interests and the donors and the lobbyists are going to hit them up, say, don't push Mexico. We have a big relationship. They give a lot of money to this country in the form of campaign contributions. They put a lot of monies into these horrible super PACs that are totally corrupt, by the way. And then they can take phony ads on me. You got to see these ads. These ads are so vicious, and they're so phony. They're so false. And I tell people, I think I have $50 million worth of negative ads in Florida. 50 million. Somebody said 50 million. I was watching at Doral yesterday, and it's like I'm watching Adam, I'm watching Rory, and then it goes on, Donald Trump is the worst human being ever created. And I'm saying, whoa. I mean, I'm watching these ads. They are the worst, most dishonest ads I have ever seen. But, how do you do that? So Vicente Fox, he goes, we're not going to do that. Let me tell you what his problem was. His anger, you saw it. Who saw that? Did anybody see that? His anger was so enormous, and it wasn't about the wall, and it wasn't about paying for the wall. It was about how dare the Americans, the stupid, stupid Americans with the stupid, stupid leaders, tell us anything about a wall or anything else. We're the boss here. That's what he was angry about. He couldn't believe that we had the nerve to tell him that he's going to pay for the wall. And it wasn't about paying for the wall. Do you understand me? It wasn't about paying for the wall. It was about the fact, how dare they? And you remember when I came down the escalator and I got up, I talked about Mexico and I talked about illegal immigration, right? And there was a storm. It was like a storm. 3-4 weeks later, in fact, I said, I don't know if I can go on like this. This is brutal. And Rush Limbaugh, who was great, he said, Trump was amazing. He's getting hit harder than I've ever seen anybody hit by the press. And he holds a news conference 2 weeks later and he doubles down. And it's true, because when you're right on something, look, I don't need this, folks. I really don't. I had such an easy life. What did I do this? I had such an easy life, right? Wonderful family, wonderful company, wonderful everything. Now and I was going to say before, how can I be leading in Mississippi by so much when all I read about is negative stuff? It's amazing. It tells you, and it's all put out by the establishment that did such a great job over the last 8 years defeating Barack Hussein Obama, right? Such a great job. They did, the establishment, the Republican establishment did a really good job in telling us how to become president. But we're going to become president, and I'll tell you what's so important. And they don't know it yet, but they'll understand. Now they're saying Trump is doing really well, and Trump may make it, and this is horrible. And you know why it's horrible? Because I'm not taking their money. I don't want their money. They want to give money. They want to give money. I had a friend of mine, you know, as much as he could be a friend, he's a killer, but I had a very rich guy. I had a friend of mine come to my office and want to give me $10 million for the campaign. I told him, no, I can't do it. I'm not taking money. I just can't do it. Now, it's hard for me to say that because my whole life has been about taking, right? It's been about grab, take, greed, whatever you want to call it, take. Now it's about taking for the United States. We're going to take. It's true. But he said to me, Donald, I want to give you $10 million. And I'm going like, oh, how do I turn down? I don't want it. No, it's just so, I'm so unaccustomed. Usually I'd say, no, make it 15, okay? Right? But I'm not taking. I spend a lot of money, I don't take. So what happens is he says, no, I want to get. So after about 5 minutes, I convince him I really don't want his money. And we shake hands, he gets up. I said, by the way, what are you going to do now? He said, well, I'm going to pick another candidate. Now, I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you, and I wasn't insulted. In fact, just the opposite. They're gamblers. They love the action. They love the action. They're gamblers. These guys are gamblers. I guess I am too. I pick people. You know, he would rather give $10 million and be in the game than have the affection of Donald Trump, be with Donald Trump, but Donald doesn't want your money and Donald's not going to do what you tell him to do if I win, right? It's true. It's true. Sort of a good story. But it's true, they're gamblers. And when I look at him, I mean, he said, you're going to be the best. There's nobody like you, you have to take it. I have another friend of mine, great guy, very, very wealthy guy, very well known to the press, and probably most of you actually. And every time I see him, he says, Donald, when can I help? When can I help? I say, his first name's Howard. I say, Howard, I love you. Now he knows who it is. I said, Howard, I love you. You're the greatest. Got a lovely wife, great wife. I said, Howard, I love you, but I can't take your money. I'm not going to take it. I don't need it. I don't want it. I want to self-fund. I want to do it. I want to work for the people. That's it. And once I start taking their money, it's different. He said, he goes like this, no, you don't understand. I really want to give you the money. He didn't know. And every time I see him like once a month at the Mar-a-Lago Club. Great club. Best club in the world, I think. But I see him, and he goes, every time I see him, the same thing. Donald, can I give you money? He doesn't understand. They don't even understand it. And let me tell you, when guys give money to these politicians, they own those politicians. Just remember, they own them. And when they want help with military purchases, with electrical, with energy, with anything, pharmaceuticals, these guys are going to do whatever they tell them because they're going to be running again for office and they're going to want them, and it becomes like the evil chain. So I just tell you, folks, I'm self-funding. I don't think that I get credit for it. I don't think, in other words, when you go to this group, I love you. But I love the guys on the football field even more, 7,000. I love you even more than these. I love them even more. I love them. Can you imagine 7,000 people standing on a field? On a field. I love them. I hate to say this, folks, but those are my people, right? Right? No, you're my people. We're all together. We have amazing people in this country. This country's amazing. We have amazing people. I get by far the biggest crowds, not even a contest. And I have to say, Bernie is going down in flames, by the way. But, no, he's going. In all fairness, hard to envision a communist being elected president, right? Not socialist, communist. A little bit hard. So whether he's a socialist or a communist, I think he's sort of in between. We can't call him pure communist, but whether he's, but he's going down in flames, right? But I will admit, We beat them by a lot in terms of the crowds. We had one yesterday or the other day in Orlando, Florida, 25,000 people. We had to send home 15,000 people. Can you believe it? 15,000. And I said, I'm going back, but I made everybody in the room promise that they won't come back again because I have to take care of the others. You know, it'll be the same people that pour into the room. But we're going to go back. But we've had amazing crowds. And Bernie does have the second, I have to say. But it's been such an honor getting to know the people of this country because we have a great country. We have great people. And these people want to see America be great again. That's what they want. It's what they want. And you know, I say this, and I say it very strongly, someday, and I want that to happen soon, I want to see Apple, and I want to see other companies making their iPhones and other products in the United States, not in China. I want to see that, and it's going to happen. And they're going to make them in Mississippi. What's better than Mississippi? You have the force. You'll see. You'll see. I may have to do a little taxation penalty. I may have to do a little stuff, to which the conservatives will say, he is not a true conservative. Remember Jeb? Donald Trump is not a conservative. In the meantime, he spent $158 million. Could have been billion the way he spent, but he spent a lot of money. But people would say, Donald Trump is not a conservative. No. Call me whatever you want. I am a very conservative. I'm conservative on trade. I'm conservative in the military. I'm conservative with our vets. Our vets are going to be taken care of. I'm conservative with education. I mean, I'm a real conservative, but I'm also a smart and common sense conservative, and we're going to be taken care of. And you know what? If it means that Apple is going to have to do something and we're going to have to create a little incentive for them to stay here, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. But we cannot continue to have China and these other countries take our people away, take our jobs away, and take our money. We can't do it. Can't do it. Okay? So in a sense, I say, call me whatever you want. I don't care. But I can tell you this, you're going to be happy. The end result is you are going to be happy. So this all began on June 16th, coming down the escalator with Melania. And I was coming down. I said, come on. Because it takes guts to run for president, I want to tell you. It takes guts. It's not easy. And I wasn't sure how I'd do because, you know, I was getting numbers 4 years ago. I was actually leading, but I didn't run. I wasn't running. But they put my name and I was leading. I was beating Romney. I was beating everybody. But I never ran. I was doing a lot of different jobs. And I watched that, and I watched it we're doing big jobs now, but they're almost finished, like the one on Pennsylvania Avenue, the big hotel, gotten by the Obama administration 2 years ahead of schedule and under budget. Think of that. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great if our military deals and if our highways and our trains and all of these things came in ahead of schedule and under budget? They don't even know what the language is. That's what's going to happen. But that's what's going to happen. You know, that's what's going to happen. So I came down the escalator, and it was about trade, and it was about really the borders. And I had other things, but really trade, because I could not stand when you see trade imbalances the way we have, when you see what we're going through with trade, just so you understand, again, I get along great with China, great respect. They cannot believe, I have many friends from China, they cannot believe what they get away with. They tell me that. We can't believe it. Now, they don't say it anymore. They used to say it before they knew I was running for president. They said, you know, I was only kidding when I said that. But they cannot believe, Mexico can't believe it. And just so you understand, to finish off on the wall, the reason that Mexico is going to pay for the wall is we have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion a year. The wall is going to cost $10 billion. So it's simple, right, folks? Okay, right? How simple is that? The business people, look at that guy, that big handsome guy with the red hat, make America great again. Oh, and he's got a modest head of hair. He's got a modest head, not bad. You look good, man. But we are going to, when you see that, you know, people don't understand. So they come up to me, you can't get Mexico to pay for the wall. Then they hear that we have a trade deficit of $58 billion and the wall's 10. Do you think I might be able to make that deal? Because we have tremendous negotiating power with trade. Tremendous. We have it with China. We have rebuilt China. China has trains that go 300 miles an hour. We have trains on the Long Island Expressway. I don't know if you've seen these trains. They go chug, chug, chug. Then they fall off the tracks because the tracks are all broken. It's a mess. You go to Dubai, you go to Qatar, you go to these places, you see airports the likes of which you've never seen before. The most incredible. Pilots land and they say, oh, look at this runway. You come back into LaGuardia, you got potholes all over the place. It's like third world. No, we're like a third world country. Not going to happen anymore, folks. It's not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen anymore. And you know, when I came in, because I have an amazing relationship with Mississippi, so many friends, and when I came in, one of them met me at the airport and said to me, amazing what's happening with jobs. It's just taking the jobs away. And, you know, again, we're doing very badly with employment. That 5% was put in so that presidents look good. Because when you stop looking for a job, they consider you employed. So a guy's looking for a job for 120 days, just gives up. A woman, a man, gives up. Now they're considering the person employed. And they say 5%. I'll tell you what, you wouldn't have thousands of people on the football field, and you wouldn't have thousands of people in this room if you had a real 5% unemployment, despite trade, despite everything else. If you had a real 5% unemployment, it's probably 25%, okay? It's probably 25%. And everybody says this, they're bad jobs. Even the people on Obama's side, on the other side, they're bad jobs. So it began with trade, it began with the border, and then we had the attack in Paris. And I want to tell you, that really shook people up because Paris has the toughest gun laws in the world. The country of France has the toughest gun laws in the world. And guys walked in, thugs, and they called the head mastermind. I said, never do that, never call, because what they're doing on the internet is they're taking our youth, and our youth are leaving our country and fighting for ISIS. These people are saying the mastermind. He's not the mastermind. He's a creep with a dirty cap, the one with the white cap. He's a creep. He's a lowlife. He's a lowlife. So then you had Paris, and you had these thugs go into a few different places. Boom, boom, boom. Move over here. Boom, boom. Get over. 130 people dead. Many, many people gravely injured right now in the hospital. Never be the same. Many will die, by the way, but never be the same. Then you had in California, you had the two people, the radicalized, where I guess he became radicalized because of her, whatever happened. And they worked with these people, right? They worked with them. They were given a baby shower for their baby by the people that they killed. So there's something going on here, folks, and we have to get down to it. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. We have to be careful, or we're not going to have a country anymore. We can't take in the people, you know, the migration. It's a horrible thing. It's a sad thing. But we can't take in people that we have no idea who they are. We have no idea who they are. I mean, I have as big a heart as anybody, believe me, and I like the idea of building a safe zone in Syria, and I have to get the Gulf states to pay for it. The Gulf states aren't spending. The Gulf states have so much money. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with the money they have. Thank you, I love that. Look at that guy. Not one sign, but two. He's a good-looking guy. 2 signs. He's up there. Well, you agree with what I'm saying. The Gulf states have so much money, they're not spending anything. And by the way, they're not taking anybody. They're not taking, they're not spending. We protect Saudi Arabia. Now, a year ago, when the oil prices were high, now it's half, but when the oil prices were high, Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day, a machine. We protect them. It's wonderful. Got to help us out now, folks. Different. We protect South Korea. You have the maniac over in North Korea. Every time he rears his head, we start sending our ships, our planes, our this, costs us a fortune. They pay us peanuts. We have 28,000 soldiers on the border, right, between North and South Korea. We protect Japan. We protect Germany. A lot of people don't know this. You know, when people see our military budget, it's many, many times bigger than any other military budget, but it's really not ours. We're protecting all of these countries. And with the right messenger, just like I told you the story with Iran, with the right messenger, they'll pay. They get nothing but money. Germany. Who has a Mercedes-Benz here? Everybody's like, you know, does anybody have a Mercedes? Oh, good. You buy American, right? Good. No, but think of it. Germany is a behemoth. It's an economic behemoth. They're so rich. They're so rich. And we protect Germany. We protect everybody. We protect everybody. And yet we can't beat ISIS. We can't beat ISIS. You know how long it's going to take to beat ISIS? Do you know ISIS is going to go down so fast, folks? It's going to go down so fast. So we used to read medieval times, right? I used to love history. And you'd read about medieval times. That's when they chopped off heads. Now we have people chopping off heads. And the other day at one of the debates, one of the many debates, are these debates getting boring? Oh. How many times can they ask you the same question over and over again? Oh, it is so boring. And you know, then these guys shout at me. Oh, they shout. I'm always in the center. I've been in the center. The center means you're number one, right? I've been in the center for every single debate. And the line's getting smaller, smaller, smaller. I watched this guy, Lindsey Graham. He started off at 7. Then he said something nasty about me, so I attacked him. He went from 7 to 0, and now he's on, we can't let Donald Trump be president. The guy went from 7, he had 0, and he wouldn't get out. And you will all agree to this. So far, in fact, Marco Rubio, big hit. He attacked me last week. So far, and wouldn't this be great for the country? So far, every single person that's attacked me has gone down. Is that true? In all fairness. Who knows? And now Marco's gone down. He's gone down. But you know, but that's what we need. Whatever it is, I don't know, whatever it is, you can define it, do whatever you want. So when I started in trade. I started doing the basics, and then we had the attack in Paris, and all of a sudden CNN and others did a poll, and the poll came out that we like Trump on the military, we like Trump on the border. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who's a great guy, tough as hell. Sheriff Joe! We love Sheriff Joe. Last week I get a call, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, Mr. Trump, I'd like to endorse you. I said, is this really Sheriff Joe? How tough is Sheriff Joe, right? And Sheriff Joe endorses you, that's great, that's great. Sarah Palin endorsed me, you know, who's great. We have a lot of great endorsements. Some of the greatest business leaders in the world, Carl Icahn, and many of them endorsed me. I'll tell you, Jerry Falwell Jr. was so helpful. He was so helpful. You know, I'm leading with the evangelicals. I'm a good Christian, and I'm leading with the evangelicals. And I want to tell you something. Jerry was so great. Pastor Jeffress. I mean, we have so many people. But I'll tell you this, Christianity, and I put it in the same vein and sometimes in the same sentences, Christianity is being chipped away at in this country. In this country. It's being chipped away at, and I'm not going to let it happen. Do you know, I was with a whole room full, like 50 pastors, ministers, great people, some of whom I knew pretty well and some I don't. And I said to them, let me ask you a question. How many Christians, evangelicals, but just Christians, do we have in this country? And they were saying maybe 250 million, maybe 260 million. I said, so that's more than we have women. It's more than we have men. It's by far the biggest group. Then why aren't you banding together and getting the kinds of things you want? When people talk about we need a temporary ban on Muslims until we find out what is going on here, okay? There is total outrage. When people talk about Christians and Christianity, there's no outrage. There's no outrage. I said, let me ask you, and these are great believers, these are great people, these are strong people, smart people. I said, why is it, and I think I really found something that's very important for all of us, why is it that you people don't have a stronger lobby? And during Lyndon Johnson's regime, I will call it, because that's sort of what it was, if you think about it, but during his term as president, they passed something where the tax deduction is under siege if they do anything that's a little bit off. Okay? So they're going to lose tax-exempt status, right? And I said, wait a minute, that's right, that's the answer. I figure, you know, I'm a pretty smart guy, I figure things out pretty quickly. So as soon as I mentioned it, I said, that's it. Because I said then, so the man walking, I was in Trump Tower, I pointed down to the sidewalk, there were people walking on the sidewalk. I said, then those people walking on the sidewalk are more powerful than you people in the clergy, the pastors, the ministers, the priests, the people in the clergy. They're more powerful. They said, that's right. I said, not going to happen anymore. We're going to get rid of that thing. I want Christianity to have a strong flavor. Why did we ever pass a thing like that? And it's so important. I mean, really, they've shut Christianity down. And these are great people, but they're afraid to do. For instance, some people came up to me, Mr. Trump, I love you. You're the best. You're going to be the greatest leader. You're going to be, I want to endorse you. I'm endorsing you. But I'm not allowed to do it publicly because if I do it publicly, I may lose for the church the tax-exempt status. So they're really being silenced, and we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. I don't care about the endorsement. They're really being silenced. We can't let that happen. We're not going to let it happen. And we're going to get that thing repealed. And think of the power we have over the Democrats, over the Republicans. I mean, the power is incredible. So we're going to get that taken care of, and we're going to be back. And I'll tell you what, come Christmas time, we're going to all be in these department stores that don't have Merry Christmas, and we're going to see Merry Christmas right in those stores, right? They don't put it up anymore. We're going to see Merry Christmas at the department stores again, folks. You goes into these stores, you don't even see Merry Christmas anymore. You say, why? Why? The store owners and the big companies, especially like Macy's, which is extremely a very disloyal company. But these big companies, they don't want to use it because it's not politically correct. It's going to be not politically correct not to put it up. You watch. You watch. You watch. So we're going to be saying Merry Christmas again. The other thing, and I have to tell you, Second Amendment. I am going to be so strong on the Second Amendment. So strong. I am going to be so strong. So I told you, they're chipping away at Christianity, and they're chipping away at the Second Amendment every year, chip, chip, chip. And, you know, we talked about Paris. If they had people on the other side of that room, toughest gun laws in the world, or you talk about California, if they had people on the other side of that room, like this guy with the green hat that says Trump on it, right? Raise your hand. I'll tell you, he knows what I'm talking about. Nobody's going to... Or even the young man right there with that other beautiful hunter's cap that says Make America. Hold that hat up. Who's over here? That guy right there. Look at the guy with the blue shirt. Tough cookie. If they had a gun strapped to their waist, if they had a gun strapped around their ankle, and these thugs walked in, whether it's Paris or anywhere, you know what? You're going to have bullets flowing in the other direction. Not going to be the same story, folks. And in fact, it won't even happen in the first place, okay? So I just want to tell you, it's a special place. We're going to work really well with your leaders. We're going to bring jobs back to Mississippi like you've never seen before. You are going to be so happy. And I say this often, our country doesn't win anymore. We're going to start winning in so many ways. We're going to win with the military. We're going to knock out ISIS fast. We're going to win with our military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to win with our vets. We're going to win with education. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win where we get rid of this horrible Obamacare, and we're going to get you something great. We are going to win, win, win. We're going to win so much, and you're going to be so proud. And you're going to go back, and you're going to remember your vote tomorrow. And you're going to say in a couple of years from now and long after that, that was one of the great votes you've ever cast for anything. And I just want to thank you, Mississippi. I love you. Special people. Incredible. I love you. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
If you follow me on Twitter, you saw that throughout the speech I asked that some of you send me your favorite Trump gifts. Rachel sent this one, so I have to share it with you. Take a look at this. Here we go. hilarious. All right, a couple more that I will share with you. Thanks so much to everybody that contributed to my feed. Here's one from Andrew. Love it. Dingus. This October surprise, I'm not 100% sure what this means, but it did entertain me. Troy, welcome back! So some of my favorite Trump gifts that were sent to me. I love the internet. I don't know if can you see that somebody's holding up a Donald Trump book? Look at all those. Somebody has a book in their hand. You can tweet me your favorite one at Kinsey Fox 10. And I do see an event where we are expecting John Kasich to speak on Sat 6. So I am going to take you there now. And I'll get more information on that event for you as well.
I am a little surprised that I was asked to be your MC for this evening, since maybe it's because I'm the oldest freshman in the Michigan State House. Yeah, the oldest. Yeah. I'm almost the oldest out of the entire State House. So maybe that's why they were asked. Maybe they thought, perhaps, out of 110 members, well, no, we don't have 110 anymore because we had to have an exorcism of 2. Remember? Those 2. They're gone. Yeah. So, anyway, maybe they thought I'd be dead soon and I needed my 10 minutes of fame. I'm not sure. But I did not, contrary to popular belief, I did not know Abraham Lincoln personally. But, however, could you...
Thanks, me on a plate.
I have a couple quotes from Abraham Lincoln. You know, he was a great humorist. He really had a lot of funny things to say. And I thought as the opening, maybe I should tell you a couple of those funny things. One of the things that he said that I thought was really hilarious was, he said, and remember what his face looks like? You know, during the campaign debates, you remember the talks about the face? Anyway, Abraham Lincoln said, if I were two-faced, would I be wearing this one? President Abraham Lincoln said that. He also said, and this reminds me of the Republican Party right now, he said, no matter how much cats fight, there always seems to be plenty of kittens. Let me say it again, you didn't seem to get it. No matter how much cats fight, there always seems to be plenty of kittens. So, Abraham Lincoln said that as well. And now, I want to invite up Lori Wagner, who is going to be giving us an invocation, and I hope we'll be respectful for that. Lori Wagner is a licensed minister and the founder of Affirming Faith. In addition to her itinerant ministry, she is a best-selling author of 16 books and serves as a prayer coordinator for the state of Michigan for her denomination. I'd like to welcome up Lori Wagner.
I'm going to take the chair's prerogative at this point and ask you all to take a moment of silence. Please, because the people on the far edges of the room cannot hear the speakers when you're having your wonderful conversations at the table. There will be plenty of moments for you to socialize after our speakers are finished, and I would ask you to please give them the respect that they are due while they're up here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lori.
That was great timing, Teresa. Thank you. Thank you for asking me to lead the invocation today. And today I'd like to share some words of Abraham Lincoln that I'm sure we can all agree on. President Lincoln said, "I know that the Lord is always on the side of the right." Do I hear an amen? But then he also said, but it is my constant anxiety and prayer that I and this nation be on the Lord's side. In a highly unusual move, President Lincoln specifically invoked the power of the Holy Spirit in a national proclamation to guide the councils of the government with wisdom. We could use that today. And to visit with tender care and consolation all those brought to suffer in mind, body, or estate. And to lead the whole nation through the path of repentance back to the enjoyment of union and internal peace. Doesn't that sound lovely? Union and internal peace, if we could even have that in our own party. Let's pray. Let's pray in agreement with the Word of God and in agreement with the prayers of President Lincoln. Our Father, which art in heaven, holy, holy, holy is your name. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done on this earth the very same way that it's done in heaven. Please give us today the resources that we need from your unending supply for our physical needs, our emotional needs, and our spiritual needs. And forgive us with the same measure of grace and mercy that we forgive one another. Keep us from falling into temptation and deliver us from our own personal weaknesses and the evil that lurks in the shadows in our own hearts and in the hearts of men. We pray in agreement with President Lincoln that you would guide the councils of our government with wisdom, that you would give comfort to those that are suffering, and that you would lead your people into a place of unity with one another and with you. And I ask your blessing over the primary tomorrow, over the entire electoral process. I ask your blessing over our time here today and upon this meal, your light and your healing into our nation. And let us work earnestly in the best lights he gives us. Thank you.
Okay, I know you're ready to eat and you're anxious to eat, but the big speakers are coming up now. And I have the privilege of introducing Arlen Meekhoff. He said he is the person, the speaker, Mr. Speaker, is the person that he says he's just a regular guy with the best job in the world. So without further ado, I am going to introduce Arlen Meekhoff, your speaker. Of the Senate, by the way.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Oakland County. Thanks for being here today. I'm Senator Meekhoff, and I'm from Ottawa County, which is the other O county that makes the state work. Am I here? Right? Appreciate the fact that we have this great partnership with Ottawa County. And how many of you are happy that it's Monday? No, not so much, huh? All right, so if you get out really early tomorrow morning, get your folks out to work hard, get them to the polls. Don't hate the Monday. Make the Monday hate you. So you get out there and make sure you get people to the polls to vote for your candidate. We have some great candidates, and I happen to be supporting the governor who's going to be speaking in a few minutes. And I met him a number of years ago when he helped our congressman, Pete Hoekstra. I'm very proud to have known him, and I've seen, and I think you have seen as well, at the debates. He's the only person with the expertise and the temperament, in my opinion, to run this country, and I'm very happy to support him. We have the opportunity to work with a number of your friends from Ottawa County, Senator Mike Colwell, Senator Marty Nolenberg, Senator Jim Marlowe, and Senator Dave Robertson. I'm very proud to work with all of them in the Michigan Senate. I'm told to keep it very short, so I wanted to do that. But I wanted to make sure also that you give a great, great welcome to one of your congressmen, Congressman Bishop. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. First of all, I want to say that it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here. I want to get right into it because the governor has got to be on his way soon. But I wanted to draw an analogy, if I could. All of us remember the lost decade, do we not? Yeah, we do. We know what it's like to see our state driven into the ground by leadership. And we also know what it looks like when our state gets turned around by good, conservative, principled leadership, don't we? We can relate with the people of Ohio and what they went through too. They too had a lost decade until they elected John Kasich. John Kasich, like Michigan, walked into a mess, into an $8 billion budget shortfall, a huge hole. He worked his way out of that shortfall, and they out of a $2 billion budget surplus. He created 400,000 jobs as governor. He has done so much to revive that economy, and now Ohio is up and running. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to be here today to offer my endorsement to the governor. I think he's got what it takes, and I'm looking forward to working with him as we take back our country. Thank you all very much.
Good evening. I'm State Representative Brad Jacobson from the 46th District up at the north end of Oakland County, Oxford, Lake Orion, Addison, up that area. Yay. All my friends from the Greater Oakland Republican Club are here. I'm very honored to be here to introduce our keynote speaker tonight. You know, being a very loyal Spartan, I got to worrying yesterday because after the way the men's and women's Spartans kicked the Buckeyes around over the weekend, I wasn't sure I was going to be invited up here. But you know, being a legislator, we get courted by all the different candidates starting a year and a half ago. And as the saying goes, I've kept my powder dry. I've looked at all the candidates, and I'm very, very pleased to endorse Governor Kasich. You know, we look at the different things he's done. You know, he grew up in humble beginnings in Pennsylvania. He moved on to Congress and worked on some of the few balanced budgets we've had in the last couple of decades. He worked on the Armed Services Committee, get experience there. He's been governor of Ohio for 6 years, went from a deficit, cut taxes. It's got a surplus now. They've created over 400,000 jobs in Ohio. This is the man we need to go to Washington, in my opinion. His wife, Karen, they've got twin 16-year-old daughters. I would ask you to please help me welcome to the podium the man who I think can get it done in Washington, Governor John Kasich.
Thank you. Well, not bad. What an introduction for a Buckeye is all I can say. Can we get some house lights? Is it possible for me to see the folks that are here tonight? I'd appreciate it if you could turn them up. Hey, I just have to tell you, I've been kind of living here. Don't tell anybody, because I'm close to having to pay income taxes for how much time I've spent here. And, you know, living in Ohio, of course, we all know about Michigan. I've been to Michigan, I don't know how many times, you know, over the course, but mostly, you know, it's sort of the Detroit area, but then traveled around and campaigned for a lot of my colleagues and had, you know, just always enjoyed it. But this time it's been really something. And I don't have the list. I asked my staff to give me the list of all the towns I've been in. You know, I was just in Holland, of course. Look, I mean, I've been all over, but the coolest thing of all is when I did go up to Marquette to the UP. And No, I just couldn't believe how gorgeous this state is. You know, we hear about it, but when you think about the fact, because this is a thing that blows my mind, that it is closer to go from Detroit to Atlanta than it is to go from Detroit to the UP. I mean, think about that. Think about the scale of that. And everything is gorgeous. I mean, you really got it going here, okay? You really have it going. You know, the other thing is, I think they say it might be like Minnesota nice or something. Michigan the people are so nice, and I'm not pandering, okay? I am not pandering. I've never met a group of people, there's not an ounce of cynicism. Everybody is friendly, and God, I just love it. And so now I was over in Detroit there, or we're here, I guess, in Troy, but I think I got to come to shows up here now. I was noticing all these things at the Fox Theater, so you might be seeing me all the time. And but listen, you know, when I'm president, I will not hold up traffic for too long. You can count on it, okay? So I don't know how many of you have ever heard this story, but I would like to tell you a little bit about who I am, and before I tell you a few things about what I think. And I know you're going to have a lot of speakers, so I don't want to carry on too long. But I grew up, no, I didn't grow up in Ohio, by the way. I should get a round of applause for that. I grew up in Pennsylvania. And my father was a mailman, carried mail on his back for 29 years. And he was a guy who always stuck his nose into people's business, and I mean in a positive way. So when he knew everybody on the mail route. And let me just tell you that if somebody had a victory, if Congressman, if somebody, you know, scored a touchdown on Friday night, he'd celebrate, or if the daughter sang the lead at the class play, he'd celebrate. And when something didn't go right in the family and they lost somebody, my father would cry with the family. And I never knew how much my father had meant to people in the community until my parents were killed by a drunk driver. And people lined up to tell me about how special my father had been to them in their lives, and it left such a great impression on me. His father was a coal miner. He died of black lung and was losing his eyesight as he got older. And that's a kind of one side of the family. And I just got an email from my cousin the other day, and you'd think I should have been a lot more on top of this, but we didn't talk about these things. My mother's mother my grandmother could barely speak English. In fact, I don't remember having a conversation with her that went an entire sentence. And but my mother grew up very, very poor. There were 4 in the family, 2 brothers, a sister, and of course my mom. None of the 3 siblings, none of them ever went beyond the 8th grade for their education. And my mother used to walk over a footbridge across a railroad track to be able to get her high school diploma, which tells me a lot about my mom that I knew as a kid, because Mom was she was determined, she was a fighter. My dad had the twinkle in his eye, and my mother was the person who, she said, "Johnny, you go change the world. And don't ever be in a position where you don't speak out if you see things that are wrong." And, you know, it's kind of driven me. My town was all Democrat. It was blue collar, though. It was God-fearing. None of them would vote for Bernie Sanders today, and I don't think any of them would vote for Hillary either, because... And by the way, I understand that last night in the debate that Hillary called on Governor Snyder to resign. And I just want to ask you one simple little question. Of all the people in the world to call on somebody to resign, she is the definition of gall. The definition of gall. I mean, talk about stepping down and resigning. We don't even, we'll get to that in the fall. Believe me, we will get to that in the fall. But I do want to tell you all that, you know, it was a place where if the wind blew the wrong way, people found themselves out of work. So I left that town to go far, far away to that small little school in the Midwest called Ohio State. And I had, oh, come on. Listen, you beat us in football, you beat us in basketball. Have a little courtesy here, huh? Twice, yeah. If you don't think I told Urban Meyer to lay down so you would have a couple wins and feel good, you don't know what the story is. So anyway, when I got there, you'll love this. I got there, I was in a dormitory with 16 roommates. I had 15 roommates, there were 16 of us, and things were all screwed up. So I demanded a meeting with the president of the university, and they weren't really letting me in, but I bothered them enough that they finally said, come on in. I walked in to see the president of the university, and he said, what's on your mind? I told him what I was, my complaints. And I looked at him and I said, sir, I've been here at school about a month, and I'm undecided as to what I should do with my future. But when I look at the furniture, the wallpaper, the lighting, the carpeting, maybe this is the job for me. What exactly do you do? And he tells me about his fundraising responsibilities, his academic responsibilities, and he tells me that the next day that he's going to fly to Washington and have a meeting with President Nixon. And I said, well, sir, there's a number of things that I would like to talk to him about also. Could I go with you? And he said, no. And I said, if I write a letter, would you give it to the president? He said, I guess I could do that. So I went back to my dorm room and I wrote a letter basically inviting myself to the White House. I signed it sincerely, John Kasich, P.S. If you want to discuss this further, let me know. You know, I've got like time on my hands. So a couple weeks later, I go down to my mailbox. There's a letter from the White House, the office of the president. I open it up. I go upstairs. I call home. My mother answers the phone. You remember my mother, the wife of the mailman. I said, Mom, you know, the President of the United States would like to have a meeting with me in the Oval Office. I'll need to have a ticket to fly to Washington. And my mother is shouting, honey, pick up the phone. There's really something wrong with Johnny, okay? So they get me a ticket. I fly to Washington. I get through the White House security, and I'm sitting right outside the Oval Office on a little chair. And a guy walks up to me, and he says, young man, you're going to get 5 minutes alone with the President of the United States. So I'm a first quarter, 18-year-old freshman, right? And what do you think? Pretty awesome? I'll tell you what I'm thinking. New jacket, new shirt, new tie, new pants. I didn't come here for 5 lousy minutes, folks. So they opened up the door. I walked in. I greeted the president. He greeted me. I sat down at his desk. Congressman, for 20 minutes. And I was in Congress for 18 years, and if you add up all the time I spent at the Oval Office, I peaked out at the age of 18 and should have moved to Michigan, okay? Pretty good. It's true. A true story. So let me just say a couple things to you. I mean, I feel very good about, in many ways, about the opportunity to talk about the issues that the conservatives ought to be for and we ought to fight for. The most important thing, I did an interview tonight, I did 7 of them sitting out in the bus. Somebody said, well, what's like the first or the second thing that you think is really important? I said, oh, that's easy. There's 3 things that really matter. Jobs. I said, what do you think the third one is? He goes, let me guess, jobs. I said, you got it. Because what I know is, just as a kid growing up, when people didn't have work, right? See, I didn't really know it, but as a kid playing ball up at the schoolyard, when I think back how my buddies would come up, and they wouldn't really say too much, but you could tell that things weren't great, and when I think back, it's because Dad probably lost his job. Maybe Mom lost her job. And I could also remember when they would come up to the schoolyard and say, hey, I got to leave early tonight because somebody got a job and they were going to go to dinner. And, you know, we're all made to work. We're born to pursue our destiny, and a lot of it gets pursued through our occupations. I happen to believe, by the way, and I say it all over the country, and everybody doesn't have to agree with me, but I will tell you that I believe that the Lord made us all special. I had a great event in a gym. Where was that? Was that here in Troy, Doug? I mean, it was packed. There must have been 700-800 people in the place, and a lot of young kids. And I told him, I said, I hope you know you're special. And for you, Congressman, you've got a lot of young kids there. You're special, kids. There's nobody like you. Nobody's ever been made like you. No one will ever be made like you again. And you were made for a purpose. And I believe that when we find that purpose and we follow that purpose, that's how we change the world, and that's how we have honest living. And part of the way in which we actually can carry out our mission is through our work. So we have to have a strategy that brings economic growth and economic strength to our country. We have one of the lousiest recoveries since World War II. And how do you get jobs? It's real simple. It's not complicated. First of all, you have to have common sense regulations so you're not choking and killing small business. Small businesses are the ones that create the bulk of the jobs, okay? And I feel so strongly about it. Small businesses in Ohio pay no income tax. We just wiped it out for them because we think it's really important, okay? The other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we're always cutting taxes because we run the country from the bottom up, not the top down. And when we cut taxes, you know, we get ourselves in a position where we can have real strength. If I were president, what I would do is, first of all, I would freeze all federal regulations for 1 year except for health and safety. I would force the Congress to vote on all regulations over $100 million so the bureaucrats aren't making the laws. And thirdly, I'd have a vice president who he or she would be spending their time trying to unravel all these regulations. We actually do that in Ohio. It's called the Common Sense Initiative, CSI. I ripped it off from the television show, but it made sense. And it's working great. Secondly, we do need to have these lower taxes. We should have lower taxes on corporations. Right now, they're keeping all their money in Europe. We double tax them. We got some of the highest corporate taxes in the world. Why do you think they're thinking about moving their headquarters out of this country? They're doing it because, you know, they know they can have a better bottom line just by paying lower taxes. Lower the corporate tax rate. Stop double taxing corporations when they bring their profits back in Europe, and give them a chance to write off the investment of plant and equipment in a single year. And if you think that doesn't matter to Michigan, where we have heavy industry, the auto industry, the tier 1 producers, give them a chance to write off their investments and give workers the tools they need. It will not only make them more productive, but the workers themselves will get higher wages. We absolutely have to have those lower taxes. And we need lower individual tax rates too, and a simpler code, which we can achieve, and a path to a balanced budget. Now let me tell you, this is not a formula that's just a theory. Bill was there in Washington when he saw my hopeless efforts trying to balance the budget and getting the living daylights kicked out of me every time I offered one. First time I offered a budget, the vote against my budget, the vote was 405 no and 30 yes. That's like getting really stomped, okay? But it didn't bother me because I knew that getting us to a balanced budget would provide a solid ground so that people would feel free to invest, so people would feel free to be able to take a risk. I spent 10 years trying to climb that hill. Some said I was like Sisyphus. Every time I got close to the top, the boulder would run back down again. But I was able to, working with Senator Domenici, be able to deliver a balanced budget that paid down the largest amount of the publicly held debt in modern history. We cut the taxes on the capital gains. We had 4 years of balanced budgets, and we had a projected $5 trillion surplus. Now let me tell you what happened as a result of all that. There was never any discussion then about income inequality or my wages are stuck. There was never any question about it. You know why? Because the economy was booming in this country. And Bill Clinton, of course, tried to take credit for it. And we know Bill Clinton. He's a guy that if a riot's coming at him, he jumps in front of it and calls it a parade. We dragged him to the balanced budget, and we saw tremendous economic growth in America as a result of it. You see, we don't balance budgets just because we worship numbers. We balance budget because it creates an environment of job growth, and when we have jobs, we can realize our purpose in life. That's a big part of it. Now, I actually quit Congress. I left. I said, I've had enough of this place. Frankly, in balancing the budget, you step on so many toes, I knew sooner or later the posse was going to catch up with me, so I decided to leave. And I went out for 10 years, and I engaged in a lot of business activities. And you might remember I was also a very, very big star at Fox News. Huge, okay? Huge. And if any of you don't remember, I have tapes out in my car. They're on a constant, resolution here. We watch them all the time. No, in all seriousness, I went out for 10 years and thought I was done with politics. And then I got a call. Did you ever get a call? Not a phone call, not a text. I got a sense of my duty, which was to go back in. The state of Ohio had lost 350,000 jobs. We were $8 billion in the hole. Very similar to the situation in Michigan, to tell you the truth. You might remember back, before Snyder came in and did a lot of the things that we did in Ohio, we were feeling like we didn't matter anymore. We truly were flyover country. So when I got elected, I said, people said, well, how are you going to fix this? Are you going to have to raise taxes? I said, what, are you kidding? If Arlen and I have a restaurant and we don't have any customers, I call them up, I say, why don't we raise prices? So I said, no, we can't raise prices, we have to cut prices. We have to cut the overhead. And what are you telling me? I have to go on TV in 2 minutes? We're going to have to wait, because I'm not done here, so whatever. I got to go. Tell Megan to wait. I'll be right with her. Tell them I'm in Michigan. So I got to do Megan Kelly. It's important, but you're important. So anyway, we cut the taxes. We eliminated the death tax. We reduced the income tax. And we went from, think about this, we went from $8 billion in the hole to $2 billion in the black. We're up over 400,000 jobs from a reversal of 350,000 down. And our wages are growing faster than the national average. But the other thing I want to tell you is that economic success has allowed us to do some other things that it's really important. Number one, we help the mentally ill. We don't think they ought to be sleeping under a bridge or living in a prison. They need a right to get on their feet. Secondly, when we have people who have drug addictions, drug addicts in the prisons, we treat them. And we release them into the community, and our success rate, we have success 80% of the time. That's like miraculous. And we help the working poor. We don't want the working poor to be in a position of where they get a pay raise, they have to turn it down because they lose more than they gain. Give people who are the working poor a chance to get out of being poor and to reward their work by giving them incentive to grow, do better, and help their family. That's a critical part of who America is. I know they're yelling at me. I'm gonna wrap this up. Finally, well, those first 100 days, Chris, look, let me finish this speech, okay? Here's what I also believe. Look, in those first 100 days, we're going to get the regulations done that I talked about, the taxes down. Congressman, I want you to hear this. I think we can do this. How about if we just do what I said with the federal regulations? I give you a tax bill for corporations that I think can pass. The personal taxes are probably tougher to do, but the corporate taxes coming down are possible. I'll give you a roadmap to a balanced budget, something that's reasonable, that gets us balanced over time. And then we get the border fixed. And we give a path to legalization, not to citizenship, for those who have not committed a crime while we secure the border. We fix Social Security by saying if you've been wealthy, you will get less, but you will still get Social Security. For those that depend on it, they will get their full benefit. I will get all that to you in the first 100 days in a shock and awe program. Do you like that? I think it can pass, okay? Now, Finally, in that program, we're going to send welfare back to Michigan. So your welfare program reflects Michigan values, not Washington values. You draft it and run it the way you want to by bringing businesses into the welfare office, by training those people who are dependent for a job so they don't have to be dependent anymore. I want to ship education back here so that the 104 federal programs get put into 4 buckets. We get it back to Michigan. We're going to send the road programs back. Here's what I mean. We go to the pump today, we pay a federal gas tax, we send it to Washington, they skim it off the top and send less back. I got a plan for you. The federal taxes, why don't we not send them to Washington, keep them in Michigan and fix the highways here instead of sending it to Washington, okay? Job training. You figure out, right now the job training programs basically say you have to lose a job before you can get trained. So you have to lose a job to be trained for a job that you don't have, rather than being trained for the job that you currently have so you get to keep it. We'll send job training back here. And folks, let me just say this, because I think they're getting very nervous about this, but let me say this to you, okay? When I grew up in McKees Rocks, and I visited all these burgs now around Michigan, you don't think, by the way, that our country's strong because you've got a president. I mean, we love Nancy and Ronald Reagan for what they were and how they lifted the country. I mean, we love them for that. But the strength of our country, look, us politicians, when we get hired, let's just go do our job. Okay, whether we're in Washington, whether we're in the State House, we go do our job. That's expected that we would do it. But the strength of our country does not rest in politicians who live in another place. The strength of our country lives in our neighborhoods. You want to fix the schools? Fix them. You want to get rid of the drug problem? You put a war against it in your neighborhood. You want to solve the problems of welfare? Figure it out where you live and bring businesses and the dependent together and get them trained. You want to talk about people who are left behind, the lonely. Spend some time with them. I like to talk about the 52-year-old, for years married, 52 years, her husband dies, nobody calls her. You want to change the world? Call her on Monday. Tell her you're going to dinner on Saturday. She'll get her hair done on Thursday, and on Saturday she'll wear a dress she hadn't worn in 6 months, and you will affect her life. Is that changing the world? I think it is changing the world. The spirit of our country rests in us, not in somebody else, in our ability to change things, in our ability to heal the part of the world in which we live. That's how we reignite the spirit. I'll take care of my job. If we can't get this done, I'm going to call you and you help me out, okay? You call the congressman, say, let's get his program through, okay? I'll do that. But what I want you to do is to reignite the spirit of America. And you do it right here, right where you live, not somewhere else. Believe in yourself. Believe that by what you do, you change the world. And when you do it and you lift somebody else, I believe it gets recorded in the book of life. Now let me just say one final thing. I've tried to run a positive campaign, okay? All right? You want to make a statement about what we want politicians and how to conduct themselves in the future so our kids can understand what it means to run a campaign on the up and up and talk about your programs and your vision? The country's watching Michigan tomorrow. Tomorrow night, Michigan will speak. The country's not just going to listen to what Michigan has to say. I can promise you the world is going to listen to what Michigan has to say. And if you want to go for constructive, positive, vision, record, bringing people together and solving the problems in this country, I would ask you sincerely, give me that vote and the world will hear. The world will hear that there is a better way to run our politics and to unite our country. Thank you all very much. I got to go.
All right, let me cut to this. I'm getting this Trump feed in. I don't know if it's live or not, but I am going to go to Trump right now.
Good. 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 That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. Say goodbye to Sean. Thank you, fellas. Good job.
Thank you very much. Let me get that out.
You started off slow, but they ended strong, right?
Yeah. We had a little dial problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man, looks like it's over. I wonder if they'll refeed that to me. Doesn't look like it. All right. Let's keep with the current events. Let's keep with the campaign. I'm going to take you to Bernie Sanders. I think I am. In Kalamazoo. Is that where, is that, let's see here. Yeah. This is Bernie Sanders in Kalamazoo. The Democrats did a town hall today on Fox News National. I cannot bring it to you, but I can bring you some of the quotes and highlights, and we'll look at that after this.
Now, this campaign is asking the American people to think big, not small. To think where we can go as a nation. To understand that in the last 30 years in this country, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth, but it's a redistribution that has gone in the wrong direction. Trillions of dollars, because of deliberate public policy, have gone from the middle class and working class of this country, which is shrinking, into the hands of the top 1/10 of 1%, whose percentage of wealth over that period has doubled. People on top becoming much richer, middle class shrinking. That is the overall economic reality of this country in the last 30 years. Yes, thank you, President Obama. We are in much better shape economically today than we were when George Bush left office and we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. We have made progress, but we have a long, long way to go to rebuild the American middle class. That's what this campaign is about. What this campaign is about is doing our best to listen to you, to listen to the pain and the struggles of ordinary Americans rather than just the greed of billionaire campaign contributors. So as we go around the country, this is what we hear. We hear from a woman in
looks like I have a live shot of a Bernie rally. Let's go to this live shot. Ann Arbor, Michigan.
That affect every single one of us of war and peace. His opponent, Hillary Clinton, has made it clear, both through her record and through the positions she has taken in this campaign, that she favors escalating the illegal, counterproductive, disastrous war to overthrow the Syrian government of Assad. And Bernie Sanders has made it clear that he will not waste our precious treasure on these interventionist wars of regime change and so-called nation building, because he knows it's important for us to focus those resources on rebuilding our nation here at home. Now, we heard Senator Sanders speak very clearly last night in Flint about just the kind of investment that we need in our infrastructure, in our schools, in our economy, and in our future. And that's where the clear choice that lies before Michigan tomorrow and the rest of the country is. We can vote for Hillary Clinton and know that we will continue to spend trillions of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars on interventionist regime change wars and nation building overseas. Or you can vote for Senator Sanders and get everyone you know to do the same, because you know that he will end those costly counterproductive wars and use our taxpayer dollars to rebuild our own country. We cannot afford to do both. So tomorrow, you've got this clear choice and this most important choice before you. I ask you tonight to stand with me, support Senator Bernie Sanders, who is my choice to be our next Commander-in-Chief, who will keep America safe and usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. And now for the moment you've all been waiting for, let's welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, Senator Bernie Sanders. Aloha.
Thank you. Let me thank all of you for coming out. This is just an extraordinary turnout. I appreciate it. Let me thank Ian Robinson, Tim Ellis, Thea Trick, Junior Jr., Charlene Woodley, Nina Turner, Senator Nina Turner, Nate Roos, and Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard for that wonderful introduction. Are you guys ready to make history? Now, what's been going on in this campaign is when there are large voter turnouts. Just in Kansas the other day, they broke their all-time record. We got 68%. In Maine, yesterday, they broke their record for a Maine caucus. We got 64%. In Nebraska, there was a huge turnout. We won there by... You're right. I should have said huge turnout. Sorry. All right. In any case, there was a very large turnout. We won by 14 points. And I'll tell you what was gratifying to me, very moving. Okay, louder. All right. What was very gratifying to me, and what speaks to everything we're trying to do in this campaign, we believe ultimately that when millions of people come together and get involved in the political process, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. That is essentially... On the other hand, if we continue to have turnouts, voter turnouts like we had in November 2014, when the Republicans won a landslide victory, 63% of the American people didn't vote, 80% of young people didn't vote. Yesterday, in Portland, Maine, where it gets pretty cold, there was a line a half a mile long where people were waiting for hours to vote. And if we could do that here in Michigan, if we can do that all over this country, we can transform this nation, and that is what this campaign is about. Now, Congresswoman Gafford told you some of the differences, and I know Senator Nina Turner did as well, between myself and Hillary Clinton. And let me start off by just stating some others. In America today, we have a corrupt campaign finance system which is undermining American democracy. And the reason that our campaign has been successful is that we are doing something very unusual in American politics. You know what we're doing? We're telling the American people the truth, even when the truth is not pleasant. And the truth is that men and women throughout our history have fought and died to defend American democracy, and if we don't get our act together very soon, we're going to lose a good part of that democracy, and together we are not going to allow that to happen. When you have billionaire families and Wall Street pouring, dare I say, huge amounts of money into the political process, that's not democracy, that is oligarchy. And together, we are not going to allow our political system or our economy to be run by a handful of billionaires. Now, one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself is how we raise money. The sad truth is that if you run for president today, you need to raise many, many hundreds of millions of dollars. Sad but true. Secretary Clinton has several super PACs. Our largest super PAC in the last recording period indicated they have raised $25 million of special interest money, $15 million coming from Wall Street alone. Now, every politician in the world will tell you, oh yes, I've gotten huge sums of money from Wall Street, the drug companies, the fossil fuel industries, every special interest, but it doesn't impact me. Don't worry about it. The question that you have got to ask yourself is that it may be true that Wall Street is corrupt, they're dishonest, they're reckless, but they are not stupid. They do not donate money, millions of dollars, for no reason at all. Second point that you'll have to ask yourself, Secretary Clinton on a number of occasions has given speeches to financial institutions like Goldman Sachs behind closed doors and got paid $225,000 per speech. Now, I kind of think if you get paid $225,000 for a speech, must be a fantastic speech, don't you think? Must be one of the great speeches ever given in world history. And if it's such a great speech, Secretary Clinton, share it with the American people. Let all of us see it. Now, we have chosen, we gave some thought about it, and we understood that it's going to take a lot of money to run a campaign. And all of the pundits said, well, you got to do a super PAC. Well, we thought about it for a tenth of a second, and we said, no, we don't represent Wall Street, the billionaires, corporate America. We'll do it another way. And what we did, and in a million years, I would have never dreamed it would be possible. What we did is we said to the American people, working families, if you want real change in this country, if you want an economy that works for all of us, help us out. What has happened in the last 10 months, we have received over 5 million individual contributions. That is more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of America at this point in a campaign. Now, the way Secretary Clinton and others raise money, they go to some billionaires' home, they sit down and they leave with a few $1 million. Do you know what our average contribution is? I love that. $27. To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Issue number 2, where we have a very major disagreement. What I'm going to talk about now is not a sexy issue. Media doesn't talk about it at all. But it is an enormously important issue. And that is the impact of our disastrous trade policies on the working people of this country. What I'm talking about are trade policies like NAFTA and CAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. And let me tell you what these trade policies are about. They were written by corporate America. And what they were written for is to allow corporate America to avoid paying workers in Ohio or Michigan a decent wage. Why would they want to pay workers here 20, 25, 30 bucks an hour when they could shut down in America, move to Mexico, move to China, and pay workers there starvation wages? That, in one sentence, is what these trade agreements are about. What these trade agreements have done is decimate community after community in the Midwest and all over America. Since 2001, we have lost 60,000 factories, millions of decent paying jobs. Not all of it is attributable to trade, but a lot of it is. I have helped lead the opposition to every one of these disastrous trade agreements. Because I knew what they would do to America. I'll tell you briefly a story about trade, so you really appreciate it. Way back in the early 1990s, soon after I got elected to Congress, I went to Mexico. And I went to an area in Mexico called the Maquiladora area, where a lot of these factories now exist. And I saw these state-of-the-art modern factories from the United States, from Europe. And then I said, I want to go speak to the workers who work in that. I want to go to their homes. Problem was, I couldn't go to their homes because those workers did not have homes that I could visit. Literally, and this is what I saw with my own eyes. They lived in cardboard shacks. In the early 1990s, it may have changed since, they were making 25 cents an hour. These were jobs that used to exist in the United States, taken to Mexico, where people were ruthlessly exploited. So I say to corporate America right now, you want us to purchase your products, TV ads every night telling us buy this, buy that, buy that. If you want us to buy your products, you better start manufacturing those products here in America, not in China. Last night in the debate, I was very surprised and disappointed. Hillary Clinton got up and she said in the debate, Bernie Sanders did not support the automobile industry during the bailout period. That is absolutely false. There was one vote in the United States Senate, it happened to be on December 11th, 2008, and of course I voted to defend the automobile industry and the millions of jobs. What I did not vote for was a middle-class bailout for the crooks on Wall Street. Now, the reason that this campaign is doing as well as it is pretty simple, and that is we are listening to the American people and not wealthy campaign contributors. We are listening to workers all over this country who are making $9, $10 an hour, and they can't make it on $9 or $10 an hour. We are listening to a woman in Nevada who stays in my heart. She is in her early 30s. She has a beautiful daughter. She has student debt. She's making $10.45 an hour. And with tears in her eyes, she says, Bernie, I am scared about the future. I don't know how we are going to make it, her daughter and herself. We are listening to senior citizens. Now, the media doesn't talk about this either. But I want everybody here to know that there are millions of senior citizens, your parents and your grandparents, and disabled veterans who are trying to make it on $11,000, $12,000 a year Social Security. And I want you to think about being 80, 90 years of age, paying prescription drug costs, health care costs, keeping your home warm on $12,000 a year. And you know what? You can't do it. A great nation, as you all know, is not measured by the number of millionaires and billionaires that it has. It is measured by how we care for the weakest and most vulnerable among us. That's a great thing. Now, amazingly enough, some of my Republican colleagues actually want to cut Social Security. And at the same time, this is true, give hundreds of billions of dollars to the wealthiest people in this country in tax breaks. Well, I've got news for the Republicans. We're going to do it exactly in the opposite way they want. They want to cut Social Security for the elderly and disabled vets. We're going to expand Social Security for the elderly. They want to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the wealthiest 0.2%. We're going to substantially increase taxes for the wealthiest people in this country. This campaign is listening to young people. And as I've gone all over this country, this is what I have heard. Young people say, Bernie, why do I have to leave school, leave college, leave graduate school, $50,000, $70,000, $80,000 in debt? Why do I have to, for decades, have to pay off that debt? I can't buy a car, can't get a home, can't get married, can't have kids. We're paying 15, 20% of my limited income in student debt. People going to college and graduate school should not be punished. They should be rewarded. What this campaign is about is asking each and every one of you and the American people to think big, not small, to think beyond the status quo. Don't let them determine how you think. Think about this for 1 second, just 1 second. Everybody knows that education and learning is inherent in who we are as human beings, right? And everybody here knows that we live in a competitive global economy where we need the best educated workforce in the world, right? Everybody knows that the world has changed technologically and other ways in the last 50 years. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You know what? you're in pretty good shape. You can go out and get a decent job. In many respects, a college degree today is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. Thinking outside of the box leads you to conclude that we need to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And we need to substantially reduce student debt by allowing those with that debt to refinance their loans at the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, what my opponent tells me, what the establishment tells me, the big money interests tell me, we can't do that, Bernie. It is just too expensive. Let me talk to you for a moment about expensive. Let me talk to you about money. In the last 30 years, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth in America. Problem is, it has gone in the wrong direction. It has gone from working families to the top 1/10 of 1%. Now, when people ask me, how are you going to fund free tuition in public colleges and universities, how are you going to pay to reduce student debt? It's an expensive proposition. It is. You know what we're going to do? We're going to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. Now, why is it okay that when the crooks on Wall Street help destroy this economy, they get bailed out by Congress? That's okay. But somehow it is not okay to say to Wall Street now, sorry, you are going to have to help the middle class of this country. And this campaign is listening to women. And what women are saying, Bernie, how does it happen that I work in an office, I work in a plant, and I get paid 79 cents on the dollar compared to the guy in the other office doing the same work? And you know what the answer to that question is? It is old-fashioned sexism. That's the answer. And I know that every man in this room will stand for justice, will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. Now, again, what this campaign is about is raising issues that many other people prefer not to talk about at all. And here is one of those issues. This campaign listens to young couples who have small kids. And what they are telling me is that every psychologist who has ever studied this issue understands that the most important years of human development are 0 to 4, right? That is when we develop intellectually, that is when we develop emotionally. And the way we treat those little kids today in this country is absolutely shameful. Working moms and dads find it very difficult to find quality and affordable child care for the little ones. Together, we are going to change that. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. And they are asking me how it happens that in America we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. How does it happen that we have 2.2 million Americans in jail, spending $80 billion a year locking them up, and those people are disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native Americans? How does it happen? How does it happen that today, and I want you to think about this for a second, this is the case unless we change it, and we must change it. Today, a black male baby born today has a 1 in 4 chance of ending up in jail. That is a national disgrace. Today, we have a criminal justice system that is broken. And what African Americans and Latinos and whites are saying, we are tired of seeing unarmed Americans being shot by police. Now, I was a mayor for 8 years, Burlington, Vermont, the largest city in the state, and I work very closely with our police. And I want to say this, the vast majority of police officers in this country are honest, they are hardworking, and they have an impossibly difficult job. And we need to get them the training and the salaries and the decent schedules that they deserve. But what we also have to make clear is that police officers are not above the law. And that when a police officer, like any other public official, breaks the law, that police officer must be held accountable. We need to end the militarization of local police departments so they don't look like... Police departments are supposed to be part of the community, supposed to serve the community, not look like an occupying army over the community. We need to make police departments look like the diversity of the community that they are serving. One of the most serious social problems that we have in this country, very serious problem in my state, neighboring New Hampshire and all over this country, is an epidemic of opiate and heroin addiction. In New Hampshire, a small state, a person every single day is dying from overdosing on heroin. We need to understand that we must treat substance abuse and addiction as a health crisis, not a criminal issue. Today, another issue never talked about, media doesn't discuss it at all, and that is we have a tragically high rate of youth unemployment. I asked some economists to do a study for me. This is what they said. For high school graduates, not dropouts, graduates, between 17 and 20, if the kids were white, 33% were unemployed or underemployed. Latino, 36%. African American, 51% unemployed or underemployed. And if anybody here thinks there is not a connection between that very high rate of youth unemployment and the kinds of people, number of people we have in jail, you would be mistaken. So you ready for a radical idea? We are going to invest for our young people in education and jobs, not jails and incarceration. We are listening to our Latino brothers and sisters. And what they are saying is they are tired of living in fear, tired of living in the shadows. They want, I want, comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. We are listening to a group of people who has been so marginalized that it is really tragic, and that is the first Americans, the Native American community. Native Americans have been lied to, and they have been cheated, and they have been treated so terribly for centuries. If I'm elected president, that is going to change. Now, I know that all of you understand how real change takes place in America and throughout the world. Real change historically never takes place from the top on down. It always takes place from the bottom on up. In the 1930s here in Michigan, nobody gave workers the permission to organize unions. Workers stood together, they went to jail, they were beaten, they engaged in sit-down strikes in order to form unions and get collective bargaining. Nobody gave it to them. Civil rights movement was not solved by somebody on top signing a legislation or a Supreme Court. It was dealt with by millions and millions of African Americans and their white allies for several hundred years, saying that this country will not be based on racism, bigotry, or segregation. I want to tell you a brief story, and I learned about this recently. In the 1960s, as you all know, or should know, there was a fierce fight for voting rights in the South for African Americans, and it was met by tremendous hostility by racist sheriffs, Ku Klux Klan, and all of these people. I was in Birmingham, Alabama last month, and I went to the church, and I hope most of you know this. It's a church there in Birmingham where 4 beautiful little kids were killed when some racists blew up that church. What I did not know, I knew about that, but what I did not know is that during that month, there were 14 separate bombings in Birmingham, Alabama. 14 bombings in one city in 1 month to prevent people from getting the right to vote. But you know what the people of Birmingham did? They stood up with great courage. They fought back against the terrorists, and we won the right to vote. So if you think you got problems, think about people who had the courage to stand up in the face of terrorism, of bombings, and if you stood up, you would lose your job. Tremendous pressure, but they said that in America, we are going to have the right to vote for all people. And that is what happens. That is what happens when people stand up and fight back. And let me just say this, which all of you know. 100 years ago today, not a long period of time within a historical context. 100 years ago today, women in America did not have the right to vote. Women could not go to the schools or get the education they wanted. Women could not do the jobs that they wanted. But what happened? Women and their male allies said, sorry, in this great country, women will not be treated as second-class citizens. You want to hear about change? Here's change. If we were in this room 10 years ago, somebody jumped up and said, you know, I think that maybe in the year 2015, gay marriage will be legal in 50 states in this country. If somebody said that, somebody said it, the guy next to him would have said, what are you smoking? But in the year 2015, that is exactly what happened. It happened. It happened because the gay community and their straight allies said that in America, people will have the right to love those people they want, regardless of gender. And let me give you, when we talk about change, let me give you an even more recent example. If we were here 7 years ago, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, that minimum wage, the federal minimum wage of $7.25, that's awful, that's a starvation wage. We got to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. People would have said, $15 an hour, that's more than double the current minimum wage. You're crazy. You could never do that. But you know what happened? Workers in the fast food industry, workers at McDonald's and Burger King, they went out on strike. They went to their communities and they said, neighbors, we can't live on $7.25, $8 an hour. We got to raise the minimum wage. And then you know what happened? Out in Seattle, Washington, they raised the minimum wage $15 an hour. San Francisco, $15 an hour. Los Angeles, $15 an hour. Oregon, $15 an hour. My point is, New York State thinking about it, my point is that an idea that yesterday seemed radical and crazy, today is an idea that everyone says, well, of course, people need a living wage. What's the problem? That's what revolutionary change is about. And that is what this campaign is about. This campaign is telling Republicans who talk about family values that we know what they're talking about. And what they are talking about is telling every woman in this arena, in this state, in this country, that she cannot control her own body. I disagree. What Republican family values are about is suggesting that the federal government should defund Planned Parenthood. I think it should expand Planned Parenthood. What Republican family values are about are telling our gay brothers and sisters they do not have the right to marry. I disagree. Right now, there's a lot of angry people in this country. And you know what? People have a right to be angry. But what we have to be careful about is knowing what we are angry about and whom we are angry at. People have a right to be angry when we have grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality. People have a right to be disgusted when the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. People have a right to be angry when moms and dads and kids are working incredibly long hours and 58% of all new income is going to the top 1%. That's wrong. What our job together is to create an economy that works for all of us and not just the people on top. I am a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment and the Senate Committee on Energy. You're welcome. And this is what I have learned after speaking to scientists all over this world. And what the scientists are telling us is that climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity, and climate change is already doing devastating harm to our country and much of the world. We have a moral responsibility for future generations to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. When we think outside of the box, we have to ask ourselves a simple question, and that is, why is it that there is just one country in the industrialized world that does not guarantee health care to all of its people? One country. You are living in that one country. Now, how does it happen that the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Holland, Scandinavia, our neighbors to the north, Canada, they all guarantee health care to all of their people? Now, we have had some success with the Affordable Care Act. Expanded health care. Right? I'm on the committee that helped write it, done some very good things. But yet today, 29 million people have no health insurance still. Many people in this room are underinsured with high deductibles and co-payments, yeah? And we are getting ripped off royally by the drug companies who charge us by far the highest prices in the world. And then to add insult to injury, we are spending much, much more per capita on health care than are the people of any other country. That is why I believe we need to move toward a Medicare for all health care system, guaranteeing health care to all of our people. Through the last several weeks, I have been in Flint, Michigan on a couple of occasions. What I saw in Flint, Michigan was one of the most unsettling and disturbing things I have ever seen. When you're a senator, you meet with a lot of people who are in a lot of pain. But I have, I think, never witnessed what I witnessed in talking to some of the people from Flint. It is, can you imagine, put yourself into a parent in Flint who has seen her daughter poisoned and the cognitive capabilities of that child diminish. A bright young child doing well in school, now in special education. And that is what is happening in Flint, Michigan. What I have done and what I believe is, number one, when you have such a major dereliction of duty, I do believe that the governor of this state should resign. Now, Flint, but here's the point. Flint may be the worst example of a broken infrastructural system. Obviously, when children are being poisoned with lead in the water, it doesn't get much worse than that. But Flint is not alone. There are water systems all over this country in very serious trouble. Wastewater plants in disrepair, roads, bridges, our rail system falling behind the rest of the world. We need to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, and when we do that, we create millions of decent paying jobs, making this country healthier and safer. And when we talk about jobs, we should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. Now, what is going on today is folks like Donald Trump and others are attempting. What they are attempting to do is take the angst and the anxiety of the American people, the fears of the American people, and using that fear to divide us up. To divide us up. I believe that the reason we will defeat Donald Trump is that, and I should tell you, that in almost every poll that I have seen, including one here in Michigan the other day, had us 22 points ahead of Trump. A recent national CNN poll had us beating him by 12 points. But I will tell you why. It's not just polls. This is why we will together defeat Trump if he is the Republican candidate. And that is, we will win because the American people do not want a president who insults Mexicans and Muslims. The American people do not want a president who insults women. The American people do not want a president who insults African Americans. And in case some of you may have forgotten, Trump was one of the leaders of the so-called birther movement. You remember what that's about? What that was, a very ugly and vicious effort to delegitimize the President of the United States because he is black. That's what it was. And the suggestion was that because President Obama's father was born in Kenya, that he was not born in America and eligible to be president. I find something very amusing. My father was born in Poland. But here's what's interesting. Nobody has asked me for my birth certificate. What do you think? You think it may have something to do with the color of my skin? I think so. We will together defeat Trump because the American people understand that bringing our people together trumps divisiveness and dividing us up. The American people will defeat Trump because they understand that community, helping each other, standing with each other in our times of need, trumps selfishness. And the American people will defeat Trump most profoundly because they know what every religion in the world teaches, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, and that is ultimately love trumps hatred. Tomorrow is a very, very important day in the political history of America. And what that day is about is that if there is a large voter turnout, if you come out and vote tomorrow, if you bring your friends and your family and your neighbors and your coworkers, if there is a large voter turnout tomorrow, we will win. And if we win here in Michigan, tomorrow, Michigan has the opportunity to move this country forward toward a political revolution. Let's do it. Thank you.
All right, that is Bernie Sanders speaking. Before Bernie spoke, we heard from, where did my link go? Let me see here. Before Bernie spoke, we heard from, I thought this was interesting, yet I've lost my link and I'm unprepared. We heard from Tulsi Gabbard. She, on her Twitter profile, says she's a soldier, veteran, surfer, member of Congress, doing my best to serve the country. She is considered one of the top DNC officials, and she left because she wanted to back Bernie Sanders. She's beautiful. I'm going to show you this article really quick. Is he gonna sing? If Bernie Sanders sings, this is gonna be everything, but I'm gonna show you her quickly. All right, this is Tulsi Gabbard. She introduced Bernie tonight in Ann Arbor, praised him, and she left her top DNC position because she wanted to be able to openly back Sanders throughout this campaign, and she says she risked her career to endorse Bernie Sanders. The way that it looked after the initial reports came out was that the DNC is really hot to trot for Hillary Clinton, and she was going to have to leave her position to be able to openly endorse Bernie Sanders. She said, "As a veteran, as a soldier, I've seen firsthand the true cost of war. As we look at our choices as to who our next commander-in-chief will be, is to recognize the necessity to have a commander-in-chief who has foresight, who exercises good judgment, who looks beyond the consequences, who looks at the consequences of the actions that they are willing to take before they take those actions, so that we don't continue to find ourselves in these failures that have resulted in chaos in the Middle East and so much loss of life." So that's what she said in regards to endorsing Bernie Sanders. The endorsement arrived less than 24 hours after Sanders was defeated by the Democratic primary opponent Hillary Clinton in the South Carolina primary. Let's see here. But she spoke on stage this evening and just said that Bernie is the candidate who she believes in. I imagine we'll see more of her, but it looks like certain people are saying on the internet that she's expected to be his pick for VP if he were to, in fact, win the nomination. All right, so we're going to I'm actually going to show you Times Square for a second while I determine where we're heading next this evening. As we close out of our live Bernie Sanders event out of Ann Arbor. And I'm going to show you John Kasich from earlier today in Michigan.
Get them to work together and remind them they are Americans before they're Republicans or Democrats. We're in this together. And I forgot to mention, we're going to send welfare. Oh, by the way, I mentioned it the last. You got to get these roads fixed, folks. I mean, come on. Let's get these roads fixed. So here, I got a way you can do it, okay? Right now, Pete, you remember, we pay that federal gas tax. We send it down to the committee. Now, this committee, they wanted me to take a high-speed train. They were going to give me the money for a high-speed train. You remember that, Keith? Now, this train was going to go from Columbus to Cleveland and Dayton. None of us could figure out who would be on the train. But this high-speed train was going to reach a high speed. This is going to impress you. It's going to impress you. Of 39 miles an hour. What do you think? I think you could run faster than that train. You don't know about that. Well, I can tell you Jesse Owens could. So anyway, the point of the story is, instead of taking our federal tax dollars, sending them to Washington, so they then send less back, why don't we just keep it here in Michigan and take care of our own roads and stop playing a political game? And you, sir, I think it was 26 points yesterday. Go Creamy. Where's that station? I thought you were friendly in Michigan, huh? Are they pretty good this year? Number 2, is that right? What do you think? Can they go all the way? That guy Isso is the best. He's something else. What a great coach and what a great school. So anyway, one other thing, by the way, this is amazing. I was up at Monroe Community College. Any of you ever heard of it? Mom and Dad, when I tell you this, you're not going to believe this. Do you know that your son or daughter could go to a school like Monroe Community College You go there for 2 years. All the credits you take transfer to the 4-year school. You can complete, is what I was told today, complete 2 years of a 4-year school. And you know what it'll cost you? $6,000. Did you know that? $3,000. What's right here? They're all over. These community colleges are all over Michigan. So it's something to think about when the time comes. Did you know this?
Yeah, I went to community college for a year and transferred to Grand Valley State University. I saved $20,000.
Oh, come on, get up here.
Hi, my name's Alex. First,
you're shy. I can see you're shy.
Oh, not at all, not at all. Follow me on my YouTube channel, just letting you know. AK Beauty 4, makeup artist, you know. I do have a YouTube channel.
Wow, how's it going?
You know, it's okay.
How many followers do you have?
You know, just about 200. Not that much.
Pretty good.
You know, it's okay for a almost 20-year-olds. It's not that bad.
Fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, what he's telling you about getting help, do it. Because I had a lot of mental health problems when I went to I'm sorry, I don't mean to be taking up your time. I had a lot of deaths in my family this summer, and my mental health went from here to down there, like that. And I didn't want to wake up in the morning. I didn't. I thought that my life could be over, and that I thought it wasn't worth it. Get help, because I feel much better now. I don't want my life to end.
Talk about going.
Oh yes, college. Go to college. Don't get over. Yeah, don't end your life. Life is amazing. But I went to Schoolcraft Community College for 1 year. I could have gone for 2, but I went 1. Love Schoolcraft. I saved $20,000 for my 1 year. $20,000, and now I'm at Grand Valley State University, and I love it. But I'm paying $20,000 more than I was for 2 semesters. So go to community college for 2 years. I promise you, you won't regret it.
You know what the campaign's theme song, it changes all the time. You know what it is now? You know 21 Pilots?
Okay, you can't get me started on
No, but you know Stressed Out?
Yes.
We are not stressed out, but we love that song, and they're from Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, I saw them 3 times, and I'm going to see them again.
She's seen them 3 times. She's going to 4. This is like our conference. Who cares about the rest of these people? You and I can just now. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, listen. That was a really important message from her. I hope you took it to heart, and on both fronts. So anyway, economic growth, leave no one behind. My wife, I heard her talk a little bit. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to rise, and we can get into that. So let's have some polite applause, and then I'll take your questions, okay? I'll take it. What would you like to know? Go ahead. Who wants to ask the first question? Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Go right here. Yes, young man.
I'm currently a senior in high school, and me and my friends often talk about college. One of our biggest fears, though, is debt, and the fact that when you finish college, the odds of you finding a career in your field or a job in your field takes more than 6 months. How can you diminish this fear between high schoolers and college students of getting a job out of college?
Okay, that's a good question. All right. You know what a big part of that answer is? First of all, it doesn't have to be that way. The second thing is, do you know what it means to what do you want to be when you get older?
Well, you actually inspired me. I want to now go into politics.
Okay, well okay. What did you want to do before you were inspired, okay?
Retire.
Retire? Wait. What do you want to do?
All I knew was I want to create change that's positive in the environment.
Okay, well that's like an entrepreneur. Okay, and I'll tell you a story. I met these 2 guys back after 9/11. Secretary Rumsfeld, you ever heard of him? Donald Rumsfeld? He was the Secretary of Defense. Okay, you just say yes, you've heard of him. Okay, so anyway, he invited me to the Pentagon to talk about some big issues they had, and so I made a suggestion to him about things we could do to help. And I said we should bring some people from Silicon Valley in, okay? And these 2 guys, I invited them, and they came to the meeting. And they were really interesting, very smart. They wanted to bring about change. And I had dinner with them in California, and they took their inline skates and they tied them to the roof of their Volkswagen. And their names were Sergey Brin and Larry Page, and they started this little company you may have heard of called Google. And they created the idea in their dormitory. And now they have like lots of big planes, okay? No more, they could put their Volkswagen inside the plane, okay? So you might want to be an entrepreneur. But the most important thing that I never was really all that good at is networking. Get to know people who are, you know, when you go to the basketball game, or you meet your friend's mother or father, or you go to church, wherever you're doing, you're going to meet grown-ups. And grown-ups are the ones that, they're so hungry to help you go up. Because everybody here wants to see a young person do well. So you want to get to know them. You want to find out about their life. And you want to someday be able to call them and say, what do you think? Well, how can this work out for me? What do you suggest? It's a really big deal. And I would say there aren't enough young people that call us. Am I right, Keith? I mean, they just don't call us and say, what can I do? I'm going to give you a little tip. One of my daughters would like maybe someday, I think, to be in politics. I said, okay, Reese, when do you want to do that? After I make a lot of money, Daddy. She's getting it down, okay? So what I would say to you is, don't be worried about what the heck's going to happen. Just go get your degree. Meet as many people as you can. Be respectful to your seniors, be respectful to the grown-ups. Ask them to help you, and you will be amazed if they will. Now, if I become president, I'm going to work to make sure that there's lots of jobs, because we did it before. You see, when I was budget chairman and we balanced the budget, jobs were going through the roof in this country. Bill Clinton, he talks about the Clinton miracle economy. Give me a break, okay? We had to drag him to a balanced budget. But Clinton's unique. You know, he's a guy that if a riot is coming at him, he'll jump in front of it and call it a parade. And we balanced the budget. We cut taxes. We paid down $500 billion of the debt. We created certainty. And the economy was booming. That's what we need. So the more jobs that we have, kiddo, the better the economy is performing, the better chance you have. When things are growing, there's a seat for everyone. And when things are shrinking, it's sort of like, what's that game where musical chairs? You know, there's only so many seats. Let's expand the number of seats so that we can all have a place to sit. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Yes, right back here.
Hi, I'm Shannon McGlone with the Grosse Pointe South Tower. I was wondering,
what is that?
It is the newspaper of a local high school.
Oh.
Sorry. And I was wondering, in what direction would you lead our military?
Well, look, I mean, the military has to be used when we are going to be in a position of our direct national interests are threatened. We can't be policemen of the world. And we can't be policemen of the world because we'll just wear ourselves out. So rule number one, never involve yourself in a civil war. When people are fighting within a country, stay out of the way. Okay? That does not mean that there aren't people inside of that who we can support, because sometimes we can, but no direct involvement from the United States. Secondly, if you're going to go to war, it has to be something that has a direct impact on you, and you have to have a plan to get in. But it's easy to get in. You need to have a plan to get out. And if you can't answer both of them, you don't do it, okay? And thirdly, it's always best if we can go with others and that we don't go alone. We go in a coalition. Our biggest threat today is ISIS. Now, I hate to even say this, but this is a group, along with the Taliban. I don't even think I want to say it, but I think they need to hear it. They come in here and blow this school up. I mean, they would literally come in here and blow this place up for the biggest reason that girls are not supposed to get an education. Did you know that? That's who these people are. They run a culture of death, and there's no negotiating with them. And so we are going to have to destroy them. We have no we don't have any choice, but I don't think we ought to go alone. We have Muslim friends, Arab countries, who will work with us because they know that their days could be numbered. And so I believe we need to take care of that, settle it down, and then come home. And a big chunk of the problem that we have in the Middle East was that after World War I, these people sat in Europe and they drew the lines without respect to any of the ethnicity or the religious, the sectarian differences, and they put things together that have never fit. Iraq doesn't fit. Those are Sunni, Shia, and Kurds. They don't fit. And we jammed them all together in the same place. It just doesn't work. So, but that's one group we have to take care of. And then the other thing we have to do is to be prepared to share intelligence so we know where the bad actors are all over the world. And also to be in a position if we tell the world that anybody who would think that the trip to paradise is blowing up this school, that they're a cult of death. And we need to win the battle of ideas with people across this globe by telling people what civilization is all about. We need to win the battle of bullets, but we have to win the war of ideas. So, are you the editor of this newspaper?
I'm a copy editor, but I am the executive producer of our radio program, which I am.
You got it all going on now,
broadcasting at the moment.
huh? I mean, my goodness, you got more titles than Putin. Way in the back, sir. The Tigers, how are they going to do? They paid a lot of money for that guy.
We've talked about the infrastructure being bad. America's literally falling apart. Metaphorically, literally. In 35, FDR traded the worst project administration to the tune of, I think it's $11 billion for the federal tax program. There's something like that being done nowadays, even though it costs a whole lot.
Infrastructure.
There's so many jobs and taking care of the bridges and roads and the waterways and the railroads.
Well, there is a way, I believe, for every state, and I don't know what you're doing on this, Brian, here, but for every state to be able to have a legitimate bonding program, a capital program, that deals with the capital issues that you have, which revolves around infrastructure. Now, one of the things that we did, and that was very creative, and it was, at the time, it was pretty unpopular. I said that what we needed to do in Ohio was to extract the value from our turnpike. And the minute I said that, people said, well, his career is over. Because in our state, people, you know, they have allegiances both to their spouse and to this highway. And so I had to settle them down. And what we did is we issued debt against the value of the turnpike, the tolls of the turnpike. We issued $1 billion of debt in New York that people bought the debt, the bonds, they gave us their money, and we pay those bonds back with interest. Guess how we do it? From the tolls of the turnpike. So people who live near the turnpike, they don't have to pay increased rates. But if you come from out of state and you're using the turnpike, you're going to pay a little bit more, okay? But not an exorbitant amount. You know, we want to make sure traffic flows. It gave us $1 billion extra to fix our bridges and our highways, and we're probably going to do it again. Now, that's called creative thinking. And when I came up with the idea, I was severely criticized, and once the idea worked, all of a sudden, it wasn't my idea anymore. It was everybody who was criticizing me, okay? Well, that's the way life works. Now, I also think that we also have issues, as we all know, with local governments. And we have aging, older infrastructure regarding the pipes that go, you know, into the homes that were built many years ago. You've got the issue of lead paint, you know, on some of the walls in some of the older homes. We have crumbling sidewalks. There's lots of things that are happening. So I think that each state has to figure out how much they can bear, because you don't want to take on a big debt burden. A limited amount of debt with a state that can manage it is fine. And I think we have to be creative. Each state, each locality, community should work with the state to figure out what is the best program to be able to deal with the problem of the aging infrastructure. And it's a big deal. I mean, I don't know how big it is. I don't know what the total cost is. But I think as we look at it state by state, by what's appropriate based on what we can afford, we can begin to eat an elephant one bite at a time, begin to solve some of these problems. Does that make sense to you, sir? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am, right there.
My name is Victoria Potapenko, and I have relatives and ancestors that are from Ukraine. I have family that still lives there, and I have family that lives in America but works there for political reasons. So I was wondering how you would handle Russia's aggressive hold on Ukraine to protect Ukraine's sovereignty.
I would give defensive lethal aid to the people of Ukraine who want to fight for their own freedom. And I would tell Mr. Putin that from day one. And I'm glad you asked that question. That's a really good question. And right across category for me when I was growing up were Ukrainians. And the father of my buddies actually was a big cheese on a radio station where he constantly spoke out for captive nations. And the fact that we have not helped the Ukrainians to be able to defend their own freedom, to me it's ridiculous. I don't even understand why they have done this. So that'd be one of the things I would tell him right off the bat, okay? Yes, sir, behind you.
Remember when you had 5 minutes with Nixon? I've got a couple.
No, I had 20, remember? They said right. 5, but I grabbed 20 because I wouldn't leave.
I have a couple questions for you. A little bit nervous. You're a Buckeye in a room full of Wolverines. I'm a Democrat in a room full of Republicans. But you have every shot at being president than anybody else does. And God bless America.
Okay, let's stop right there. Thank you. We'll go to the next. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been watching both the Democratic and Republican debates with a lot of interest because one of the 6 people left is going to be president, I think. And something you said the other night, I just wanted to understand better what you meant by it. So I pulled the quote off of Fox website, so...
Oh, if it's on a website, it's got to be true.
Well, it's from Fox, so I know it's not typically, but...
Go ahead.
You guys were talking about cupcakes and religious freedom.
Oh, yeah.
And bigotry and racism and how it's playing out in this campaign. And you said, quote, if you go to a photographer to take pictures at your wedding, and he says, I'd rather not do it, find another photographer, don't sue them in court. Now, with everything going on, and with everything that Donald Trump has said, and his followers have said, and it's a 2-part question, so I apologize for that, but first...
For somebody nervous, you sure got a lot of questions here. Okay. He's getting to it, ladies. He's getting to it. These ladies are coming after you if you don't get to it quickly.
I've had a lot of Republicans come after me, trust me. I work for an emergency manager. I understand the racism is endemic in that system. Using that theory, though, if they just find another photographer.
Right.
On February 1st, 1960, at the Woolworth lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, 4 black men sat down in the whites-only section. Per store policy, they were refused service. Should they have just found another lunch counter? That's how it seems.
Yeah.
In 1964, I believe, LBJ bravely signed the Civil Rights Act. And when he did so, said, we're going to lose the South for a generation.
Yeah.
And he was right. The other night, when put on the spot with your 3 other competitors about whether you would support Donald Trump, who is running a racist, bigoted campaign supported by racists and bigots, if you would still support them, and all 3 of you said yes, would you at this point take the opportunity to have that same courage LBJ had and say, I'd rather lose than support this bigot?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me first of all, I will put you down as undecided on Donald Trump, okay? Secondly, sir, no, I don't think you can compare civil rights to whether a photographer needs to take a picture at a wedding. What I will tell you is this. If all of a sudden we have a rash of lawsuits, we will have to sit down and figure out what the law is, and it will be complicated. Indiana tried to pass some sort of Religious Freedom Act, and the whole place blew up, and they had to go back and redo it, and just don't make laws until you think you need to. And what I'm saying to people is, we just had a Supreme Court decision in regard to this. let's just everybody take a deep breath and see if we can get along and use common sense. That's all I'm suggesting. And if all of a sudden I think the public in my state causes such disruptions that common sense doesn't prevail, then we'll pass a law. I'd rather just not keep passing more laws. Frankly, I'd like to get rid of a bunch of laws that we have on the books. Now, secondly, have you ever been in an arena? You ever been in an arena? You play football? Did you play football in high school? Okay, well, I just asked if you played football in high school, okay? Okay, well, when you play, you're different than the people who are up in the stands. Because when you're on the field, you get spiked, kicked, beaten, hammered, and hurt, okay? You have to have regard for the people that you play with. Now, there are some times when things can happen where they're so bad, as I said the other night, sometimes he makes it difficult. Okay, but I tell you, I shouldn't even have answered the question. You know why? Because I'm going to be the Republican nominee, not Donald Trump, okay? Thank you for coming, sir. My dad was a Democrat, and thanks for being here today. And you know, you can switch tomorrow. I think you can. And could you vote for me tomorrow?
Yeah, between you and Bert.
Let me tell you what is so interesting about this is that there are a lot of voters that say it's between Trump and Kasich, it's between Bernie and Kasich. See, I consider that to be a compliment, because what they're picking up is, and this is serious, nobody, outside of my wife, no one tells me what to do. I am not an order taker for the establishment. And the reason why I'm not is because my mother was never an order taker for the establishment. She may have been undereducated. She was a talk show pioneer. Whenever somebody on the radio would say something she disagreed with, she shouted at the radio. And I learned from my mother to stand up. And the people that need to have a voice are the ones that don't have a lobbyist. They're the ones that feel as though my grandfather went down into the coal mine. He worked all day long and thought he made a good haul, and he'd come up and the boss would say, you brought too much peat up and not enough coal, we're cutting your pay in half. Nobody spoke up for my grandfather. Well, you know what? I am sticking up for my grandfather, and for all of you who feel as though you're being ripped off, I will give you a voice. I promise you that. I have throughout my entire political career, and I ain't changing now. Okay? Yes, sir.
Governor, my wife is Korean, so I'm curious on how you would handle Kim Jong-un in North Korea.
That's pretty good, Kim Jong-un. You knew that name. This guy is unbalanced, okay? And he is. He's not unbalanced. Kim Jong-un is unbalanced, okay? And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, your lieutenant governor came out and supported me. He could have sat the whole thing out. That tells you something about him, that he's willing to take a stand, whether you agree with him or not. Look, this thing has dragged on for a long time. This has not just been through 2 administrations. I think it's been more than that, okay? So here's the problem. First of all, we should have been in there early. And I think people were trying to make a deal maybe with his father or his father's father. There are 10 million people who live in Seoul, South Korea. You know what would happen if he launched one of those weapons into Seoul? I mean, we'd be reading of 1 million people who lost their lives. So we have to consider the lives of the people who were there. So what things we should be doing? We should be giving this high-altitude defense system to the South Koreans so they can knock these things down. You know about the Iron Dome in Israel, where they can knock things down. Secondly, we should also give it to the Japanese. When we started talking about this, I talked about it a couple debates ago, and people started rattling noise that we might do that. The Chinese all of a sudden woke up. The Chinese are probably the key, but we may be underestimating how much power they have. I don't really know. We also have to make sure they can't ship their stuff out or in, and you know that we don't have the toughest sanctions on them. We need to sanction all their money so they can't move money in and out of that country. The other day, one of the debates, I said we should have regime change. And they said, what do you mean by that? I said, well, what is it about regime change you don't know? Okay? But I don't need to tell you what that means. I think this guy is on very shaky ground over there. I think there are, he's killed about everybody close to him. Anytime he suspects anything, he does them in. So we got to look for openings. We've got to think about openings. We've got to keep the pressure on the Chinese. We need to give the missile defense to these countries. And in my judgment, that's probably the most that we can do right now, hoping the Chinese will really intervene and get this guy under some sort of control. We don't really know of their ability that I know of. Pete, who served on the Intelligence Committee, might know, but he probably couldn't say. Do they have the ability to mount a nuclear warhead on their missiles? This is complicated. And these are the kinds of things that presidents find out. It's getting serious. And you don't like to talk. I don't think I want to say a heck of a lot more, but all options should be there. And we're going to have to do it collectively. Once he's gone, maybe we can look forward to a better Korea. It's a very tough problem. Okay, very tough problem. We're going to get a couple more adults. Yes, sir, right here.
Oh, thank you, Governor. The question I had is with respect to the federal budget deficit. I know you talked about balancing things in Ohio, with an understanding of how much we have that are tied to programs, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security entitlements. How can we go about actually doing that balancing while you're president?
Right. I did this in Washington too, right? You knew I was budget chairman, and we dealt with it and got it to balance then. Well, look, let's just take the program of Medicaid, okay? When I became governor, our Medicaid program was growing at 10.5%. They will tell you it's the hardest program in the state to control. We took that program from a 10.5% growth in my second year to 2.5%. We didn't cut one benefit, and we didn't take one person off the rolls. Is that amazing? And we did it in a variety of ways. The biggest one that I would tell you about is the nursing home lobby had a stranglehold on the seniors in Ohio. If you were older, you had to go to a nursing home, which had high reimbursement rates. Well,
All right, looks like that's where my video cuts off, so I'm going to take you to Hillary in Grand Rapids.
Actually, if we're talking about becoming a mom, when you're bringing the child home from the hospital and all of a sudden you say, well, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? But what I have found is that it's often not a topic of conversation the way it needs to be early and often. Because you really do have to hope that you have a very supportive relationship, in that if you want to go back to work, that's going to take adjustments from everybody, not just you. And so have that conversation and begin to think through, how are you going to afford it? How are you going to balance time and responsibility? And the good news is it's a much more common choice than it was when I was your age. There weren't that many people who were trying to balance family and work, and there were, you really did have a great group of friends who basically, said, well, I've got to give up my work. I've got to give up my career. And for some women, that still is the right choice. But if you are trying to do that balance, then you've got to get support, from your family, not just your spouse, but I would argue your larger family. I think economically, you really have to take a hard look about how you are going to be successful at work, but fulfill your responsibilities at home. Now, for some people, it's easier. I mean, when I was pregnant with my daughter, I was a lawyer in a law firm. I was their first woman partner. There had never even been a single discussion about parental leave. It was just not even raised. And I thought, I kept trying to raise it with my partners, like, well, I'm having a baby, which was pretty obvious. And I'm going to want time to really bond with the baby, get her, it turned out to be her, I didn't know at the time, get her off to a good start and all of that. And there was just no conversation. So we had no policy. And so there I was, having given birth to my daughter, and one of my partners called the next day, literally, and said, so when do you think you'll be coming back to work? I said, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months. I thought, why not, right? So he goes, oh, okay. I mean, that was the level of, like, don't talk about it, don't say a word about it. So now there are policies, people have these conversations, you have a much better sense of what to expect. But you still have to know yourself, and you have to know what you feel right doing. And you probably can't know that until you are actually a mom. And, you know, sometimes you have kids who have more needs than other kids. And so I just really urge young women, particularly, this goes for young men too, but it's still primarily a young woman's decision, to think hard about what really works for you and what works for your family, and then to ask for what you need from your employer. And for professional women like yourself, you're more likely to be able to work out an accommodation. The people I worry about are literally women who have no leave, no help, don't have enough money for good quality child care. I mean, I've done factory gates, and I've seen, you know, pickups pull up with an infant in the car seat, and, you know, the mom, you know, or the grandmother driving and the mom getting out, like, you know, oh, how old's your baby? A week. I mean, so, you know, there still are so many women, minimum wage workers and others, who don't have any choices, which is why we've got to do family leave, paid family leave for everybody. But for professional women, drive a hard bargain. You know, really, Sheryl Sandberg advises that, and lean in. And I really echo that, because, you know, you do have to know yourself, know your needs, and tell your employers, look, I can get this done in the time that I can give you for work. And the final thing I would say about this is, you know, I always felt that I had to be really efficient when I was, you know, practicing law after I became a mother. And so, yeah, I felt like I was being really efficient. That meant I was no longer going to lunch with people. I was no longer having a lot of conversations, you know, during the day. But I could get my work done, and then I could go home. And so you just have to really be prepared to say, here's what I need, and here's what I can do. So you're not gonna lose a valuable employee, but we're going to have to do it more on terms that make sense for me now.
Thanks for that. A lot of familiarity with those topics in the room, for sure. Brittany?
Thank you for coming to see us today. My question is, working in the technology industry, and here at Atomic Object, we work on a lot of Internet of Things devices where data is being collected and used in various ways to give us insights about ourselves and the world around us. And that data is also super important to keep secure. You know, you saw our health product downstairs. There's health data that's being gathered there. What steps do you think government needs to take to make sure that the companies who create these products, build them, keeps our data secure? And also looking at the controversy between the Apple and the FBI about encryption on devices. Where do you stand on that?
And it looks like I'm having trouble with my player. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up for the night. I'm in for Mike's shift. Mike is usually out at 7. Mike was out sick today, and I was in for him, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. It's 47 minutes past the hour. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and hopefully Mike will be back. Tomorrow my shift should be 3 to 5 and 7 to 9 p.m. If Mike is back, I will be back with that 9 p.m. show for you, 7 to 9 p.m. show for you. So thanks so much for tuning in this evening. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9.